Bargain! The huge face formed by the pitch-black demon flame fluctuated, seemingly letting out a scornful laugh. Human, although you have been promoted to the All-Father level, at this level, being young often means being weak, lacking experience and background. Chthon unscrupulously absorbed the magic power from the Black Queen. With this power, he broke through the rules of the material world and extended his stay. That sorcerer supreme, the annoying fellow, used 3 major time and space nodes to form a solid defensive line. Every dimensional demon who wanted to break the limit and come to the dimension of the material world would be suppressed by the rules of this planet. World-shattering, planet-breaking power couldn't be used at all. The stronger the dimension demon, the greater the pressure. This was why Saitorak, Dormammu, and Chthon rarely showed up on Earth. Who was willing to walk around while carrying a planet on their backs. It was stressful. Really. As a dimensional demon who has lived for billions of years, you don't seem like you can even beat the Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, who's only thousands of years old. The corners of Luke's mouth cocked, turning on his taunting mode. The strongest in the Marvel world wouldn't think that the longer one lives, the stronger one is. Even the dimensional demons, the 5 cosmic entities, and the living tribunal often didn't lose to an existence older than themselves, but lost to persistent people. For example, Dormammu in the Dark Dimension. Doctor Strange, who had just learned magic and hadn't graduated, almost became a ruthless salesman, knocking at his door repetitively. Another example was Thanos, in a certain timeline. Strengthen the power of a higher dimension, punching the 5 great cosmic entities, and to kick the living tribunal, even the custodian of the universe felt helpless. Therefore, this was a world that was more vicious than anywhere else. Fortunately, Luke considered his plug-ins to be far superior to those of others. Ah, human, offending the dignity of a dimension demon guard isn't a wise choice. Chthon sneered. The dark magic flame swept out in a raging frenzy. Luke didn't change his expression. He had studied in camouflage for some time. He wasn't afraid of Chthon's dark magic. He only closed his hands together. Complex formation flickered out. The lines gleaming with magical sparks intertwined, embedded like gears, forming a complete structure. In just one breath, the defensive spell Shield of the Seraphim was condensed. Boom! The terrible magic flame that could burn flesh was firmly blocked. It's unwise to offend a dimensional demon, but we aren't in your chaotic dimension right now. Luke didn't lose face at all, relying on the Shield of the Seraphim to block the attack. His body was like a hard reef standing in the heart of the river, not the least bit shaken. Chthon was the most powerful guard of dark magic in history. Almost every fallen master on the earth would learn the powerful spells passed down from the Darkhold. Unfortunately, all of his black magic had their countermeasures recorded in Taj's Book of the Vishanti. Moreover, Luke himself happened to be a quick learner, writing down everything from the Book of the Vishanti and reciting it like a magical genius. Sure enough, you are a believer of the Vishanti. What a disgusting fellow. Chthon's huge face was trying hard to break in from the crack in space. Countless dark magic flames turned into dense tentacles, overwhelmingly trying to grab Luke. Images of Icon. Luke recited the spell quickly, and with a few slurred syllables, his whole body was like the 1,000 hands Guanyin, with countless arms in different postures. Just like the shadow clone Jutsu, his mouth picked up, showing a slight curve. When the night sky was covered with demonic flame tentacles, countless supermen suddenly appeared. They weren't clones that could break apart from touch, but entities that could cast spells and bear injuries. Zai Zai, Zai Zai Zai. Many supermen surrounded Chthon's head and launched heat vision in unison. The terrible heat was like a burning hot knife, cutting off all the demonic flame tentacles that came from the crack, destroying them into ashes. Human, you don't seem to have signed a contract and can't borrow the power of dimension. Chthon didn't care about the shredded tentacles and noticed something more important. He was more interested in Luke himself. These days, finding a spellcaster without a contract, and one with a very high level of talent, was like finding gold in the gravel. Ha! Luke, who thought there was going to be a big battle, couldn't help but pause. Could it be that you have a crush on me? When he remembered the stars projected during his meditation, they each represent a different dimensional demon. Among them, Chthon, the underworld demon, was there. Since you are not a believer of Vishanti, you haven't been blinded by the crimson light of Saitorak, and you aren't set slave. Then would you like to consider being my protege? Chthon's majestic voice abruptly slowed down and became quite calm. You want to give me chaos magic? Luke's eyes showed a hint of surprise. What's this twist? People would ask someone to join if they couldn't fight. But they haven't fought yet. How could he already start to recruit him? I didn't even choose the Vishanti, Sitorak, or Set. Why would I want to be your protege? Luke restrained his distracting thoughts and assumed a calm attitude as an equal. Anyway, Chthon couldn't break through the restriction, so provoking him with a few words wasn't a problem. If he wanted to come to the material world, he had to break the 3 major time and space nodes and disintegrate that solid line of defense. What Dormammu couldn't do, Chthon, nicknamed, who has slept since before man crawled from the sea, couldn't do it either. Those fallen wizards who have obtained the Darkhold, which one of them isn't a powerful legend. Chthon's demonic flame face, with slight ripples, seemed to look proud. But the Darkhold is just a part of my research on magic. I have something better. As long as you become a protege of the Chaos Dimension, you could get the powerful force that could distort reality and tamper with time and space. Although Chthon's words were tempting, it seemed that as long as he became his little follower, he could immediately reach the pinnacle of life. But Luke's heart had no fluctuation, and he didn't even want to laugh. The Marvel Universe had 3 extremely powerful ancient powers. Anyone who obtained them could instantly gain the hope of becoming an Allfather and being a single entity in the multiverse. For example, the Phoenix Force of the mutant Jean Grey, representing life and emotion, the embodiment of primitive cosmic energy. If it could be absorbed completely, it could control time and space almost infinitely and change matter. There was also the chaos magic that Chthon mentioned. The characteristics were destruction and creation, which could easily rewrite reality and distort thought. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, was its host. The most striking performance was when 90% of the mutant abilities in the world had been erased in one sentence. Finally, there was another one called the Goblin Force. Similar to Galactus, the host would have a hunger that could never be satisfied, thus devouring all matter. These 3 plug-ins, all of which could easily bring up the strongest people to the Allfather level. But there was no free lunch in the world. Everything had a price. Phoenix Force would make people feel strong, but they would face the risk of turning evil if their hearts had a little darkness. Chaos magic could rewrite reality and also affect the host, leading to mental problems. As for the Goblin Force, it seemed like no one would want to experience the cruel feeling of being hungry forever. This is indeed a very exciting proposal. Luke narrowed his eyes, paused, and whispered, "However, I refuse. Human beings, you're unappreciative." Chthon flew into a rage. This was the first time he was rejected like this. In the long and endless years, ignorant human beings who yearned for strength and power bowed and worshipped him. The words great, omnipotent, and eternal, which symbolize power, always accompanied his name. Every fallen master was chasing the book of Chthon, the god of chaos. Occasionally, he let some little scraps fall from his fingers, and those people saved it carefully as if they had found precious treasures. Those ridiculous people were even willing to kill each other in order to compete for magical knowledge, exposing the darkest and cold side of human nature. This was a good way for Chthon to pass the time on boring days. A good enough show could often give him a lingering aftertaste. But now, this very young human in Chthon eyes, who had already started counting the years by millennia and thousands of years, this excessively young, Allfather level, 20-something-year-old human that can only be regarded as a blink of an eye at best, turned him down. This raised Chthon's monstrous anger with a trace of doubt. Did the other party not know what chaos magic was? It wasn't a popular product like black magic, but an ancient power coveted by dimensional demons. Human, you have to think clearly. The dark face, made of magical flames, stared straight at Luke as if to see through his heart. Being the spokesperson of chaos, you can gain even greater power. No longer limited to Allfather, but to climb to a higher level. I can see that you are a man who pursues strength and thirsts for power. So, are you sure you want to refuse this gift? Luke was still expressionless and unmoved. Dimension demons were never philanthropists. They were more like hunters or fishermen, setting traps and catching prey, or cast a big net and catch delicious souls. Chthon used the Book of Darkhold to cheat fools blinded by power. Those fallen masters who flourished for a while, after decades of becoming legends, their souls would basically become corrupted and fall into chaos. As an old rival, Set, the snake god, especially casted down his serpent crown. As long as someone puts it on, they would be able to comprehend boundless wisdom and have unlimited power. The price was to become a tool of the serpent god, Set, and work for the other party obediently. Once things went wrong, they would become petrified statues. Even the most free-spirited and spontaneous Sitorak. If someone used his crimson gem, they would also face the risk of being brainwashed and put on a halo of diminishing wisdom. Until the end, they would experience an unnatural death. Everything has its price. Luke was well aware of these dimensional demons' true nature. They gave their strength, not because they want to accumulate virtues and do good deeds, but recruit people and gather pawns. Then, from many pawns, choose a front-line fighter to invade the main universe. Caecilius, the future disciple of the Ancient One, was deceived and became Dormammu's leading pawn. Later, the invasion from the Dark Dimension failed, and the hapless Caecilius was eaten and wiped clean, leaving nothing from body to soul. You only mentioned what I could get, but never said anything about what I would have to pay. Luke lifted his hand and pulled out a parchment contract. The words on it glowed red, seemingly containing peculiar power. In the human world, this kind of behavior is usually the beginning of a scam. Is there anything good in the multi-dimensional world that could be achieved without any effort? Chthon suddenly fell silent. He generally proceeded to the last stage, when the power was to be given. Most people were ecstatic, and few people would be cautious. But in the end, they all surrendered to him. A mere all-father level can resist my spiritual influence. Chthon thought it was weird. See you next time, Chthon. Luke waved his hand and said goodbye. At that time, maybe I could introduce to you a suitable protege. That parchment contract was instantly burned to ashes with heat vision. The words imprinted on twisted like living creatures. As if the attached force was excited, a crimson beam of light shot out. Sitorak the Destroyer. Chthon was furious when he saw this scene. The violent and messy mental impact blasted into Luke's consciousness. The latter wasn't afraid, silently chanting long spells. That was a temporary contract. It could summon Sitorak. As one of the dimension demons, he was the most free-spirited and the most eccentric. Sitorak's method of invading the main universe was very simple: to randomly drop a crimson gem in every timeline and every world. He had always been too lazy to engage in intrigue, and the trading terms were always very direct. Use my strength and assume my shape. The more they asked for from the crimson gem, the deeper they would be assimilated. In the end, completely becoming a puppet of power, dedicating both hands to the Lord of Oblivion of the universe in which they live. It sounded terrible, but because Sitorak was a free spirit, he almost never came to collect debts. Therefore, as long as people didn't touch his gem, there was almost no problem. For example, the master of Taj was very fond of borrowing the power of this big man. For example, the Crimson Bands of Sitorak was a common spell used by high-ranking masters. You would rather rely on the boring guy Sitorak than be the mouthpiece of chaos magic. Chthon saw Luke take out the parchment contract and somehow had the feeling of being cuckolded. In terms of power, he didn't lose to the Lord of Oblivion. On the degree of gift, he would gift package chaos magic when they needed it. Other people would be grateful and willing to give their lives and souls. But for some reason, Luke chose Sitorak in the end. Wasn't this bullying the honest people? Nonsense. With so many dimensional demons, only Sitorak gives people a temporary contract and doesn't force the caster to pay. Luke gave Chthon a contemptuous look. He had no idea what was going on in his mind. Raising his hand, countless clones waved the scarlet chains and tied the head of the billowing demon flame into a dumpling. Compared with the previous use of white magic and defensive spells, Luke fully utilized the advantages of the superdemon card. A steady stream of power was absorbed into the body. Like the infinitely expanding sun, a terrible aura erupted. This is the power of the Crimson Universe. Luke only felt that his body was filled with copious power, and the crimson light was enveloping his entire body. still want to assimilate the soul. The crimson light covered his whole body like running water. The only thing that wasn't contaminated was his head. Superdemon was immune to mind control, so it rejected the aura entering his mind, which could turn people into fools. See you later, Chthon, the great god of the underworld. Luke clenched his fingers and threw a fist. The crimson light bursts out like a roaring wave. The night sky in Washington, D.C. suddenly turned red. The dense light invaded the clouds, the stars, and the moon. Crack, crack. Space was like a fragile mirror, shattering and breaking. He was abruptly struck with a terrible iron fist before Chthon could break free of the scarlet chains. And still, the pure physical attack became magic penetration plus physical blows, and the damage was an instantly full bar. Human. Chthon's head was blasted back to the chaos dimension without being able to say the classic villain line, "I will come back." The ever-expanding spatial rift closed in an instant. I'm glad I can do magic and have resistance. Otherwise, dealing with Chthon would be troublesome. Luke shook off the influence of the crimson light on his soul, and after sending Chthon away happily, he hit the ground with a thud. He didn't learn from Iron Man and did a classic superhero landing, which was too much for his knee. Is there anything else? Luke's eyes were slightly coagulated and ready to use a heat vision to get the 3 kills instantly. How can I fight this? Off court, the 3 people thought of the same thing at the same time. Even Chthon, the summoned dimensional demon, was blasted back to the chaos dimension by Superman. Seeing that scene, Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen had completely lost their fighting spirit. The latter was actually a little grateful to Luke. If Chthon's head existed in the material world for a long time, she would probably be sucked dry. I'm innocent, Lieutenant General, sir. The Black Queen, whose legs were weak and could hardly stand, kept winking at Luke, trying to appear delicate and touching. Her body also deliberately leaned forward, exposing the evening gown that was already considered low cut more thoroughly. After Chthon's excessive demands, the Black Queen basically lost her fighting ability, and all her magic power was completely consumed. Besides, even though she was in her heyday, she was still not enough to go against Superman with the blessing of Sitorak. Chthon, the most powerful god of dark magic, was defeated, but the Black Queen, who learned several spells from the Darkhold, could only resist several rounds. Ms. Selene, I can see countless wailing poor souls in you. Luke was unmoved. There was no gender on the battlefield. When he faced Sieglin, the battleship class of the Axis powers, he wasn't half-hearted. If you are willing to give up the dark and turn over a new leaf. Lieutenant General, sir, I am willing. The Black Queen answered straightforwardly. She immediately distanced herself from Mr. Sinister and Kang's projection. In this critical moment, keeping one's own life was the most important thing. But I don't really believe your defection, Miss Selene. Luke looked at the barely clothed Black Queen. Chthon's dark magic flame almost burned the evening dress clean off. The amazing scenery, graceful curves, and snow-white mosaics were looming in the air. I can show sincerity to you. The Black Queen straightened her chest. The round curves almost jumped out, giving people a sense of excitement. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Luke slightly smiled and continued, a beautiful woman like you would be crying for a long time if I punched you. Superman's body flickered, and in a blink of an eye, he was behind the Black Queen. He didn't kill her, but a hand chop landed on the opponent's neck. Oops, that didn't seem to work. Originally, he just wanted to stun the Black Queen. As a result, he didn't seem to grasp the accuracy and almost broke the other's neck. I hope she's okay. Luke thought silently. He saw the Black Queen's eyes turn white. Her neck dropped to one side like a broken puppet losing support. The whole person fell to the ground limply. If there was no heartbeat, Luke almost thought that the other person had suddenly died on the spot. Mr. Essex, how are you going to choose? Luke moved his eyes, which landed on Mr. Sinister. The latter met Superman's eyes, and as soon as he met them, a sense of horror arose in his heart, as if a sharp sword had penetrated him. If I choose to leave at this time, would you let me, General? Mr. Sinister asked hesitantly. Although his heart was full of pride, he wanted to replace Apocalypse and become the guard of the new generation of mutants. But right now, it was more important to survive, temporarily bowing his head and look weak for better development in the future. That certainly won't do. If you take the wrong side and make the wrong choice, you have to accept the punishment you deserve. Luke shook his head, and his eyes were indifferent. "Mr. Essex, I'm sure you also understand that one must be ruthless to the enemy. I have shown rare kindness, but you are stingy with your sincerity, which is unreasonable." Mr. Sinister was caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, he didn't want to bow too much and give up his dignity. On the other hand, the cold reality was in front of him, and there were no bargaining chips in his hands. Superman's strength was obvious to all. Although the Black Queen played an extraordinary role and summoned Chthon's true body, it still didn't help. The other party was like an unfathomable ocean, making it impossible to explore the true power behind it. "Then what do you want me to do, Lieutenant General?" Thinking for a moment, Mr. Sinister slowed down and asked in a low voice. "I heard that Mr. Essex has done a lot of research on cloning technology and mutant genes. I happen to need a high-level scientific researcher." The corners of Luke's mouth were raised. He was a very reasonable person. It was better for him not to raise his hand. Mr. Sinister's heart seemed to stir, but the tiny communicator in his ear transmitted Kang's voice. Zai. "Lieutenant General, sir, forgive me for not agreeing." After a while, Mr. Sinister answered. He decided to trust Kang the Conqueror one last time. The other party said he was sure to handle Superman. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead flashes at the same time, emitting a death ray. Well, that's not a very wise decision. Such an obvious provocation was naturally intolerable for Luke. He stomped his foot and shot out. Mr. Sinister's head was under his palm, seemingly crushing the man's brain. A violent aura rushed toward his face. The latter only had time to retreat 2 steps before Superman was already in front of him. The turbulent air current hit his face. Like a knife, it gave Mr. Sinister a painful blow. He closed his eyes subconsciously, as if Death's sickle was about to swing down. Buzz. A terrible shock wave instantly enveloped Luke's whole body. The tough body that could withstand machine guns' fire and a tank's main gun rippled violently. His eardrum was going to explode as a buzzing whistle was emitted. Ultrasonic transmitter. Did Kang learn from Batman? Luke grinned. The bioforce field expanded. The heavy pressure directly destroyed the transmitter hidden nearby. Kang the Conqueror came from the 31st century, and the future technology of that era indeed had its merits. But this could only temporarily hinder his steps and didn't constitute a threat. Luke took a step, which seemed to activate a switch, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Zai, as if a current was switched on. An extremely powerful gravitational field instantly captured him and fixed him firmly in place. Bang! Superman's steel body felt like it was carrying a mountain. Taking a difficult step like an earthquake, it shook the surrounding blocks. Ha! Seeing Luke trapped, Mr. Sinister quickly sent out 2 death rays. "Aren't you underestimating me too much?" Luke's forehead was full of veins. His hands were clenched into fists. The terrifying atmosphere was like a volcanic eruption. Rumble. The viscous atmosphere turned into a frenzy, visible to the naked eye. The small gravitational field that was enough to pressure him with hundreds of thousands of tons of weight was instantly broken. Boom! Ignoring the 2 deadly rays, Luke rushed to Mr. Sinister. He made a fist with his right hand and suddenly swung out. "It's not!" Before Mr. Sinister's voice fell, and the diamond gem on his forehead exploded, forming a strong protective cover. Crack! The terrifying air current from his fist was like a hammer hitting an eggshell, breaking it without difficulty. Flesh and blood turned into powder. Mr. Sinister, who had a strong life force, had half of his body torn apart and crushed. "Like I said, Mr. Essex." Luke glanced down at the hole in his chest, where the death ray had struck and was slowly healing. The more people scheme, the easier it is to have limits and forget what real power means. Mr. Sinister, who only had half of his body left, had intense fear in his eye. His vocal cords were tugging, but he couldn't make any sound. Ultrasonic vibration and gravitational field constraint are all very good gadgets. Luke raised his head. His sharp eyes swept around. "How far can you hide, Kang?" "Found you." When Luke uttered the last word, his figure resembled a charged cannonball, directly smashing the ground, breaking a safety door made of heavy alloy. This was the temporary command center of the White House, dedicated to preparing for the outbreak of World War III and the launch of nuclear bombs. Once the homeland was reduced to rubble, if the president and cabinet members couldn't be relocated in time, they would retreat to the underground temporary safe house, which had enough food reserves and daily necessities. A guy with blue skin and a purple helmet appeared in front of Luke. "Wait a minute. I have something to say." Kang the Conqueror, who replaced the president's face and restored his original appearance, saw Superman rushing in and spoke quickly. His hands were behind his back as if preparing for some surprise. "I don't want to hear it." Luke didn't stop. Heat vision swept right to the left, cutting Kang in half. Because of the high temperature, no blood spurted out from the wound. Snap! Luke walked over and stomped the guy's lower body into the mud with one foot. In his eyes, the future man of the 31st century was as fragile as the present man. "Now you can speak." Luke looked down at Kang, who was only now feeling the pain, and smiled. "Superman, give me a—" Boom. Luke stepped on his head without waiting for Kang to finish. With a frozen expression, the blue head burst like a watermelon, spewing out turbid liquid mixed with red and white. "It's too old-fashioned. For mercy, you should be innovative." "I didn't even have the desire to listen to you for a second." Luke shrugged his shoulders. He didn't intend to give the other party time to say his last words. Luke didn't have time to observe the transformed safe house until he was sure that Kang was dead. All kinds of technology beyond this era were in the room. For example, a spliced projection screen with live broadcasts from all over Washington. There was also a picture of SHIELD's building. Laser weapons, exoskeleton armor, various miniature transmitter buttons. If he gave Kang the Conqueror time to lay them all out calmly, it might really give him a little trouble. "Is this a spaceship?" Luke saw a semi-arc-shaped metal platform in the corner on the right, with a pyramid-like energy crystal at the top. He walked up and saw the countdown at the bottom beating from 1 to 0. At this moment, Kang's dead body, holding the button in his right hand, made a beep sound. Shit. A blue light rippled out, and Luke, standing on the metal platform, seemed to be swallowed up and instantly disappeared. Earth 199,999. In 2018. Looking at Nick Fury, who turned into ash in front of her, the female Commander Hill anxiously pulled out an old communicator. As soon as she dialed and sent a call message, she was also turned into ash. However, before Nick Fury completely lost consciousness, the one-eyed man saw a flash of blue light, and a tall man walked out of it. "Motherfu!" Nick Fury, who didn't know what happened, disappeared before finishing his classic line. "If Luke's guess, as you said, that Kang the Conqueror is pretending to be the president, then this guy on TV, is he real or fake?" Howard asked solemnly at the Stark Mansion in Long Island, Manhattan. His eyes were on the TV, and the president on screen was giving a speech in a painful tone. The main content was about the official explanation of the White House attack. After all, there was such a huge commotion. Half the residents of Washington, D.C., could see it. It was too difficult to hide. The Pentagon didn't have the technology that could erase memories by clicking something. "What do you think? From the tone and appearance, it's the president himself. I don't know the truth." Howard muttered and turned the TV off. He briefly summarized the contents of the previous speeches. All this was most likely a conspiracy by the Soviet Union, who wanted to assassinate the president and undermine the stability and prosperity of the country. Thanks to Superman, who saw through the tricks and came to the rescue. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the United States to become great again, for freedom and democracy. When the president got excited, he couldn't help but act and play accordingly. If Luke were here, there would be a strong desire to vomit. Throwing the blame to the Red Bear was the basic operation of the land of the free, both now and in the future. They were always good at setting up an imaginary enemy, an evil country, against themselves and the people. Then all the mistakes and all the serious consequences were turned into bullets. Right now, the Red Bear standing on the other side of the world played this role. Therefore, when the White House exploded and burned into ruins, the culprit had been found. It was the Soviets. A minor earthquake occurred in Washington, D.C., changing the color of the sky and the earth and causing many anomalies. The Soviets also did that. It's hard for me to make a correct judgment about the president's identity. Nick Fury shook his head, and his brow wrinkled tightly. However, judging from this overly bizarre statement, there's a high probability that he may be fake. According to the director's instructions, he came to look for Howard Stark, who was addicted to his work and couldn't extricate himself, and tell the other party about the blood councils and Luke's analysis. However, before Howard did anything, even worse news came. The White House was in ruins, and Superman's whereabouts were unknown. The director directly went to the White House, and before he left, he didn't leave any explanation, so I don't know what happened later. Fury's eyes revealed a bit of worry. He didn't know why the director would investigate the White House chief of staff and his secret collusion with the Blood Council until now. This wasn't only a politician doing something for an exchange of interests. There was a bigger conspiracy behind it. It involved the identification of the president and the future direction of the world. According to Luke's character, if he directly went to the White House, it proves that he had completely confirmed his speculation and had enough evidence on hand. He was confident that he could solve what happened later. Howard was wearing pajamas, barefoot on the carpet. If you added a tobacco pipe on him, he might pass off as a cameo for Sherlock Holmes. But why did he disappear? At this time, it has been 6 hours since a fire broke out in the White House and riots broke out in Washington, D.C. The sky was grey, and the faint light of the morning dawn rushed out of the horizon, spewing out the breath of life. Howard stared out of the window, his brow furrowed. That's what he couldn't figure out. The White House turned into ruins, and the riots in Washington, D.C. were definitely the aftermath of a battle between Superman and Kang the Conqueror. If we look at the ending, it seemed that Superman had lost, because Luke's whereabouts were unknown. Whether he was alive or dead, it was unknown. I've never seen Luke fail. Howard found a cigarette and puffed out some smoke. For him, nicotine helped him think. Even though Kang the Conqueror is a man from the future, from the 31st century, defeating Superman wouldn't be that easy. And also, giving Luke no chance to escape, and directly erasing him, that's really unlikely. Howard never doubted Superman's strength. Luke Cavill was the young lieutenant general and the director of. His strength was based on winning again and again, rather than false propaganda and exaggerated rumors. Those opponents who ended up miserable, such as Red Skull, Aryan Superman of Berlin, Namor of Atlantis, Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club, they were a warning to others, that when they were up against Superman and becoming his enemy, they wouldn't make it out alive. Mr. Stark, the worst-case scenario, the director has likely encountered a bad situation. His strength is enough to ignore 90% of danger, and it's difficult for us to find a strong enough enemy on this planet who can defeat Superman. But Kang the Conqueror came from the 31st century. He has all kinds of high-tech weapons. He may not be able to erase Superman physically. But what if he replaces killing with imprisonment or exile? Nick Fury made a wild guess. It's possible. Anyway, it's more reliable than the answer given by the president as an evil plan of the Soviets. Howard nodded his head and praised the young man. The president said that the disappearance of Superman was an evil plan of the Soviets. Nick Fury remembered the speech that had no credibility on TV. Howard evoked a sarcastic smile on his lips. He whispered, "Yes, the Soviets are afraid of Superman's strength, fearing that one day Luke would fall from the sky and appear in the Kremlin, then drag those people out and hang them in the Red Square, to prevent the imbalance between the East and West camps and stop the expansion of the United States in dominating the world. So, the Soviets prepared this raid plan. On the surface, it was to assassinate the president, but the real goal was Superman." Nick Fury's mouth twitched. He finally saw the shameless faces of those politicians. It seemed that the Red Bear didn't know what happened. While people were growing corn in Siberia, the blame had firmly stuck to their heads. But what method did the Soviets use to get rid of Superman? Nick Fury thought that this excuse for blaming someone was very poor. It's Superman, the god of the new era. In North America today, some people may not know who the president was, who the governor was, and who the mayor was, but he believed that everyone knew Superman. How could such a legendary existence simply disappear? I just called the Pentagon. They said that the Soviets had studied some kind of proton bomb and were going to destroy Washington, D.C. and New York. To save tens of millions of innocent people, Superman was going to send the bomb into outer space, sacrifice himself, and then he was gone. The more reliable speculation is that the explosion of the proton bomb opened the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which led to Superman's disappearance. We can't see him if he survived, and we can't see a corpse if he died. Howard shrugged his shoulders, saying that the president was really imaginative. The man might write novels when he's retired. If the Soviets have proton bombs, why don't they directly use them as weapons? Send people to sneak them into the cities on the East Coast, launch them at once, destroy the defense lines, and then send a fleet to attack. Nick Fury, in keeping with his professional habit of thinking seriously, asked in disbelief. You have to ask the Soviets about this. I can't figure it out. If they can study that thing and make it into weapons, is it really necessary to assassinate the president? As a scientist, Howard felt the lies fabricated by the president were ridiculous. It's completely possible to apply the relevant technology to rockets, launch space races, or use it as an ultra-small and ultra-light, high-energy generator of various systems. In this way, if they press the launch button in the Kremlin, they could blow the North American continent into ruins. Nick Fury didn't quite understand, but that didn't stop him from nodding. So, what should we do now? He looked at Howard, whose hair was in a mess, was clad in an oversized robe, and had a cigarette in his mouth. Currently, there might be only two people who knew the president's identity. It was necessary to come up with a practical plan to cope with the coming crisis. First of all, we pretend nothing happened, strive for stability, and continue to participate in SHIELD's work. Howard rolled his eyes and began to think. Second, it's imperative to determine Luke's situation. If that guy is lucky enough, nothing should happen to him. If he's really imprisoned by Kang the Conqueror or fell into a trap and couldn't get out of trouble, I'll find a way to bring him back. Howard glanced at the young man and asked, By the way, what's your name? Nicholas Joseph Fury, a new agent of SHIELD and Director Cavill's driver. Nick Fury replied. Can I trust you, Fury? Howard asked again. As long as you're not asking me to betray national interests, I'll definitely obey orders, Mr. Stark, Fury said seriously. That's good. Howard beckoned and motioned for the other party to follow. Actually, I wanted to give Luke a surprise. Who knew he would meet with such an accident? Howard opened the basement workshop and entered a long string of passwords. Catcher, catcher, the sound of a machine rang, gears turning, pulling some chains. The heavy iron gate rose. It was so dark inside that it was impossible to see the exact scene. Howard went in, followed by Nick Fury. This is my first-generation machine. He pressed the switch, and the light overhead struck, revealing a huge, thick steel armor, an awkward-looking head and stout limbs, an unpainted silvery white outer shell with a machine gun on the shoulder. The core on the chest glowed with a dim light. With this, we can better deal with the hidden enemy, Howard said confidently. I like the name Luke gave me, Iron Man. Earth 199,999, New York. This is the timeline where Thanos did the snap. A blue light flashed, and Luke walked out of it without any problems. There were no lightning, thunder, and clouds like the Terminator, then like a pervert exposing his muscular body. This is Nick Fury's body. Luke lifted up his hand and grabbed a handful of floating dust. Just as the one-eyed director saw his arrival, he also witnessed the other party's disappearance. So, I can't go back now. It took about a few seconds for Luke to organize his thoughts and figure out the situation. He didn't know whether Kang had prepared a time and space trap in advance or wanted to run ahead of time. As a result, he used it himself. Anyway, Luke came to this strange and familiar future world through the time and space transmission device. A world that wasn't influenced by Superman and developed according to the original track. This is probably the timeline of the movie universe, and Thanos has finished snapping his fingers. Luke stood in the street, watching a helicopter falling from the air and crashing into a tall building. With a bang, a fire broke out. The shocking movement, like a terrorist attack, didn't cause the slightest panic. Many cars suddenly got out of control, slamming into stone piers on the side of the road or rushing directly into stores. Boom, boom, a series of rear-end traffic accidents occurred. Smoke billowed up, followed by explosions. This may be the most chaotic and worst day ever. Luke spread out his palm and threw out the little ash left by the one-eyed director. He looked down the street. The cars on the road were jammed into a long queue of steel, and there was no end in sight. In many drivers' seats, there was only a handful of ashes and no human insight. Some people died silently, and their bodies were erased. Others looked frightened, blank, and had no idea what was happening. If I came a bit earlier, maybe 1 hour, perhaps I could have prevented this disaster. There was a glimmer of expectation in Luke's eyes. Thinking of facing Thanos, it should roughly be a 50-50 situation. The combat power of the movie universe Thanos wasn't so exaggerated. "Sir, what's happening? Help me." A pedestrian grabbed Luke's arm. The other party might have seen Superman's suit and thought he was a superhero. "I'm sorry, I can't do anything for the time being, but don't worry, you'll be back soon." Luke shrugged his shoulders. A few seconds later, the poor guy vanished in front of his eyes. Then again, will the rules of this universe influence me? Wiping out half of all living things, I wonder if I would be included. The director of the Family Planning Commission, the Mad Titan, dedicated himself to depopulation, using the random way of wiping out half of all the living beings on each planet. This was an erasing requirement. So those unfortunate people who were randomly selected were directly reduced to ashes and disappeared. Their bodies were gone with the wind, and their souls returned to death. The only good news was that there was no pain, equivalent to euthanasia. But Luke had a question. As a traveler from another universe, would he be affected? According to Marvel's universe hierarchy, this world's infinity gauntlet may not be able to take effect on him. This may not be answered until I meet Thanos. Luke thought silently. RRRMMM. A runaway car ran towards him, but it was cut in half with heat vision before it could touch him. With more and more lives erased by that snap, the scene seemed to be more and more chaotic. Compared with the end of the world, this snap seems to be a little more frightening. Luke himself was quite calm. He waited for a long time and didn't feel anything strange. Obviously, either he was lucky and wasn't selected by random probability, or he was completely unaffected. At this time, Captain America's team and Thor's delegation are in Wakanda. Iron Man and Nebula are on Titan. Who should I go to? Luke's first goal was clear, and that was to find a way home. The space-time transmission was actually quite complicated. In other words, any scientific field linked to quantum mechanics was always confusing. The Marvel Universe was equivalent to an infinitely large box, and then there were small boxes with different numbers inside. Luke's timeline was a small box located under the 616 primary universe. The timeline he was currently in was in another small box numbered Earth 199,999. There were subtle connections between different small boxes. For example, Nick Fury in the movie universe was black, but in the main Earth 616, he was actually white. For another example, Loki in the movie universe was the second prince of Asgard, but in other universes, it was possible for Loki to be a princess. Everyone's gender, skin color, pros and cons would change with different boxes, but the general characters would still exist, unless they were forgotten and thus erased. To sum it up, Luke wanted to find his way home. He needed to locate the small box where he was originally from accurately, and then use the small box he was in as a starting point for a smooth time and space trip. Sounded simple, but he needed to use the specific parameters of the relevant world, coordinate position, time and space anchor points, and landing points. Even a genius like Tony Stark would get a headache if he saw it, because this wasn't time travel in one small box, but from one box to another. The difficulty had risen exponentially. By the way, my little box hasn't been named yet. Luke suddenly remembered this. Every box under the main universe had a corresponding number. Then, of course, the world where he lived should also have a string of corresponding numbers. Earth 1024. Luke pondered for a moment and gave a simple answer. If there's an opportunity in the future, he also planned to stamp his own box. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets, and more ashes were flying all over the sky. Luke was unaware that he was walking to Times Square. As the crossroads of the world, this was the place with the largest flow of people in New York, but now there weren't many people at all. Only rolling billboards and colorful neon tubes, proof of the liveliness before. Captain America is still in Wakanda and probably still in grief over the death of his teammates and his friend. Thor, the god of thunder, is probably regretting why he didn't chop down Thanos' head. The only two survivors on Titan, one missing Spider-Man, one without her sister Gamora, shouldn't be in the mood to listen to my story at this time. Luke calculated with his fingers and found that it seemed that no one else had time to pay attention to him except for the retired Thanos. The world was almost destroyed, and the superheroes suffered heavy casualties. Thanos, as a big villain, finished his plan and left the ending in a hopeless direction. They need a hero. Luke breathed the air of the 21st century and whispered, "But before that, I need to find someone first." Since the Avengers and superheroes were unreliable, he could only look for an old acquaintance who could understand his situation. Greenwich Village, Bleecker Street. The only person in this universe who could understand his situation without much explanation was probably the Sorcerer Supreme, who frequently traveled to observe the future. Of course, Luke wasn't talking about Doctor Strange, who was directly erased by the snap. After watching the spoiler, the guy was still completely helpless. Everyone was gone. The person he was looking for was actually the Ancient One who took the opportunity to retire. I wonder how many people are still alive in Taj. Luke directly pushed open the door of the New York sanctum. It was silent inside. The flames in the fireplace rose, the teacups on the table were still warm, and a few books and some magical artifacts were scattered on the ground. It's like 1 second, everyone was chatting happily, discussing where to eat later. The next second they vanished, not even getting the chance to say goodbye. Only the lit fireplace, the unfinished tea, and the flipped books were proof of things that happened before. "This is terrible," Luke lamented. Fortunately, the 3-time and space nodes still maintained basic operations. Those dimensional demons couldn't take this opportunity to invade the world. However, today, it was also a heavy loss for them. Thanos wiped away half of life on Earth, so the dead souls didn't fall into the hands of those dimension demons. The rapidly declining population was essentially no different from that of a capitalist losing half of its productive resources for no reason at all. This was a huge loss. No one knew how long it would take to make up for it. Half of the lives just disappeared. This meant that for a long time in the future, the dimension demons would have to face the embarrassing situation of deflation. Because the soul was a common currency for the dimension guards and demons, the devil of hell and the angel of heaven. The former was a way of lending, building a well-established system to harvest wealth. The latter two, by contract and faith, divide the soul of mankind into two sides of a larger business. Regardless of the means, a large population base was a necessary condition for maintaining this market. However, Thanos, who was bent on contributing to family planning in the universe, had cut the market in half. If Sitorak, Chthon, and Set could enter the material world, they would definitely beat Thanos to the ground. Luke curled his lips and entered the hall unimpeded. He went up to the 3rd floor. "Master Ancient One, are you here? Strange asked me to bring you a message." Luke stopped in front of the window of the worlds, bent his fingers, and tapped twice. As an artifact with Vishanti's seal, it could also act as a communicator. "Who are you? Strange should no longer be in this world." Luke waited patiently for about half a minute, and the Ancient One suddenly appeared. She held a small sandalwood fan and sized up the strange intruder with a critical eye, revealing the other party's obvious lie. "Well, I don't know Stephen Strange yet," Luke admitted frankly and continued. "But I do have something urgent for you, Master Ancient One. It's strange. I've never seen you before, yet I feel the aura of Vishanti, the scarlet glow of Sitorak, and even the chaotic magic of Chthon." The Ancient One's eyes showed a puzzled look. Generally speaking, provoking even one of these dimensional demon guards was already a headache. The young man standing in front of her seemed to have had contact with all three. "To tell you the truth, I have read the Book of the Vishanti, used the temporary contract with Sitorak, and was taken a fancy to by Chthon, and almost became the spokesperson for chaos magic." Luke, with a light-hearted look on his face, described a series of his legendary experiences. "You have had a hard life." Ancient One didn't doubt it either, but looked at Luke even more strangely. She clearly didn't know the other party, but she had a feeling of familiarity. "Master Ancient One, let me introduce myself. I come from another universe, the past, before everything happened," Luke directly stated. "Because of an accident, I came to this universe involuntarily. This universe, a future timeline where everything has happened," Superman said, a little loosely, but the Ancient One still understood. "So, you know the me of that universe. You also entered Taj and studied the Book of the Vishanti. You aren't the next Sorcerer Supreme I selected, are you?" The former Sorcerer Supreme behaved calmly and didn't make a fuss. "You do look a lot better than Strange physically, I mean." I have suggested before that he should spend more time on physical exercise. A qualified master needs a strong body. The Ancient One had a general understanding of the theory that the universe was an infinite box, with layers nested between one another. Therefore, she could quickly accept the facts as Luke presented them and asked questions. If it was Doctor Strange, Luke would definitely have to spend time explaining what another universe was and what past actually meant. That guy hadn't been at the top for long, completely unskilled in the workflow for the Sorcerer Supreme. I need your help, Master. Seeing that they could communicate with each other normally, Luke went straight to the point and made his request. He was worried about whether the Sorcerer Supreme, after her retirement, would talk and laugh with eternity. Fortunately, the Ancient One stayed on the earth and didn't leave. I'm afraid I can't help you. The Ancient One shook her fan and whispered. Half of the creatures in the universe are wailing and weeping, and their existence has been completely erased. But I am just a long-dead person who can only watch silently, wait quietly, unable to do anything. Luke raised his eyebrows. He knew that the Ancient One at this time had lost her physical body and was currently appearing in the form of a soul. As early as in the previous story, the other party faked her death in the hand of Caecilius and successfully retired early. She gave Doctor Strange the Sorcerer Supreme post and the responsibility of protecting the Earth. You have chosen Strange, and he saw the exact ending from countless futures. Luke suddenly remembered that the 6 Infinity Stones had been collected, so it seemed that he could finish the task ahead of schedule. Everything can be changed and corrected. The Avengers will accomplish this arduous task. I'm willing to help so that they could make fewer detours and fewer sacrifices. But in return, I would like you, Master Ancient One, to give me the coordinates of this universe and some detailed parameters. This was why Luke came to the Ancient One in the first place. If we were to ask who was the most likely person to hold the deep secrets of the universe, it was definitely the Sorcerer Supreme. Vishanti was an ancient god, and they were closely related to eternity. Luke had no information about the box other than the number on the small box. If he wanted to make another smooth space-time trip, he needed to know the coordinate data of that universe, which was convenient for modeling and calculation. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner had to do the following work. All right, now I completely believe that you're a traveler from another universe. The Ancient One was slightly surprised. In theory, it was impossible for anyone other than the holder of the Time Stone, the Sorcerer Supreme, who had access to the Eye of Agamotto, to know where the future was leading to. However, based on Luke's words, Ancient One determined that her opponent knew no less than she did. By the way, what's your name? The increasingly relaxed former Sorcerer Supreme asked. Luke Cavill, in my universe, everyone likes to call me Superman, Luke replied. I can agree to your request. After a long time of contemplation, the Ancient One nodded her head. The death of her body had no effect on a great master like her. As long as her soul remained intact, the Ancient One could still travel the universe in her astral projection form. This was much more liberating than the hard life of being at her post every day and not being able to leave without permission. Strange will lead the Avengers from this bad ending to the only correct choice. The Ancient One's face was grave, and she spoke in a deep voice. Luke, you are an insurance policy to make sure they complete their mission. In exchange, I will tell you what you want to know as a reward. Luke's mouth hooked up a smile. No matter what time, as long as a reasonable argument was given, the Ancient One was always the best one to talk to. Then I'll see you next time, Master Ancient One, and I'll complete the deal. Conveniently borrowed an unowned hanging ring from the table on the 3rd floor, skillfully drew a magic circle and opened a portal. I'll go to Wakanda first to talk to Steve. I hope he will treat me as a friend, not an enemy. Looking at Luke walking into the portal, the Ancient One's soul had a strange glint in her eyes. Stranger, I hope you won't make things worse. She stopped at the window of the worlds for a few minutes. The illusory soul burst out with a flash of light and disappeared. Wakanda. Capital, like New York, like what was happening all over the world, this was where the finger-snapping of death came to an end. Those tribal warriors in Wakanda, before they knew what had happened, turned into ash. As Thanos said, it was absolutely fair and absolutely random. This mysterious secluded area on the African continent, down to the commoners and up to the king, was all wiped out with one of his fingers. Leading figures, except for General Arcoy, who Black Panther T'Challa trusted, there were few left. When the sickle of death fell, even a king or a hero wouldn't be treated differently. As for the Avengers, the death toll was a long list. The Winter Soldier, Falcon, Wanda, Vision, all of them were on it. Only a few of the seniors were lucky enough to survive. "We failed," Captain America, with a beard, said feebly. He sat next to Vision's body, staring at the horrible wound on his forehead. Thanos abruptly pulled the Mind Stone from the latter's head. Just half a minute ago, Captain America saw Bucky, the Winter Soldier, vanish and die. The sadness in his heart was beyond words. That was his friend who fought side by side, best friend who grew up together. They had a hard time reuniting, and he just disappeared. Thanos succeeded, and his goal was achieved. Thor was extremely remorseful, and his heart was full of emptiness. He should have used Stormbreaker to chop off the head of that ugly purple potato. That could have stopped everything, stopped the other party from snapping that finger. "Can you contact Tony? What's the situation on his side?" War Machine asked. After a hard battle, everyone was at a loss. No one knew what to do. Some of them had lost their loved ones, some had lost relatives, some had lost their best friends, and some had lost their king. The sacrifice was huge and costly, but the final victory was still not achieved. The ending wasn't like in movies and novels, where heroes defeat villains. Everyone embraces and cheers, bringing the story to a happy ending. "I don't know," Tony and the talkative little bug, the master magician in that cloak. They were all on Thanos's donut spaceship. Banner, who couldn't switch to Hulk, wanted to say something witty to liven up the atmosphere. However, seeing his friends depressed, even Captain America, who had always been determined and never discouraged, showed a trace of confusion, so he swallowed the inappropriate joke back. "Do you have any plans, Captain?" Black Widow remembered Hawkeye, whose life and death was unknown, and a bit of worry appeared in her eyes. Thanos' snap erased half the life on the Earth. She wondered if Clint survived. "We." Captain America was silent for a while, then worked hard to sort out his mood, and once again became the calm leader he was. "Go back to New York first, and contact the Pentagon if those acquaintances are still alive. With their strength, the list of casualties would be counted as soon. We can't let the social order collapse. We must stabilize the situation as soon as possible to avoid riots. SHILD will also mobilize its strength to help governments resume operation. In addition, try to find Tony. We need him." Captain America briefly listed several plans to carry out. The whole world lost half of its population, which was equivalent to a huge machine running stably and suddenly stopping. The impact was too great to imagine. In some families, parents may have been erased in the snap, leaving only young children behind. This required proper placement. In some countries, high-level leaders may be unlucky, erased by the snap, causing a power vacuum and internal turmoil. This needed to be stabilized as soon as possible. To sum it up, with the drastic reduction of the world's population. No matter the government or superheroes, they had many problems to face. "Thor, what are you going to do?" After clearing up his sad emotions, Captain America looked at Thor, carrying an axe and wanting to chop something to vent. Asgard has disappeared, destroyed by the flame giant. His people were also killed on that ship. Almost no one was left. Among the superheroes, Thor was the one who lost the most. "I need a drink," Thor said painfully. Hatred held him together until now. The death of his people and Loki only made him think about how to chop down Thanos. But with the other party's snap, everything vanished. Even with Stormbreaker in hand, he still failed to stop it all. "If any of you know the whereabouts of the ugly purple potato, please inform me as soon as possible." Thor pressed Captain America's shoulder. There was a vague flash of thunder in his eyes, leaping with anger. "No matter where he hides, I will get there as fast as I can and cut off his head. I swear on Odin's name." "Calm down, Thor. You should stay with us. SHILD will need your strength, and so will the Avengers." Captain America was very good at the ideological talk and calmed down the irritable Thor with a few words. He looked around and looked at the few teammates left. War Machine, Black Widow, Banner, Rocket Raccoon, and General Arcoy. Tony, Strange, and the Babbling Bug were all in a state of uncertainty. "We have failed, we're facing the worst situation, and we also need to face the most difficult moments in our lives." Captain America's voice wasn't high, but it was very powerful. But no matter how gloomy tomorrow is and how unacceptable reality is, we must take that small step, get back on our feet and find our way. The future. Boom. It was as if a cannonball had hit the ground, sending up a violent cloud of dust. The dark red cloak billowed and swayed. A figure abruptly appeared in front of everyone. Excuse me. A gentle voice sounded. Its owner had a young face. Can you give me some time? The first thing you should do as an uninvited strange guy who appeared out of nowhere is to state your name. Thor, the god of thunder, said in a deep voice with a vigilant expression. The other superheroes reacted similarly. They had just experienced a hard battle and faced one of the most powerful enemies in history. At this time, any trouble could easily arouse vigilance. I know you just lost your dear brother, but also lost your sister, loving father, loving mother, and a bunch of men who followed you and supported your people. But Thor, should you take out your anger on me, understand. Luke, who rushed to Wakanda and then flew to this dense forest, said so lightly. On the surface, his attitude seemed to be trying to calm him down, but according to this speech, no matter how you look at it, he stepped on all the mines in the minefield. Ha, very good. Thor's anger turned against him. Thunder rolled in his eyes. Finally, an asshole stepped forward. Let me punch him. No matter who you are or what you are called, you're going to beg for mercy. Rumble. Lightning lingered on Stormbreaker. The sky is covered with dark clouds. Thor clenched his weapon and locked his eyes on the damned bastard who dared to provoke him. Thor. Captain America looked at the stranger and wanted to persuade him to avoid a meaningless battle. But the Asgardians were like the fighting nation of Siberia. There was only drinking and fighting in their eyes, and the fighting culture was very strong. Thor, as Prince of Asgard, was even more so. When he led the war, he never asked how many enemies there were, but where they were. Later, he ran to Earth, was deprived of his divine power, became immortal, and experienced twists and turns. Then his violent and reckless temper converged. Captain, I can't wait to beat the shit out of this bastard. He'll see how wrong and stupid it is to pick on an Asgardian. Thor roared, and the Stormbreaker in his hand drew thunder and lightning and blasted straight out. The violent current broke through the air, giving off a burnt smell. The surrounding area was blindingly white. The infinite power of Asgard, combined with a weapon more powerful than Mjolnir, gave Thor enough confidence. He could cut Thanos with only one breath, not to mention the human being in front of him. Zai zai, zai zai zai. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and heat vision shot out. The high-temperature light beam that evaporated flesh and blood was like a burning red blade, cutting open the horrible lightning. Boom! Heat vision bombarded Thor, who couldn't dodge. The armor on his chest was red hot. It seemed to have been heated in a steel-making furnace. Crack! The sound of a cracking shell. That piece of hard armor on his chest was directly broken into several pieces. Thor was hit by the strong kinetic energy and flew out, hitting several thick trees. After several rolls, he was able to stop. I sympathize with what happened to you, but if you're looking for a beating, I can't help it. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. He just said the other party's experience in a declarative tone. Who would have thought Thor would react so much and act like he wanted to fight with himself? Okay, Luke admitted that he had deliberately angered Thor. It wasn't that he didn't like the other party or some other personal grudge. There was no Superman in the timeline of this universe. Therefore, whether it was Captain America or Iron Man, they were somewhat suspicious and wary of him. Next, when the two sides wanted to cooperate, it would definitely involve the key question of who was in charge. Thor was a veteran of the Avengers and had prestige and connections. And as for him, he was the newcomer. How would he get the right to speak? In most cases, it was natural to fight side by side and risk one's life, thus building a strong and lasting bond of friendship, or through one victory after another to establish their own position. However, Luke was just a player who had no patience and wanted quick results. He still had a lot of things to do in his own Earth 1024, so how could he waste his time here? After thinking about it, Luke finally came up with a quick and effective way. Beat Thor, the highest fighting force in the Avengers, Hulk, who couldn't turn into a Hulk, had been kicked out of the upper ranks. The big green guy, after giving Thanos a set of hits and getting beaten down. Basically, he never showed the power of anger anymore, but gradually became Buddhist. Generally speaking, strength was the best way to show one's position. Luke was the kind of character who was more self-centered, and it was impossible for him to obediently follow the leadership of Captain America or Iron Man and play the role of a henchman. So, unfortunately, Thor became the stepping stone with bad luck. Oh, very good. You've made my desire to kick your ass even stronger. Thor, who was blasted into a rock, made a deep human-shaped outline. With a bang, the tiny current that lingered all over his body exploded violently. Like a large number of TNT explosives were ignited, the rock was crushed into powder with amazing power and a huge shock wave. I've heard that Asgardians were good fighters and quite brave. Luke smiled. He could subdue Howard, who was mean and poisonous, let alone Thor. But Thor, you don't seem to have characteristics like that, except for your harsh words. Even your brother, Loki, who has the blood of a frost giant, is more of a warrior than you. It was another extremely accurate jump on a mine. I won't allow you to mention that name. Thinking of Loki's tragic death, Thor picked up the Stormbreaker and roared like a berserker. With force under his feet, he stomped a big hole in the ground. At this time, Thor hadn't turned into the fat guy of the future. His movement was still vigorous and powerful, and his speed hadn't dropped. Stormbreaker, wrapped in thunder lightning, swept by. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere exploded. It was as if space was being chopped open. It was almost instantaneous. Stormbreaker, which almost hacked Thanos to death, slashed in front of Luke. Luke's fully open bio-force field, like an eggshell, was directly cut open. Even the Infinity Gauntlet with 6 stones couldn't block this artifact, nor could Superman's bio-force field. Heh, I underestimated the axe. Luke's reaction was also very quick, and his eyes were filled with red light. Heat vision spurted out, blocking the rotating Stormbreaker. The high temperature collided with the current, causing a violent reaction. Bang! Thor, who was empty-handed, surrounded by a silver snake-like electric light. He threw a punch at Luke's face. The latter's palms were open and easily blocked. As a Midgardian, you have a good body. Thor was a little surprised. His opponent's strength didn't seem to be weaker than his. As an Asgardian, you look like a weak maiden. Luke changed the sentence briefly and returned it to Thor. How could he endure? Thor had never been called a woman in his life. Die! The furious Thor stretched out his right hand, and Stormbreaker flew back. He slashed without mercy. The cold, sharp blade of the axe slammed straight into Luke's face. Luke raised his hand to block the opponent's offensive and hit Thor in the abdomen with his knee. After being upgraded to LV2, he thought he had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. I'm not a Kansas farm boy who can't even fight. Luke thought silently. That hurts. Thor, the thick-skinned god of thunder, hissed and drew a cold breath. He couldn't help blowing his waist, but his years of fighting experience still played a role. He held Stormbreaker in his right hand and blew out thunder again, wanting to use that to stop the opponent's attack. It seems that your father hadn't taught you when you fight. You should concentrate and avoid these bells and whistles. Luke was unafraid and chose to resist the terrifying light with magic resistance. At the same time, he reached out a hand, pressed it against Thor's head, and whipped it downward. Boom! There was a big hole in the ground. Thor tried to get up with his hands on the ground, only to be met with another iron fist. That angry face was in intimate contact with the soil. Luke then got up and lifted his feet. He stepped on Thor's right hand and took away the Stormbreaker. It's mine. Although he held on tightly and refused to let go. But in the face of Superman's terrible power, resistance was of little significance. Give it back to me. Thud. Luke didn't look at him. He raised his elbow and hit Thor's face when he struggled to get up. That handsome and brave face, which could charm many women, was swollen on his right cheek. You can't have it back now. Luke's palms closed together, clutching the struggling Stormbreaker. The wisps of violent electricity struck his body but couldn't cause much damage. He picked up the battle axe, stepped forward and stuck it to Thor's neck. Tell me, young king of Asgard, can you give me some time and let us communicate normally? Luke's eyes were calm, and his arm holding Stormbreaker didn't tremble in the slightest. As if Thor said no, he would cut off the other person's head without any consideration. Yes. Thor's face went red, and then he squeezed the word out of his teeth. Suddenly, the Avengers noticed something. Stormbreaker was in this mysterious young man's hand. If you had said it earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Luke's mouth evoked a smile, putting on a refined and easygoing look. The Stormbreaker that was tightly held in his right hand left Thor's neck. This made the latter breathe a sigh of relief. His head being at the risk of getting cut off at any time was an unpleasant feeling. In fact, I am very reasonable and hate violence. If the problem could be solved through normal communication, I would never want to fight with others. Luke didn't throw away Thor's weapon and directly returned Stormbreaker to his opponent. Of course, we can't rule out the fact that doing so in front of everyone wasn't a good thing. What you say is not the same as what you do. The young king of Asgard grunted softly, still with anger in his eyes, but he didn't attack again. He had already seen Luke's strength, and even if there was another fair fight, the chances of winning might still be relatively low. Therefore, although Thor wanted to defend the glory of the Northern Guards, but for strategic reasons, he temporarily gave up the reckless idea of fighting again. Stormbreaker, combined with the power of thunder, was no match for an unarmed Midgardian. Thor was frustrated by such a heavy blow. He originally wanted to go to Titan and cut off Thanos' head with his axe, to pay tribute to the people of Asgard, as well as his younger brother Loki. But after Luke's severe beating, his fighting spirit suddenly decreased by half, even more so by the fact that this person could hold Stormbreaker. This is most probably because there is no enchantment on this. It has to be. Thor, are you all right? Captain America asked with concern. The vibranium shield in the shape of melon seeds faced Luke, as if fearing that the other party would suddenly attack. His eyes, however, were glancing back and forth between the hammer and Luke. The classic line, "I can do this all day," was ready. As long as Luke launched an attack, Captain America would say it, instantly boosting the team's morale. I can't believe someone can beat a guy like Thor. Fucking believable, Rocket Raccoon said in an exaggerated tone. Perhaps because of the loss of the small tree Groot, he only spat out a sentence but didn't start up his sarcastic tone. Shut up, Rabbit, I just didn't use my full strength, Thor subconsciously retorted. He couldn't accept the fact that he would easily lose to a Midgardian. Come on, Thor, you're almost beaten to death by this much stranger. Rocket ruthlessly exposed him. When the battle was over, the superheroes who acted as onlookers joined the crowd. To be honest, they all expressed some surprises about Thor's defeat. Thor and the Hulk had always been the two most powerful forces in the Avengers. Now, the latter was hiding in Banner's body and was unwilling to come out. The only reliable top powerhouse was Thor, who had previously caused serious damage to Thanos. However, Thor, who was invincible and unstoppable in Wakanda's battlefield, inexplicably lost to a stranger, and it was still the kind of crushing defeat that made him look helpless. We have time later. Let's have another fair fight. Thor grinned and sent out an invitation. His swollen right cheek seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, completely destroying his original heroic appearance. Even if the Asgardians were physically superior, it might not heal too soon. No problem. I always welcome one-on-one duels between real men. Luke shrugged and nodded. Thor, who had a fight with him, was easier to talk to than before. Therefore, to win the goodwill of the combative nation. Either you drink or you fight. This was the most effective way. Let's get back to business. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing? Captain America, who was currently the team leader, looked at Luke warily and asked 3 questions with philosophical implications. About that, it may be a long story. Luke pondered for a moment and cut down and modified his strange experience of accidentally traveling through time and space and coming here. Then he spoke about it in a more acceptable way. You mean you came from another universe, but also from the past, just like Terminator? No, it should be like Back to the Future. After listening, Colonel Rhodes' war machine took the lead in asking questions. The other superheroes all looked on in shock. This was too much information. It was a bit unbelievable. To be more precise, it isn't simple time travel, but a parallel time-space crossing, Luke corrected. By the way, I didn't cross over in that DeLorean car either. Captain America frowned slightly and asked again, Do you have any evidence? This young man claimed to have come here from another universe, from the past. That was to say, the Avengers were used to all kinds of bizarre events. Otherwise, they would definitely regard the other party as a lunatic. Steve, your mother's name is Sarah. She lives in an old house in Brooklyn. You used to put newspapers in your shoes. Your first kiss was a blonde girl from the Strategic Science Reserve. Her name was Marjorie. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly, taking out Captain America's past experience one by one. I don't think these things were written down in the museum. Now, it was Captain America's turn to be silent. Maybe we can believe this guy. After staring at Luke for a long time, Thor put away his doubts and spoke in a deep tone. He knows Loki's origin and seems to know Asgard's prophecy of Ragnarok. These are secrets I haven't even revealed to the Avengers, but this guy said it. Can't think of any better reason to explain all this, except for him being a time traveler. Captain America thought for a moment, and couldn't help nodding his head. As a legendary hero of the World War II era, it was unlikely that the museum would include his past life in Brooklyn, especially putting newspapers in his shoes, which only he and Bucky knew. You just called me Steve. Did you know me in that universe? Captain America was keenly aware that Luke called him differently from others. Not only do we know each other, in fact, but our relationship is also quite good. Remember when Jamie used to bully you? I beat him up one day and we became friends. Luke looked at the bearded face and chuckled. Bucky and I used to make fun of you, saying we couldn't imagine what it would be like if Steve Rogers had a beard. In my world, you didn't get on that plane, and you didn't sleep for 70 years, Steve. Captain America's eyes flashed. A look of nostalgia appeared. What Luke said was indeed a secret past that happened. Luke, I believe your stories now. Captain America temporarily put down his guard and extended his hand in a friendly way. However, we have encountered some problems and may not have time to help you find your way home right now. Thanos wiped out half of life in the universe with a snap. If they didn't clean up the mess as soon as possible, the nations on Earth would quickly erupt into chaos, creating a terrible chain reaction. Out of careful consideration of the overall situation, Captain America decided to prioritize dealing with the mess on Earth. As for how to rescue Tony and help everyone calm their inner pain, he had no clue. I'm not in such a hurry, Steve. In fact, regarding Thanos and the partners, relatives, and friends you sacrificed, I happen to be able to help. With a smile on Luke's face, he finally got to the point. I mean, have you ever thought that everything could actually be rewritten? When Luke told the surviving superheroes that the snapping ending they faced could actually be changed. Innocent people who turned into ash, friends who were sacrificed in this Infinity Stone battle, may be able to come back. Everyone was stunned. There was silence in the tropical forest of Wakanda. Those superheroes who used to face villains, murderers, evil criminals, without changing their faces, froze into wooden or clay sculptures. It's not that their mental capacity was too poor, but the news that Luke conveyed was too shocking. Do you know what you're talking about? The ending is something that has happened, and it's a bad one. How can we rewrite it? Captain America deserved to be the leader. He had excellent mental capacity and was the first to react. There was a bit of uncertainty in his eyes, as well as a trace of expectation. Of course, Steve. This isn't a prank or a joke. Luke threw this bombshell lightly. When he saw that the Avengers were emotional, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. After fighting with Thor and then explaining his origin, he temporarily gained some trust from the superheroes. The next thing to do was to covertly and positively guide the situation. Thanos put on the Infinity Gauntlet, collected 6 stones, and finally did the ultimate snap that erased half of the life in the universe. Everything he did was to keep the balance of the universe, delay the decline and eliminate war, at least that's what he thought. Luke, like a replay, helped the Avengers carefully analyze Thanos' behavioral logic and motivations. With the Infinity Gauntlet and its 6 stones, Thanos could easily erase half of the life in the universe. So if we get it, maybe we can bring back all those who died. In theory, there's no problem, is there? Hearing this, Captain America's eyes lit up and glowed. His originally slumped heart seemed to be injected with strengthening medicine, and his whole person looked refreshed. Yes, as long as we get the Infinity Gauntlet, we still have a chance to turn the tide. He followed Luke's train of thought and said so. The rest of the superheroes also seemed to see hope, with a trace of excitement on their frustrated faces. They were immersed in grief before because they lost their direction and goal. Even though Banner returned to Earth early to inform Doctor Strange and Iron Man, Thanos came too suddenly. The Black Order acted quickly and had a clear goal. Not only did they take Strange away, but they almost took away the Mind Stone from Vision. On the other hand, from the beginning, Captain America and Iron Man were fighting each other. One stayed on Earth, and the other was forced to go to Titan. The two sides were in an unequal position in terms of information. They didn't know much about the enemy. and after their defeat, they didn't even have a place to seek revenge. Taking back the Infinity Gauntlet and snapping one's fingers again, will we be able to bring back those people? Black Widow's voice trembled. She watched Wander and Winter Soldier, one by one, turn into ashes. That feeling was really despairing. Theoretically so. Luke nodded his head. He had found a direction and goal for these superheroes. Using the 6 Infinity Stones to bring back the half that had been wiped out. But we don't know where Thanos is, Thor frowned and asked. His Stormbreaker was ready for blood. He couldn't wait to chop up a couple of ugly purple potatoes for practice. You are wrong. The problem is not Thanos. He has completed his mission and is probably staying on a certain planet, ready to live a peaceful rural life. Luke wasn't going to go to the director of the Family Planning Commission right now. At least it wasn't necessary at this stage. That person was already living a life of retirement, just like how the original plot went. Every day, wearing a straw hat, planting the fields, sitting in front of the house and watching the sunset. What a beautiful life. First of all, he was struck in the chest by Thor's Stormbreaker. He was almost split in half, already suffering a severe injury. Luke's tone was steady as he calmly analyzed. Furthermore, using the Infinity Gauntlet also causes heavy damage. One snap was enough to wound him severely. In other words, Thanos is in an extremely weak state at this time. Thor narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched the Stormbreaker. There were flashes of lightning on his body. He interjected, "Isn't this just right? When that bastard is at his weakest, we launch a raid and cut off his head. Well, I know it sounds cruel, but he's Thanos." You still need to talk about morals when dealing with a guy like him. Luke let out a breath and spoke softly. That's exactly what I wanted to say, that Thanos is a guy who wouldn't change his mind easily after setting his goal, and he also has a powerful ability to execute it. Whether sending the Chitauri to attack New York or letting Loki steal the Tesseract, these are enough to show that he had long coveted the Infinity Stones and had a plan. After the Black Order came to Earth, they found Stephen Strange, Vision, and Wanda without doing much. Thanos is not interested in destroying the Earth or ruling the universe. He has a more extreme philosophy, not for the sake of power, nor the pursuit of power. Captain America frowned, as if he understood Luke's meaning, and hesitated. So, are you saying that Thanos may do something beyond our expectations? Because his thoughts can't be judged by common sense. Bingo. If I were Thanos, I would choose to destroy the Infinity Stones to prevent accidents after finishing my final mission. This is the best way to prevent others from turning over the whole situation. Luke snapped his fingers, causing the others to react violently. They now had a serious trauma that could be triggered by the snap of a finger. As long as the Infinity Stones are gone, what happens in this universe will become the established ending. Hearing Luke say this, Thor's veins popped out on his forehead as he growled, "We can't just let Thanos live his own life and do nothing right. Of course, I'm just suggesting that you don't waste too much time and energy on killing Thanos." Luke glanced at the resentful Thor and added, "If it's a personal vendetta, and any of you want to kill him with your own hands, then I don't have a problem with that either. According to that, Thanos will destroy the Infinity Stones, so how do we rewrite the future?" Bruce Banner, who was in the anti-Hulk armor, raised the most critical question. "Speaking of which, I have to mention a guy named Scott Lang." Luke's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. 5 hours later, the Avengers, who were lucky enough to survive, mobilized the power of SHIELD and finally found the Ford Brown van parked on the roof of a building. "Are you saying that there is a way to save the world in this van?" The group of superheroes looked at Luke with doubts in their eyes. The van, which costs tens of thousands of dollars on the market, looked ordinary in every way except for the complicated equipment attached to it. "That's right," Luke nodded. "Some of you may have heard of Hank Pym, who was a member of SHIELD, Pym particles, the technology that can freely change the size of human bodies and objects," Bruce said in surprise. Hank Pym was also a rare genius in the 1990s. The other party's achievements in biochemistry were as famous as his bad temper. Even a man with a good temper couldn't endure working with Hank Pym for long. Fortunately, someone could answer. I don't have to explain too much then. Luke beckoned for Banner to come over and operate the instrument. The PIM particles he discovered could scale people down to the subatomic level to enter a microscopic universe called the quantum realm. Unconsciously, Luke began to take over the leadership of the team. He seemed to know everything and could always answer other people's questions. Countdown begins. Fortunately, the instrument connected to the van wasn't difficult to operate. After all, even a mouse could turn it on, not to mention Bruce Banner, a famous genius in the Marvel world. Banner's fingers kept moving, ready to open the mini tunnel in the trunk of the van. 1, 2, swish. At the end of the 5-second countdown, the mini tunnel in the van began to rotate. The next moment, a human figure grew from small to large. Like a cannonball, he was ejected out. "Hey you, Dr. Banner and Captain Rogers." Rolling twice on the ground in an awkward manner, Scott, dressed in his Ant-Man uniform, rose to his feet and greeted them. "You must be Thor. I saw you on TV." He started his habit of running his mouth and shook hands with everyone one by one. "You are." When he walked up to Luke, Scott had some doubts. This was a fresh face. "Luke, you can call me Luke." Luke, who met the second-generation Ant-Man for the first time, smiled and said so. "Do you know what happened outside?" Scott looked puzzled when he heard such a strange question. The passage of time in the quantum realm was very different from that in the real world. In the original plot, after 5 years, he only felt like he had waited for 5 hours. What's wrong with it? "Oh, by the way, where did Hope and Hank go? I waited inside for several minutes, but it was just a test, and it should have been done in half a minute." Scott began to rabble again. He was aware of the strange atmosphere and started to feel nervous. "I'm sorry to tell you this, but your girlfriend Hope and her parents were, unfortunately, killed." Luke cleared his throat and delivered the shocking news that left Scott dumbfounded. If we were talking about the unluckiest superhero of when Thanos snapped his finger, it was probably the first-generation Ant-Man, Hank Pym. He himself, together with his newly found wife and beloved daughter, the whole family, became flying ash under the snap of a finger. The second-generation Ant-Man, Scott, the cheap son-in-law, got away by chance. By the way, his daughter was fine. Such a bizarre random probability and luck problem. "You mean an alien named Thanos came to Earth, took away those Infi-something stones, then put them on his glove, and then, snap, Earth population was reduced by half." Scott was emotionally unstable. He was constantly pacing back and forth on the rooftop, as if he was suffering from anxiety. In fact, it was difficult for anyone to calm down when they heard such bad news. He suddenly found his girlfriend was gone in a blink, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law also died. Could stand that. To be precise, it's half of the entire population of the universe, Luke corrected. That doesn't make sense. Why must he snap his fingers? Can't he just stomp his feet or wave his hand? Also, why does he have to eliminate half of the population? For an alien civilization that has entered the interstellar age, it's reasonable to assume that the Malthusian trap doesn't exist. And I heard that there's a regulation method called family planning in the East, which can effectively. Began to enter his chattering mode again. His mouth was like a torrent, constantly spitting out various words. This was some kind of stress reaction. This could occur when there was a great deal of mental or physical stimulation. Of course, other ordinary people tend to be more direct. For example, fainting. "Mr. Lang, you have too many questions. I don't know which one to answer first." Luke interrupted helplessly. He could understand the mood of the second-generation Ant-Man. But the other party was almost incoherent. It seemed that the disappearance of his girlfriend's family had dealt a great blow to Scott. Besides, you can't expect Thanos from Titan would read the population theories of Earth civilization and know what the Malthusian trap and family planning are. Luke held Ant-Man's shoulder and stopped him from jumping left and right. In fact, the so-called Malthusian trap referred to the classical theory that the population's growth increases according to the geometric progression, while the living resources only increase according to the arithmetic progression, and the extra population would always be eliminated in some way, and the population couldn't exceed the corresponding agricultural development. It was originally proposed by an English cleric named Malthus. He believed that excessive population expansion would lead to competition for resources, which would lead to war and extinction. This coincided with Thanos' idea. The purple potato also thought that the universe's population was increasing rapidly, which would produce various conflicts. Therefore, randomly erasing half of life with the Infinity Gauntlet had become the best way to avoid a disaster, of course. This was only in his opinion. If they wanted to solve a difficult problem once and for all, they could only suffer the consequences later on. And don't evaluate whether the random extinction of half of the universe's population violated the spirit of humanitarianism. It was important to understand that when Malthus developed his population theory, the Industrial Revolution hadn't occurred yet. Therefore, his views had the limitations of the times. He didn't know that the subsequent technological explosion made humankind turn from agricultural society to industrial civilization with roaring machines. Malthus's prophecy did not come true, or even the exact opposite. According to statistics, the low fertility rate tends to be more serious in developed regions. The amount of resources was no longer a shackle that limited population growth. If Thanos knew more about Earth civilization, he would probably understand that simply erasing life couldn't end the Malthusian trap, because the population would always increase, and when it approached the critical point again, was another snap necessary. Compared with Thanos's violent approach, family planning and the real estate economy was the solution to control the population. Cassie. By the way, Cassie, is she all right? Scott mumbled a lot of things to himself, then suddenly remembered his daughter. If Hank Pym's family was gone, erased by Thanos' snap, then his lovely daughter, the naughty Cassie, would also be. I had already confirmed before I came. Your little princess was lucky. She wasn't among those who disappeared, Luke said soothingly. Mr. Lang, we will let you meet your daughter later. But before that, we need your help now. The Earth needs your help. When he saw the fresh face with a serious tone, as did Captain America and the other Avengers standing next to him, Scott took a deep breath. He tried his best to adjust his mood and asked curiously, I'm just an insignificant person. What can I do to help? Mr. Lang, how long have you been in the quantum realm just now? Luke asked straightforwardly. Just a few minutes. About a minute and a half. The second-generation Ant-Man, Scott, scratched his head and answered with uncertainty. At first, he thought it was Hope and Hank's prank, trying to scare him. He didn't expect that when he came back, everyone was gone. It was like entering another world. In fact, it's been over 9 hours since Thanos snapped his fingers. Luke's mouth slightly tilted, bringing Ant-Man and the Avengers into his own rhythm. In other words, in the microcosmic universe in the quantum realm, time flows differently from the real world. If we can find a way to collect the Infinity Stones before Thanos snaps his fingers, then return to the present time, and snap again, maybe we could bring everyone back, completely rewrite this ending. Scott slightly frowned and listened carefully. He had a master's degree in electrical engineering and followed Hank Pym to learn to be an excellent Ant-Man. Therefore, he quickly understood what Luke wanted to say. Wonderful. After pondering for a long while, Scott put up his thumb and said so. This is indeed feasible and the only way to save the situation. But we need top-notch talents, a time machine. This can't be achieved by beating a hammer a few times. Luke beckoned behind him when he heard the words. Bruce Banner, dressed in a knitted sweater with a scholarly air, came over. We already have one of the best geniuses in the world here. What we need to do next is to bring back another genius. Luke had more confidence in Bruce Banner than the latter had in himself. For him, the only pity was that he probably couldn't see Banner turning into the Hulk. He had already beaten Thor once. If he added Hulk, who wasn't angry enough, this time and space trip would be a complete one. When Luke introduced Banner, Captain America came along. Before he said anything, Scott grabbed the other's hand. Captain Rogers, we meet again. You know, since the last airport parting in Germany, I often saw you on TV. During the Civil War between the Avengers, the second-generation Ant-Man was in the same camp as Captain America and was regarded as an acquaintance. Luke had to sigh. Captain America's fans were everywhere. There was Agent Coulson from SHIELD, and now the second-generation Ant-Man, Scott Lang. With the addition of Falcon and Spider-Man, they could almost form a soccer team. Scott, I'm counting on you this time. Dr. Pym has been erased. No one knows the complete formula for the Pym particles but him. Captain America showed the perfect temperament for a leader, which was his greatest strength. The Pym particles on you are our last and only hope. No problem, I'll take care of it, Scott said, patting his chest. Luke, who moved to the side, shook his head and smiled. Wanting to compete with Captain America for the leadership position in a universe where Superman had never existed was simply whimsical. The opponent's charisma and leadership aura was enough to crush any superhero. Even Iron Man, who was also experienced, could hardly compare to him. Well, no matter which Captain America of what universe, he's always willing to listen to other people's opinions. Luke thought silently. If this was Batman from the studio next door, not to mention taking advice, there might not even be a hint of trust. He was a guy who treated everyone with suspicion and never put his guard down. So, the next step is to save Tony. Captain America looked at Luke with his chest in his arms and asked calmly, "That's right. But before that, you have to welcome a new member." Luke lifted his chin. His supervision caught a small black spot breaking into the atmosphere. That was Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. After finding the second-generation Ant-Man, the Avengers were ready to return. Captain America, Thor, and Luke were going to return to SHIELD headquarters base in the north of New York City. They had just received a message from NASA that a UFO had entered the sky over New York. According to the picture taken by a satellite, it was suspected to be a humanoid creature. Carol Danvers. How many secrets do you think Fury is still keeping? Captain America repeated the name with a helpless smile on his face. According to the information provided by Luke, the other party used to be a military pilot. Later, she was captured by the Kree, one of the three great empires of the galaxy, and a series of wonderful stories happened. Simply put, it could be understood that the young woman named Carol Danvers was on their side. Rather than how many secrets Nick Fury has, I'm even more curious about how you know everything. Thor asked Luke next to him. This secret of SHIELD no one had ever heard of except for Nick Fury. Even Black Widow, who was a veteran, and the trusted Agent Hill, was unfamiliar with the name Carol Danvers. But Luke knew. Not only could he tell them her name, but he also knew the others' experiences very clearly. "Ha!" Luke raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "You mean I know all about superheroes or other aspects?" For the record, I don't know much about the next lottery number or the winner of the World Cup. Captain America laughed blankly. Luke's serious and humorous appearance reminded him of Tony. That guy always liked to act cynical and frivolous too. You don't act like a visitor from another world traveling through time and space, but rather similar to the three Norn sisters in Asgard. They are just like you. They always speak with a godlike temperament. Thor was very interested in this Midgardian, not only because of his strength and amazing origin, but also because of his inner curiosity. If you say that we also exist in your universe, can you tell me what Thor will become in the future? There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes, thinking that he might get back together with Jane or rebuild Asgard in the future. An older, single, fat alcoholic that indulges in games and whose skills aren't so good. You also rely on offline force to threaten others and win a game. Luke replied with a straight face. Who would have guessed that the tall and brave Thor in front of them was likely to become an older single fat man with a beer belly and beard in the future? Every day, except for eating junk food, it was fried chicken and beer while playing Fortnite on the internet. Many people once dreamed of having Thor's figure, but they never thought that this dream would come true one day. Oh, nonsense. Thor naturally refused to believe it. How could these strong muscles and this perfect body, full of masculinity, become useless cellulite? I am from Asgard, a powerful warrior who would never give up, always rise to the challenge, and would face any cruel fate. Thor thought so. The word fat didn't exist in his dictionary. If you don't believe it after everything is over, you can stay on Earth for a while and experience the charm of pop culture, Luke said lightly. Even Asgardians, who drink carbonated drinks with alcohol every day and overeat high-calorie foods, would still degenerate into fat men. Weight and fat don't act differently because of racial differences. Captain America ignored these two idle guys and began to assign tasks. Because of Thanos' snap, superheroes were faced with the embarrassing situation of insufficient manpower. Therefore, Captain America, as a leader, could only sort things according to their priorities. He asked Banner and Ant-Man to pack the van and bring it to SHIELD's base. Inside was access to the quantum realm, the key instrument to rewrite the future. Natasha Rhodes, you're responsible for communicating with the government. Colonel Rhodes, the war machine, was himself a member of the military. Black Widow turned from the dark side to the light in. After Nick Fury stepped down as director, she acted as a diplomat and had been in contact with institutions in various countries. Both of them had official legal status and were undoubtedly suitable candidates. At this moment, Captain America himself was still an important international wanted criminal. After assigning their respective tasks, he beckoned and said, "Let's go. There's a transport plane waiting at the airport." Thor curled his lips, showed off the Stormbreaker in his hand, and held his head high. "I can fly by myself. It's much faster than sitting in that thing. I can actually fly, so." Luke shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. In the past, he rode in cars and planes like a normal person because he wasn't in a hurry. "I'll take that back." Captain America smiled bitterly and said, "Then I'll be taking the plane by myself. Do you have to be able to fly to be a superhero these days?" He couldn't help but miss World War II when there weren't so many flying, omnipotent guys. An hour later, Captain America, who returned to SHIELD's base, walked into the hall and saw Luke and Thor having a great conversation with a blonde woman. The former mostly talked about the interesting experiences through the stars in the universe, while the latter spoke about the feud between himself and the Frost Giants, Dark Elves, and other races. All in all, the atmosphere was pretty good. Carol Danvers. Seeing the arrival of Captain America, the spirited blonde woman stood up. "I received Fury's message and rushed back immediately, unexpectedly. It was still too late." There was a touch of self-blame on Carol's face. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a superhero in Earth's region, because Captain Marvel often wandered around the galaxy, acting as a cosmic policeman, helping weak civilizations to resist tyranny and power or rebuild their homes. "Welcome, Carol," Captain America omitted the lengthy and redundant introductions. He already knew the identity of the other party from Luke's mouth. The name Avenger had a long history with Carol. The plane she was testing at that time was called that. "Hello, Captain Rogers. I read comics about you when I was a kid." Captain America was worthy of being the most well-developed superhero in the surrounding area, with fans worldwide. Even Carol couldn't escape this pattern. After all, if someone hadn't bought Captain America's comic books or watched Captain America's educational videos when they were a child, then their childhood would be incomplete. "Do you have any plans? I mean, is there anything I can do?" Carol was the type to act straightforwardly. She hadn't returned to Earth for a long time, and she wasn't thinking of taking a break. She just wanted to do something practical. Thanos is a notorious tyrant. Over the years, he led the Black Order, wreaked havoc in the galaxy, and rampaged. Every time he occupied a civilized planet, he slaughtered half of the local population. Not long ago, the Black Order descended on Xandar, and the new Nova Corps that resisted was almost completely wiped out. Even Noha, occupied by Tivon's group, wasn't spared and destroyed. In addition to this, the dwarves in Nidavellir. Captain Marvel was worthy of being a superhero active in the galaxies. She was well informed and understood the civilizations of various planets. "It seems that during this time, the universe hasn't been peaceful," Captain America lamented. According to Carol, Thanos was simply the #1 terrorist in the universe. "It so happens that we need you, Carol," Luke chimed in. "Our top priority is to bring Iron Man back." He didn't forget that Tony Stark and Nebula were still on Titan. Without the former's algorithm and model, these superheroes couldn't reverse the future. "Where is he?" Carol asked. "Titan." Luke raised his hand towards Rocket Raccoon nestled in the seat and said, "This rabbit probably knows the coordinates right." "Hey, I've said it many times. To you and that stupid big guy, my name is Rocket," the alien raccoon said fiercely. "If you want to go to Titan, we at least need one spaceship that can make space jumps and fly at the speed of light." Luke turned his chair around and looked at Captain Marvel, who had her arms around her chest, and smiled lightly. "Carol definitely has a solution for this." Rocket Raccoon's real name was actually Experiment 89P13. He was a citizen of Half-World and went through a rather painful experience through extensive neuromechanical transformation and genetic enhancement. Later, he met Peter Quill, Gamora, and the others, forming the Guardians of the Galaxy. In essence, they were actually a bunch of cosmic villains, but they had a bottom line, received money to handle affairs, and rarely did bad things such as blackmail. Like Rocket Raccoon, in addition to a terrible personality, a greedy nature, a strange tendency to collect body parts, and other unbearable minor problems. Ignoring the above problems, he was barely a good teammate and helper in other aspects. After all, this alien creature that looked quite similar to the raccoons on Earth. He was a real spacecraft piloting expert, a mechanical maintenance master, and a prison escape genius, yes. Rocket Raccoon had a legendary experience of escaping from 22 prisons. Few prisons could hold him for more than a month. Even Chthon, which was claimed to be the strictest prison by the Nova Corps, was turned upside down by Rocket Raccoon and Peter Quill in less than 24 hours. Pass me the wrench. I heard Thor say that if you get angry, you'll become a big green man. Rocket Raccoon carried a hammer and wrench and knocked wildly at SHILD's Quinjet. Earth superheroes were ready to transform it into a space fighter, capable of making space jumps. Anyway, Captain Marvel herself could be regarded as a human-shaped light-speed engine, which was enough for the Quinjet to reach that speed. This used to be the case, but recently, the big guy has stopped coming out, Banner said angrily. If you wanted to pick out the most frustrated person among the Avengers, it would be him. As the team's top combat power, Hulk only appeared once when Thanos appeared and was knocked to the ground by the latter's punch. Then later, Hulk refused to fight, so Banner was reduced to a comedic side character. To this day, he still remembered General Okoye in Wakanda with that disgusted look in her eyes. It was really painful. Well, without the big guy, you're still a bit of a brainy earthling. Rocket Raccoon wasn't good at comforting people and could only try to say something that sounded less unacceptable. Thank you, Rabbit, Banner said emotionally. Get out of here. I'm not a rabbit or a raccoon. I am Rocket. Some time ago, he searched on Google to find out what kind of animal a raccoon was, making Rocket very resistant to other people calling him that. Okay, Rabbit. Banner passed the pliers. One person and one raccoon clamored to transform the Quinjet, while Luke and Carol stood behind them, acting as overseers. I can bring Tony Stark back by myself. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Carol said confidently. She was probably the only superhero among the Avengers who could survive in space. In the original plot, Captain Marvel brought Iron Man and Nebula back to Earth. According to the formulated plan, we won't only bring Tony back this time, but also plan to find Thanos' position and make him pay. Luke shrugged his shoulders and explained. Although it's actually useless, and there is no way to return the lost lives. But as Thor said, it's personal, deep hatred and grievance. It's the best way for them to vent their inner emotions. Carol thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, I can see that Thanos' final victory was a big blow to them. Everyone will feel that it is their own fault. If they worked harder and tried their best, they could have stopped the other party. Maybe finding Thanos and ending that guy's life would make the Avengers come out of depression. Carol flexed her hands with eager anticipation in her eyes. She didn't take part in the last battle. This time, she also wanted to let the other party know what a woman's punch was like. If it goes well, we'll be able to go to Titan in 2 days. Luke leaned on the pillar behind him, calmly watching the busy Rocket Raccoon and Dr. Banner. It had been 3 days since he came to this universe. Everything was going according to the original plan. The next step was to open the door to the quantum realm, use Pym particles to return to the past, get the 6 Infinity Stones, and rewrite the future. There was nothing to worry about as long as they got to this step, even though Thanos had crossed the past to the present. Mixing up the plot shouldn't be too easy. I hope nothing goes wrong. Luke thought silently. By the way, I heard Thor say that you came to this universe from the past of another universe. Carol looked at Luke, who was lost in thought, and smiled lightly. Do you know the me from the past? Not yet, but there will always be a chance to meet Ms. Danvers. Luke deliberately joked with a more formal address. I believe that when the time comes, we will get along swimmingly. Carol raised her eyebrows and asked softly, Are you flirting with me? If you think it is, then it is. Luke's face remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with emotion. Captain Marvel was a straight woman of steel. Thor said that you could fight very well, the most powerful Midgardian he has ever seen. Carol raised her fist and made an invitation. Are you interested in sparring with me? We'll talk about it later, Luke replied perfunctorily. wasn't interested in fighting in the literal sense, but it may be interesting if it was hand-to-hand combat in other aspects. 2 days later. I have a question. Who here hasn't been to space? Rocket, in the pilot's seat, turned his head and asked. Next to him was Luke, and behind them were the surviving Avengers. This time, it can be said that the whole team was mobilized. You better not throw up on my ship, Rocket warned. The Avengers, except for Thor, had never been aboard a spaceship. Carol, you can start to speed up. Luke ignored the incident and contacted Captain Marvel outside the spaceship. The other party was equivalent to a human-shaped light-speed engine, capable of accelerating the aircraft to a degree sufficient to make a space jump. Okay, remember to give Captain Rogers and the others a plastic bag to prevent vomiting everywhere. Carol's voice came from the calm, and then a violent push-back firmly pressed everyone to their seats. This was even more exciting than the fastest supercar in the world, which accelerated to the peak in an instant. Distorted rays of light appeared around the modified Quinjet. The dark outer space glowed with a blurred brilliance. Start the space jump, Luke reminded. This was also the first time he had experienced a spaceship's light-speed acceleration. It's just that with his extremely strong physical quality, he could ignore those terrible feelings. Boom. Carol mobilized all her strength to push the Quinjet. As the speed got faster and faster, countless polygonal grids appeared in the void, which was the visualization of spatial coordinates. The Quinjet successfully passed through under Rocket's piloting. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, a long time had passed. When the Avengers opened their eyes, they had reached Titan. A strong desire to vomit arose. The undigested food residue rolled over and poured out of their throats. In particular, Banner, Scott, and Colonel Rhodes were physically the same as normal people. Seeing everyone rushing to the back, Rocket gloated and said, I told you, rookies like you should prepare a bag. Carol and I will go down and take a look. Luke loosened his seat belt and whispered, perhaps Thanos would lay an ambush. Rocket opened the hatch and jumped straight out, standing firmly in the void. It feels fine. Luke noticed invisible radiation flowing through his body. The harsh, cold environment, coupled with the high-energy particles released by the stars and celestial bodies, undoubtedly made it difficult to survive. He opened his bio-force field and wrapped it on the surface. We'll take the lead. Luke, like a fighter jet swooping down, directly broke through the atmosphere on Titan's surface. Captain Marvel followed, and they quickly landed on the ground. What happened here? A terrible war. The axis rotation was shifted by 1/8 of an inch. Gravity is extremely unstable, and there are many ruins. Carol stepped on the deserted ground, frowning tightly. A catastrophe. Luke used his supervision, like a radar sweeping through, looking for Iron Man's location. He doesn't look like he's in good shape. He doesn't have much air left. In the fallen ruins of Titan, a red-painted spaceship was docked. It was the Milano of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Now it had become the home to Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Nebula. Hiss! Easy, easy. At the open hatch, Tony let out a scream that made people think of other things. However, the real scene didn't have any ambiguity. Playboy Stark was a story from a long time ago. After a series of crises and growth, Tony got rid of the past cynicism and egotism and no longer indulged in the depravity of beauty, alcohol, and drunkenness. Of course, this once disappointed New York newspapers. You know, in the past, Tony Stark's scandalous gossip alone could feed most of the paparazzi. Now, they had to find a new favorite for the headlines. Thanos almost stabbed your lungs with a short sword made of nanometal. You're in a terrible situation, Stark. Nebula said solemnly while treating the other party's wound. Internal bleeding, extensive contusions, penetrating wounds that heal slowly, as well as associated excessive blood loss and malnutrition. Even though you first applied a hypothermic hemostat to the wound, it will also cause damage to the surrounding muscles. As a semi-mechanical creature whose body had been greatly transformed without needing food and water, Nebula's arm was stable, accurately and effectively removing the necrotic flesh and completing the stitching work. She and Iron Man were the only two people on Titan. Thanos' snap wiped out the rest of the superheroes, such as the Guardians of the Galaxy and Doctor Strange. It was a desolate land with vast ruins. There was also a harsh environment with alternating heat and cold and extreme temperature differences, making it difficult to survive in the desolate place. These weren't the only serious challenges that needed to be faced. Ever since the chattering bug turned into ash, Iron Man became very silent. He seemed to blame himself for all this. "When will the spacecraft be repaired?" Tony asked with a grin. There was no anesthetic on Titan, let alone a medical first aid kit. Nebula only found some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on the Milano of the Guardian of the Galaxy, and could make some simple fixes towards the fatal wound near his chest. The fuel tank was affected during combat. Many minor cracks need to be repaired. This may take several days. Nebula's tone was so plain that he couldn't hear any extra emotions. As for the idea you proposed, using the iron battery in the storage room to charge the spacecraft, although very feasible, it can only get at most 48 hours of flight time. Without the power to accelerate the engine, we wouldn't be able to make the space jump. When the battery runs out of the last trace of energy, we would be trapped on the spacecraft. In addition to waiting for rescue, there is no other way. Tony curled his lips, and the look in his eyes turned bleak. He was very clear about the current situation. Titan was far away from the Earth, and it was unknown how many thousands of light years apart. Instead of waiting for the Avengers to find a way to come to the rescue, it was better to try to save himself. No matter what, it's worth a try. We can't stay on Titan and wait for death. Well, of course, only I will starve to death due to lack of drinking water and food. You should have other ways. Tony looked up at Nebula and laughed at himself. If I had known, I should have turned myself into a consciousness like Ultron, or maybe I would have been better off like you, much more capable of surviving, not even needing to breathe air. Nebula didn't say a word and reached out to help him up, then got into the spacecraft and continued to search for the necessary materials and parts. In fact, she actually admired the tenacity of this human being, trapped on a strange and desolate dead planet with a stranger. He didn't know if his teammates on Earth were still alive, nor did he know if his family and friends survived the disaster. It was easy to collapse just because of mental suffering. However, apart from the above, he still suffered from physical torture. Iron Man was seriously injured and could get infected. In addition, the iron batteries stored in the ship were insufficient, and the survival supplies and oxygen reserves were tight. Leaving Titan was actually a risky decision because the spacecraft would stay in outer space once the power was lost. It was basically waiting for death. All those various factors, Nebula believed that this intelligent Earthling would certainly know. But the other party insisted on taking off and leaving Titan. The more I hoped to survive and stay on Titan, the more desperate I would be when the imaginary bubble of waiting for rescue pops, Tony said calmly. He leaned against the hatch to rest for a while, and Nebula climbed into the spacecraft to collect the intact iron batteries and prepare for the subsequent charging. "Stark, come here." The tough survival days hadn't been going on long when Nebula called Tony over. On the cockpit console, a radar-like safety system generated an alarm. There are other living beings approaching. Nebula picked up the long sword, an energy weapon at hand, with a trace of vigilance in her eyes. Titan had experienced a great catastrophe, and the civilized race had long since died. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be any active living things other than them. Maybe the captain came to save me. Tony's pale face forced an optimistic look. His nano-armor material was exhausted, and he was seriously wounded, so he was currently powerless to fight. If he wanted to deal with the enemy, he could only rely on Nebula. The only good news was that this blue-skinned alien chick was actually stronger than most warriors. "You stay in the spaceship." Nebula left the cockpit and closed the hatch. Tony said nothing, but silently watched the other party disappear into the deserted world. "I'm willing to use half of Stark Industries' shares in exchange for a large hamburger." Leaning on the seat, Tony's thinking began to wander. He remembered that when he came back to New York after escaping from the cave and saw Pepper. At that time, he said he only wanted to do two things, one of which was to eat a hamburger. If Pepper is still alive, I hope she won't be too sad. I mean, she can live with her grief for a few weeks and then. Perhaps because of lack of water or hunger, Tony felt that his consciousness was getting blurred, and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He wanted to sleep like this, and when he opened his eyes again, everyone would reappear. That friendly neighborhood little bug, who was such a chatterbox, that cocky and arrogant-looking Dr. Strange, that in fact really was arrogant. And those unusually annoying guys from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone would return to Earth in a spaceship together, and then the Avengers would gather around. Tony would talk about this wonderful space trip in a proud tone that always made people uncomfortable and feel their envious and curious eyes. How nice it would be. I want to sleep for a while. Iron Man, whose face was full of exhaustion, said in a low voice. That won't work. A gentle voice with a smile rang in his ear. If you die here, how could I explain it to Howard when I get back? Although in a sense you aren't his son in this universe, you're always a Stark. Who's talking? Tony struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids became heavy as if they had been filled with lead. What happened to him? The voice questioned. It's because of the high fever caused by infection. There are too few drugs available on the spacecraft. He had to grit his teeth to get through it, Nebula replied. Fortunately, I wasn't too late. The voice spoke again. Tony really wanted to know who that guy was. Why did Nebula come back? Wasn't she searching for the living beings that broke into the area around the ship? How long has it been? Question after question appeared in Tony's head. His consciousness was blurred and his brain was foggy. His eyelids barely squeezed a gap, only to see a young face. Who are you? Tony asked. According to seniority, you should call me Godfather. The man replied. When Tony opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the regeneration cradle, soaked in the nutrient solution. A warm feeling wrapped around him, as if he was a baby that had returned to his mother's womb. Ah, am I dreaming? Otherwise, why am I lying in Stark Industries' regeneration cradle? Tony's pale face, which had lost a lot of blood, showed a trace of confusion. In his groggy head, his memory was scattered and fragmented, like a badly edited movie clip. He saw the alloy hatch on it, and there was a familiar logo similar to the letter A in a conspicuous place, which was the symbol of Stark Industries. With a light touch of his hand, a virtual interface suddenly appeared. Tony was familiar with the operation, and before long, the nutrient solution covering his body gradually receded, and the lid of the regeneration cradle automatically opened. Are you awake? It so happened that a young man walked into the room and saw Tony, naked and skinny. He threw a bath towel at him casually. A few minutes faster than I expected. You seem to be fine. Tony caught the bath towel and wiped off the residual nutrient solution. Then he took out a brand new set of clothes from the lower compartment. He seemed to know the layout and facilities of the room very well. Who are you? Why am I here? If I remember correctly, this cabin seems to be the regeneration cradle I designed earlier. Tony had a lot of questions in his heart. He touched the ferocious wound at the bottom part of his chest. The originally infected pus was cleaned up, leaving no trace of scars on the surface of his skin. If Tony didn't remember it clearly, he might have thought the fierce battle with Thanos on Titan was a terrible nightmare. As if nothing actually happened. The snap that erased half of every living being in the universe, the sacrifices of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange, were all just the reflection of his inner fear. I said, according to seniority, you should call me Godfather. The young man who brought Iron Man back from the Milano was none other than Luke. He first found Nebula, identified himself, and entered the spaceship. Immediately afterward, he found that Iron Man's physical condition wasn't optimistic and quickly sent him to the Quinjet. Fortunately, Luke anticipated that Tony might be in a weak state before leaving and specially prepared Dr. Helen Cho's regeneration cradle system. The vibranium body created by Ultron back then, and later the idea of Iron Man's nano-armor, all came from it. Godfather, to be honest, you should probably call me Uncle Stark. Tony changed into a well-fitting jacket and felt like he had a new lease on life. I know a high school student who can't stop talking, and you don't look much older than him. Just graduated from college this year. Tony obviously didn't believe in the so-called Godfather. It was hard for anyone to accept a godfather who was much younger than they were. Every time I meet someone, I have to explain my origins to them. This is becoming an annoyance. Luke opened his hand and smiled. Tony, I know your father, Howard. Although he's your father in another universe, you have the same blood in your body, with the Stark family's innate narcissism, pride, as well as a genius mind. Although you weren't born in my universe, Howard has promised to let me be your godfather, provided that he could really get married before the age of 35. I have no idea how much of a fascinating woman your mother, Mary, was. But to have Howard take on the responsibility of a family is, I must say, a remarkable thing. Seeing Luke's familiarity, talking about his father and mother, Tony's brain couldn't help but crash. He tried to analyze the meaning of Luke's words, but the results weren't satisfactory. Different time and space in the universe, different time nodes, these were things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Wanting to digest and accept quickly would be a big problem for anyone, even if Iron Man was one of the top geniuses in the world. But without knowing Luke's identity, he still showed a confused look on his face. That means that this guy, oh no, my godfather who came from another universe, wasn't only the captain's comrade, but also knew my dad's. By the way, you actually managed to beat Thor in a one-on-one match. That's amazing. Half an hour later, Tony, who chewed some compressed biscuits and drank tons of Coke, finally cleared his mind. Hey, I just didn't take it seriously, Thor said resentfully. He hated it when people repeatedly brought up that defeat. I'll keep my mouth shut. Tony waved his hand. He had regained his physical strength and spirit and had become the energetic Iron Man again. Back to the subject, Luke. Do you want me to call you Godfather or Uncle Cavill? Luke recognized the teasing in his words and shrugged his shoulders. You know, although parallel universes don't interfere with each other, there are exceptions to everything. Tony, back in my universe, you aren't born yet, and your father isn't married. In other words, it's possible for you not to be born, causing a chain of accidents. I believe you have watched Back to the Future. You should know what I'm talking about. Tony, who swallowed the last bite of compressed biscuits, made a surrender gesture and pouted. Okay, I'll call you Uncle Cavill. After some back and forth, the atmosphere inside the Quinjet's cockpit grew heavy. Tony, we are all very happy that you're okay. Captain America opened his speech with these words. After the tragic defeat in Thanos' hands, we have all lost a lot. The unlucky Quill, Gamora, and Drax, that big idiot. Rocket sat on Thor's shoulder, sniffled, and then wiped it with Thor's cloak. The Guardians of the Galaxy only had one seedling left now, and the rest of its members had been erased by the snap. Such a mortality rate was simply astonishing. Looking back at the Avengers, all the senior members were fine. It can only be said that Thanos' absolute fairness and random probability may be the will of the universe. Do you have any plans, or specific plans, Captain? Tony asked while biting a straw. Because of Luke's presence, he didn't look at Captain America with antagonism. If there was a chance to restore everything, then working together and fighting together would be the most important objective. We're going to go straight to Thanos, get the Infinity Gauntlet back from him, and kill that bastard. Captain America glanced at Luke sitting next to him and spoke in a heavy tone. Wow, Captain Rogers said a swear word. Did any of you hear it? Please write it down for me, Tony said exaggeratedly, with a strange look on his face. He couldn't help it. There was a battle once before. Iron Man just said shit, and then he was lectured by Captain America, the team leader. Therefore, Tony certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Captain America smiled helplessly and continued. Nebula mentioned that Thanos has a retirement plan. When he completes his mission and accomplishes his goal, he will return to a planet called the Garden. Banner, who had studied gamma rays before, is perhaps the most knowledgeable expert on the energy of the universe. What a wise man. You plan to scan the energy residue of the Infinity Stones with the Earth as the center, and then find the traces of dispersion to determine Thanos' location. Tony instantly understood what Captain America really meant. That's right. When Thanos left, he used the Space Stone to open a portal. Whenever energy is released, there are bound to be traceable clues left behind. Captain America nodded his head. This was an idea that Luke and Banner came up with after some discussions. So, did you find him? Tony's face turned serious. Thinking of the terrible guy who erased half of life in the universe, the wound on his chest was aching. After comparing the range of energy radiation, the intensity of the energy response, and the results of extensive scans, we finally confirmed the possibility that Thanos was on this planet. Captain America pointed to a projected image, which shows a beautiful planet. Then what are we waiting for? Thor, being the impatient Thor, couldn't wait. Captain America tightened his lips, looked around, and asked in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you confident enough to fight again?" The superheroes nodded one after another, with a look of determination in their eyes. Well then, Avengers assemble. Captain America and Iron Man looked at each other and shouted the classic line, "Avengers assemble." As these words fell, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Luke, as a sideline popcorn eater, echoed symbolically. In his own universe, the Avengers weren't born yet. Even if there were a superhero group in the future, it had to go through Luke's hands, who told him to be the first director of SHIELD, and possibly the last one to stay until Superman retires. The difficulty wasn't normal. Begin another space jump in 20 minutes. Captain America set the time, and the Avengers called this mission Operation Beheading. The reason was that they were aiming to cut off Thanos' head and get the Infinity Gauntlet back. After the meeting, the superheroes dispersed to their own rooms. Nobody said anything. Those passionate speeches or exciting words were meaningless. Everyone here knew very well that what awaited them would be a tough battle. Thanos held the Infinity Gauntlet with 6 Infinity Stones. Since one snap could erase half of the life in the universe, it wasn't difficult to wipe out the remaining superheroes if he wanted to. He just needed to snap once more. But no one wanted to back down or be afraid. In Thor's words, "We have nothing to lose," meaning, either bring back everything as before, or turn into ash and disappear with them. Beyond that, there are no more options. I was relieved to hear that Pepper is okay. In the cockpit, Tony continued to replenish his nutrition, reaching to open a box of canned beef, which he hadn't eaten in a while. On the Milano, there were only a few artificially synthesized, poor-tasting frozen foods without much substance. According to the calculation, it could only support one person and 1 month of consumption at most. Nebula was a semi-mechanical life form and could go without food for a long time. But Tony couldn't. He missed burgers, cokes, and burritos of Earth quite a bit during that time. He dreamed of being in a high-end restaurant, enjoying the wine and food he had eaten before. Anyway, I have already recorded a video as a farewell and last words. If I'm unfortunate enough to die, remember to give it to Pepper. Iron Man, who was still eating and drinking, said lightly. He was prepared for the worst. It was a dangerous battle concerning the destiny of the entire universe, and someone had to make sacrifices. You don't have to fight, Tony. There was a trace of anxiety in Captain America's eyes. He dissuaded him. You're in a weak state right now, and your physical strength and spirit haven't recovered to the fullest. It's unnecessary to take part in a battle that people are destined not to return from. It's really unnecessary. Besides, Pepper is still on the Earth, waiting for your return. Before we left, we all promised her that we would send you back to her in one piece that doesn't mean to cover your body in a flag and dump it at the door of the Stark mansion. Captain America made a joke, using a humorous tone to ease the heavy atmosphere before the battle. Captain, when you were fighting in the past, would you leave your teammates because you were wounded? Watch them walk into a life and death battle and then walk off the battlefield alone in silence. Tony chewed some beef and shook his head. Stark family men have never been deserters. I can testify to that. Luke, who was lying back on the chair with his head in his hands, interjected. Howard has always maintained a very positive attitude, whether on the battlefield or in love. To be honest, he wasn't sure if his arrival would have a subtle impact on the original plot. Logically speaking, Luke didn't deliberately change anything. It only shortened the time for the Avengers to travel to the garden and accelerated Iron Man's rescue. As for the butterfly effect caused by this, it was impossible to know what kind of changes would occur. My dad also liked to chase beautiful girls. That's surprising. I always saw him as a serious guy, thinking that the old man was actually like Captain Rogers. Tony wiped the corners of his mouth. In his impression, his father rarely expressed his true emotions, completely out of touch with the image of a playboy. Captain America, standing at the sidelines, shrugged his shoulders. His own love story was very simple. Besides Carter, there was only her niece Sharon Carter, aka Agent 13 from, wait, aunt and niece. Well, it's not that simple. Every man who plans to get married will say goodbye to his past self. Luke's mouth turned up and whispered, by the time you are born, learn to crawl around on the carpet, learned how to take a radio apart and put it back together. Howard was already the senior member of SHIELD, the #1 helmsman of Stark Industries, and the chief scientific advisor to the Pentagon. He needs to shoulder responsibility and family, so occasionally he needed to be a little more rigid. Tony thought about it. He was rebellious when he was young, and his relationship with his father wasn't harmonious. I remember Howard told me that when he was a child, he hated his father's discipline and couldn't solve a problem without a belt. Every time he recalled it, the look on his face turned unpleasant, Luke said lightly. So, he often told me that he would never be so harsh on his son in the future, and he would try his best to show his fatherly love. Tony curled his lips and complained, "He's never done anything like that. You know, the first time I went to an amusement park, I was 17 years old. At that time, I had just graduated from MIT and was dating a girl. As for things like sitting on a father's shoulders, toys and surprise birthday parties, getting good grades and receiving compliments, neither he nor my mother did those for me." Luke crossed his fingers and smiled. "Then when I return to my own universe, I'll make Howard a good father and make up for the fatherly love you have missed. Feel some fatherly love from that guy. Forget it. I'm not dissatisfied with my dad. He left me Stark Industries, the arc reactor, and the new element." Tony shook his head with a nostalgic smile at the corners of his mouth. Unconsciously, Howard paved the way for his son to become Iron Man. "Tell me, what do you think Thanos would greet us with? Another snap of his fingers or a fleet of ships?" Thor, the god of thunder, stroked the Stormbreaker, joined the conversation. He had no interest in family education, and Odin, king of the gods in Asgard, had always failed in this aspect. His eldest daughter Hela was too rebellious, and his adopted son Loki was keen on power. Thor, the only proper orthodox heir, was an arrogant, headstrong muscle brain since a long time ago. It can be seen that Asgard's teachings for a crown prince were rather poor. No matter what Thanos uses to deal with us, you only need to remember to swing your axe and aim for his neck, Luke quipped. For Thanos' success in snapping his fingers, many blamed two people. One of them was undoubtedly Star-Lord, who had turned into ash. This person succeeded in turning this story that should have had a happy ending into a tragedy, with almost all of his people sacrificed. And the other, naturally, was Thor, who caused the greatest damage to Thanos, who told him to throw the Stormbreaker and aimed for his chest. Why not the ugly purple potato's head? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much going on right now. "I won't miss again," Thor made a solemn promise. "I hope so." Luke closed his eyes and waited for the next space jump. Thanos' garden was a beautiful planet. In a thatched cottage surrounded by mountains and water, Thanos, who had disarmed himself and returned to the field, sat at the door. He wore the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand, with 6 intact stones on them. Thinking of the impending crisis of life and the gang of unwilling superheroes, a trace of coldness appeared in Thanos' eyes. He gripped the Infinity Gauntlet, and the red light of the Reality Stone glowed faintly. "What shall we do later?" The Quinjet made a space jump. It only took a few breaths to reach the garden planet where Thanos was located. Thor, carrying the Stormbreaker, couldn't wait to ask, "When we see Thanos, do you want to rush up and chop him to death and dismember him on the spot? Or do you want to put a few words in and condemn his evil behavior?" Looking at his cold expression, he was obviously more inclined to the former. Captain America slightly frowned and replied, "Thor, this isn't a one-on-one duel, let alone a boxing match in the ring. Do you need permission from the referee before you can start punching? Facing Thanos, the only battle plan the Avengers need is no rules. In short, just do it." "That's right. I agree with Captain Rogers. Superheroes don't need to talk about morality when dealing with Thanos." Tony nodded his head. It was rare for him to agree with Captain America. Let the flying, glowing chick outside be the vanguard and attract Thanos' attention. Then we wait for the opportunity to move. As the only superhero who had had a one-on-one fight with Thanos and lasted more than 2.5 minutes, Iron Man was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't give the other party any chances. Otherwise, the Avengers would suffer. "That's right. Never let that guy snap his fingers. We limit his left hand, limit the power of the Infinity Stones." "I'll leave this task to Thor," Captain America agreed, and added a couple of sentences. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones had a powerful effect of rewriting the rules and subverting reality. If Thanos were given time to prepare, everyone would be for naught. "Carol, can you go scout first?" Luke, who was listening silently, turned the communicator on and spoke to Captain Marvel, who was staying outside the spacecraft. The latter had no problem and directly turned into a stream of light, breaking through the atmosphere of the planet's surface. The rest of the superheroes made their own preparations. Tony had added enough nanomaterials and had covered himself with his Mark 50 armor again. Captain America clenched the vibranium shield on his right hand. This one was produced by Wakanda's family, not the previous one. In the past few years, the situation was increasingly tense because of the Superhuman Registration Act and the international public opinion. Civil war broke out among the Avengers, dividing them into two camps. Captain America and Iron Man went their separate ways, and the round vibranium shield created by Howard was finally abandoned by the former. Thor leaned on the Stormbreaker and looked towards the beautiful planet, emitting vigorous vitality. There was a wisp of electric light dancing in his eyes. Banner left the cockpit and prepared to change into the Hulkbuster. Without Hulk's combat capability, he could only rely on his own mind. Rocket and Nebula were filling his energy gun with ammunition, while the other was wiping the sword in her hands. The atmosphere in the cockpit seemed to condense into ice. Everyone kept silent and said nothing. Their inner anger and strength, like a torrent, slowly accumulated. There are no satellites, no fleets, and no ground defense forces. Everything looks normal. 20 minutes later, Carol, who had finished scouting, informed them. She circled the sky to make sure that there was no ambush. It looks like Thanos is really planning to retire. He lives in a thatched cottage next to a field. His life is simple and peaceful. Captain America glanced at Iron Man with anger in his eyes. How in the world did that bastard manage to live a normal life with a massive blood debt of half of the lives in the universe in his hands? Is he indifferent to the weeping and wailing souls? It's time to let Thanos know that he owes an unpayable blood debt to the Earth and the entire universe. Tony stood up and thought of Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Doctor Strange turning into ash. His slightly pale face was as cold as ice. Let's go. This is revenge. A final move to save us, save the planet, and save the universe, Captain America responded. The superheroes, whose emotions were at an all-time high, got up one after another. They were lowered down in batches on small landing crafts, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and then landing on the ground. The target is in that thatched hut. Don't make any noise when we approach, so Thanos won't notice the threat. Tony, covered with nano armor, scanned the vast plant field from the air and found no traps. Let Danvers go first. Banner, you activate Veronica. Use the Hulkbuster's diamond-shaped burrowing form and hide underground. Glowing all over, supernova like Captain Marvel, she made an okay gesture. A moment later, the body covered in uniform turned into a stream of light and blasted straight towards the thatched hut below. Rumble, the atmosphere exploded. Carol's hands were raised like a powerful cannon spitting fire. The powerful cosmic energy was thrown out like it didn't cost anything and instantly tore a big hole in the thatched cottage. Thanos! Carol was like a heavy cannon that had been storing momentum for a long time, knocking Thanos to the ground. Then, with a fierce uppercut, she hit her opponent's thick, coconut-like chin. Thanos only felt a loud noise in his brain as his whole body stumbled back. Immediately afterward, the floor burst open. A huge figure abruptly appeared and grabbed Thanos' left hand in a precise and powerful manner. At the same time, War Machine landed beautifully, smashed through the thatched cottage that was about to collapse, turned on his maximum power, and locked the other's right hand. Don't let him move. Captain Marvel kicked Thanos in the back of the knee, keeping him in a half-kneeling position. Both hands held the purple potato-like head tightly and fixed the other's body with a technique similar to a chokehold. From the time Carol launched the attack to the time Banner and War Machine provided support, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. The action went exceptionally well, and they managed to restrain Thanos. No matter how strong a Titan was, he wouldn't be able to move for a while. You, the director of the Family Planning Commission, who had completed his mission, didn't get to utter malicious words when a red shadow fell from the sky. Thor, carrying his Stormbreaker, gripped it with both hands and swung it in a powerful arc, cutting off Thanos' left hand. Bang! The arm with the Infinity Gauntlet fell to the ground. At the door of the thatched cottage, Captain America and Iron Man walked in. If this was seen by someone uninformed, they might think that Thanos was the innocent victim and the superheroes were actually a bunch of wicked people. A large number of people were bullying the poor old farmer who had no one to depend on. No. The Infinity Stones are gone. Rocket turned over the arm. The holes where the Infinity Stones were held were empty. Where did you hide the 6 Infinity Stones? The expressionless Captain America looked at Thanos, whose arm was cut off. I advise you to answer his question, otherwise this is the sword from Titan. Iron Man raised his right hand, and his nano armor turned into a short sword, stabbing straight through Thanos' chest. The universe needs to be corrected. When it returns to its correct course, the Infinity Stones will serve no other purpose than to add temptation and create chaos. Thanos took a deep breath and spoke while in pain. His tone was so righteous, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Such a poor attitude angered Banner, who was inside the Hulkbuster. He violently pushed Thanos to the ground and clenched his mechanical arm into a fist, smashing it continuously on the purple face. Bang! 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 The mechanical fist, like a giant hammer, released Banner's anger. I'll ask you again, where are the Infinity Stones? Captain America pursed his lips. He already guessed in his heart, but he didn't want to believe it. You're too late. Everything has turned to dust. Thanos fell to the ground, no longer the powerful, arrogant overlord of the universe. I destroyed the Infinity Stones and let them dissipate, for which I paid with half of my life. It was only at this moment that the superheroes found that Thanos was badly injured, and half of his body was in a burnt state. He must be lying. Who would give up the Infinity Stones that took so much time and effort to collect? Iron Man was expressionless, not wanting to accept the answer. As long as he took back the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped his fingers, those lost lives would be brought back. That's what Luke told them, the only way to rewrite the ending and turn reality around. But if there were no Infinity Stones, it meant that everything that happened could never be changed. My father is an overlord who will do anything to get what he wants. He will take lives, and he will kill women and children. He has no compassion. He will kick any stumbling block in his path. My father is many things, but a liar is not one of them. Nebula stared at Thanos, whose eyes looked somewhat complicated. The other side had been her nightmare, giving her endless pain and suffering, treating her body like a machine, disassembling and assembling it at will. But until now, the hatred and pity that welled up in her heart couldn't distinguish which one was greater. Thank you for your understanding, dear daughter. Thanos opened his mouth, seemingly intending to say something, but Thor didn't want to listen anymore. He waved the Stormbreaker and cut off the other party's head. Blood gushed like spring water and splashed on Nebula's face. Bang! The powerful Titan body fell to the ground. Its vitality was completely cut off. A cosmic overlord thus fell. This time I went for the head, Thor said coldly. His eyes were dim. The hope that had risen had turned into boundless anger with the destruction of Infinity Stones. In a thatched cottage, the superheroes were silent. Once again, they seemed to have lost their way forward. Captain Marvel looked at Luke, who had been quiet the whole time, and asked softly, "Is that the end of it? Is there anything else we can do?" Luke's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as if thinking about a problem. He looked around and walked to the door. "How does it feel to see your head cut off?" A few moments later, Luke's twisted eyebrows unfolded. A sharp look swept through his eyes. What he was most worried about had finally happened. The butterfly flapped its wings and caused a storm. Heh, what a keen insight. The muffled voice whispered, startling the other superheroes. The red glow rippled like water waves, and the dilapidated thatched cottage, together with the headless corpse, instantly turned into an ethereal illusion. A tall figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Thanos, whose head was cut off by Thor. What's going on? The superheroes looked stunned. Thor, in particular, had his eyes wide, full of confusion. He clearly chopped off the opponent's head just now, but the result was like going back in time. The headless corpse disappeared, and the dilapidated thatched hut also returned intact. As if nothing had happened. Ether particles. After 2 seconds, Thor suddenly realized. Those are distorted illusions. Thanos is still alive. He immediately issued a warning, and the superheroes who had relaxed a bit became nervous. Iron Man erected an alloy square shield to protect Black Widow and Rocket Raccoon behind him. Banner piloted the Hulkbuster, opened the energy cannon in both hands, and started to accumulate power. Thor and Captain Marvel were the two strongest fighting forces. One clenched the Stormbreaker, and the other raised her fists. The atmosphere suddenly condensed like ice, but Luke, who pierced Thanos' illusion, looked calm and stared at Thanos, who appeared out of thin air. The rich red light rippling like water waves was the brilliance of the reality stone. It was also called the ether particle, which was once the ultimate weapon relied on by the Dark Elves. In Thor's second movie, Thor defeated Malekith and handed the ether particle to Tivan, the Collector. He thought that Tainlir Tivan, as an elder of the universe, would never lose his collection. But now, Noha had been destroyed and reduced to ruins. The reality stone naturally fell into Thanos' hands. "What a quick response, Asgardian," Thanos said in a jarring voice of praise. He raised his left hand. The infinity gauntlet cast in gold was glowing red. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion created by distorting reality with the help of the reality stone. "Oh, there's a new face this time. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Thanos ignored Thor's hatred-filled eyes and instead looked at Luke, who saw through the illusion. "People on our side like to call me Superman, and some people call me General, Director, and Great Hero. If they're known friends, most of them will call me by my first name. Unfortunately, I don't know you very well." Luke raised his eyebrows. As he had guessed, the butterfly's wings caused subtle changes. Coming to this garden planet where Thanos came to retire in advance and rescuing Iron Man, Tony Stark, ahead of time, the original plot had become completely different. The Overlord who wiped out half of life in the universe hadn't destroyed the Infinity Stones yet. Not only that, but it seemed that his injuries had also healed. Originally, he was almost split in half by Thor with the Stormbreaker, but now it looked like traces of it weren't even left behind. Full of energy and in perfect condition, he's a strong opponent. The strength of the Infinity Stones lies in the fact that they produced the 6 singularities. So even if you are a legendary master skilled in illusionary magic, it's difficult to detect the flaws. Thanos asked modestly. He seemed to be very interested in Luke. In order to get those 6 Infinity Stones, this cosmic overlord had done meticulous homework. The Avengers, Asgard, the Allfather Odin, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kama Taj. Most of the superheroes on Earth were well known to Thanos. He even had a certain understanding of Captain Marvel, who only appeared briefly. A lot of information and intelligence were provided by Loki, a guy who liked to play tricks. The second prince of Asgard in those days was a standard bandwagoner, but Superman was beyond Thanos' understanding. To be precise, he hadn't even heard of this name. Partly by intuition, partly by guessing, Luke answered honestly. He just thought that it wasn't that simple. If Thanos destroyed the Infinity Stones, Banner should have detected a strong reaction from the cosmic energy. But the latter's instrument didn't sound like an alarm. When the superheroes beat Thanos and found that the Infinity Stones had disappeared, Luke noticed something was wrong. There was no explosive reaction of cosmic energy, which proved that the Infinity Stones still existed. But Thanos said that he destroyed the 6 stones, and then Thor waved his axe and cut off his head. Everything seemed to be staged according to the script. It was too perfect. This made Luke's heart inevitably generate a trace of doubt. "So, what you just said just now was just a trick to lure me out?" Thanos wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "That was a smart move. I originally wanted you to meet a silent, painless, unresisting death. Now it seems that you can only face the cruel reality, taste the despair, and finally die with regret and reluctance." The Overlord of the universe spoke calmly, without the slightest killing intent in his eyes, as if he were just saying an established fact. But every word made people feel a deep chill at the bottom of their hearts. "Before we accept this ending, can I ask you a question? Think of it as an exchange for answering your question. How about it?" Luke took a step sideways and stood in front of the superheroes. The Avengers, who had been stone-faced and ready to fight, stopped in their tracks. Their trust in Luke had increased by 1 point compared to before. If it weren't for the reminder of the other party, how would they be able to trick Thanos to come out? These superheroes might have died in vain. They didn't even have the qualifications to face the enemy. "That is fair. What do you want to ask Superman?" Thanos asked lightly. He clenched the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand. He already felt he had won. "How did you discover us? When Carol broke through the atmosphere? Or when we approached this thatched hut and made a noise that alerted you?" Luke's eyes flashed as he asked out loud. He wanted to know why Thanos didn't follow the plot but made preparations in advance. Wonderful questions. Thanos nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the purple face. What do you think was going on just now? Was it an illusion from the reality stone? No, that was fate. It was the future. Hearing Thanos say so, the superheroes looked at each other, puzzled. So Thor chopping off the head of the ugly purple potato was actually a predetermined future. I did have the idea of destroying the Infinity Stones. After I had achieved my mission, they would be of no use to me and would only lead to unnecessary strife and confusion. They would only give you illusions that you could recover from your failure. Thanos turned sideways slightly, looking at the vast fields where his favorite fruits were planted. A long time ago, the Titans had such fruits everywhere. Large swaths of farmland, the breeze blowing, moving the low bushes. However, Titan was gone. The rich farmland was also destroyed by war. Just as I was preparing to do this, an idea suddenly came up in my heart, and a voice came out in my mind. Thanos condensed his recalled thoughts, and his eyes became cold. Was this the ending I hoped for? When I snap this finger, will the universe move towards peace? Will bloodshed and sacrifices, wars and struggles, all be eliminated? This puzzling question, like a seed, took root and thrived in my heart after it came out. It was difficult to contain, just like Pandora's box being opened, releasing many messy thoughts, which made me start thinking. Finally, in order to solve my confusion, I decided to follow this timeline and go to the future. Luke frowned and stretched out. His doubts were answered, and he knew the changes caused by the butterfly effect. Thanos used the time stone to see his own ending. The superheroes wanted to rewrite reality, but the other party wanted to reverse the future. Both sides were trying to change things. This was ultimately the cause of all this. As you have experienced, I destroyed the 6 Infinity Stones in the next 20 days, which cost me half my life. Then, when I was at my weakest, you came to me, and the Asgardian would cut off my head with an axe. This is my end. The future is dark, and there are no other scenes. Thanos sighed. The purple potato-like face showed regret. In the future, he saw, he didn't live the idyllic life he dreamed of. As long as these superheroes were alive, they wouldn't give up fighting and struggling. So Thanos figured it out. In addition to wiping out half the life of the universe in an absolutely fair and random manner, he also wanted to destroy the Avengers and nip these unstable factors in the bud. Now, are you ready for death? Thanos raised his left hand, and the 6 precious stones gleamed brightly, emitting a charming light. Boom! Captain Marvel took the lead and jumped out of the crowd. She directly turned on her binary form, and her whole body looked luminous. An incredibly powerful photon cannon blasted straight out, tearing through the air in its path. Thanos was unable to dodge, and the extremely tall Titan body retreated a few steps. His snap was interrupted. Are you ready to meet death again? Carol rushed towards the other party. She returned the original words, and at the same time threw the terrifying power in her fist towards him. You're not enough. Thanos opened his palm and blocked the punch. The powerful force bombarded his body, making him grunt. Even he had the body of an eternal, extraordinary and strong. It still felt a little overwhelming. When Captain Marvel opened her binary mode, she would continuously absorb cosmic energy and quickly transform it into her own power. With this blow, even the Empire State Building would collapse. This showed how much power was put into it. Give it a try. Carol's blonde hair was scattered and rose upward as if gravity had lost its effect on her. The pair of fists wrapped in balls of dazzling light would make an offensive explosion every time they were thrown. The vast fields were like facing a huge tornado, with broken branches and dust flying around. Thanos' eyes were slightly cold. The last time he landed on Earth, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Carol Danvers, finally, someone who can lift up my spirits. The cosmic overlord didn't panic while facing close combat. Before he could beat Hulk down with a set of punches, so naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of Captain Marvel. The left hand held the terrifying fist. As the right hand clenched, the gauntlet closed, and a purple light burst out. The Power Stone released majestic energy, like a giant hammer striking Carol. Rumble, the latter left a streak of shadow as she penetrated the mountain behind her. Her body was embedded in the thick rock wall, stamping out a deep outline. Before Thanos could relax for a moment and put the power gem back into his gauntlet, a red figure approached with a bang. Thanos! Thor roared, and the power in his body surged. It was like a flood that broke the dam and poured out. Those eyes contained deep hatred, which was filled with blazing white thunder. The flashes of lightning were particularly shocking. I want to thank you for giving me one more chance to cut off your head. Thor stomped on the ground and suddenly leaped into the air. Holding the Stormbreaker with both hands, he swung a semicircular arc and slammed it into the purple potato-like head. He believed that since he could kill Thanos in the future, now, he could certainly do it. As Guardians. Thanos sneered without fear. He raised his left hand, and the space stone embedded in the infinity gauntlet suddenly burst with light. The invisible void suddenly became heavy, as if it were a series of strong shackles wrapped around Thor's limbs. His fierce and rapid slashing movements were slowed down. The azure blue light, like a solid bubble, wrapped and covered him. If you want to win a battle, having extraordinary courage isn't enough. If you don't have enough strength to support that confidence, it's just futile resistance. Thanos snorted coldly and used the space stone to control the aggressive Thor. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again, leaving the other side room to exert his strength. That fatal wound to the chest was a bloody lesson. If you want to cut off my head, you would have to ask your father to come, Thanos calmly said. He wasn't afraid to face these many superheroes. Above the earth, within the 9 realms, the strongest person worthy of fear was no longer there. The Sorcerer Supreme died physically, and her soul wandered the dimensional worlds. The Allfather Odin died and returned to the embrace of Yggdrasil. How could they stop him, who had the Infinity Gauntlet, just by relying on the Avengers? As Guardian, take one last look at the world. Thanos' right hand stretched out. The space stone released blue light, tearing out a deep rift. The long, cold, double-edged sword emerged and steadily landed in the palm of his hand. Your family, your kingdom, your people. They have all returned to the embrace of death, so let me send you to reunite with them. Thanos' legs took a few strides and rushed towards Thor. The long, double-edged sword that had been stained with the blood of countless races and civilizations would cut down without hesitation. He intended to reunite the Asgardian royal family. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, dozens of tiny missiles, like swimming fish, interweaved a net of death and accurately hit the Titan's body. There was fire, explosion, and smoke everywhere. Unfortunately, this didn't cause any effective damage to Thanos. He took a few steps back, unscathed. The purple skin was enough to resist most of the energy attacks such as heat, electricity, and radiation. At best, the bombing of small missiles could only make Thanos feel a tiny bit of pain. Of course, Iron Man's own purpose wasn't to deliver damage. He was just trying to save Thor to prevent his teammate from getting killed by Thanos. I owe you one. Thor took this opportunity to swing Stormbreaker and cut through the space confinement. Then help me beat the shit out of this guy. The thrusters spewed fire, and Iron Man flew into the air as he said so. Okay, Thor nodded and agreed, raising Stormbreaker. The power of thunder poured out. Like a fierce and thick electric python, it broke through the earth and moved towards Thanos. Iron Man didn't look away either, and released a beam of energy from his palm. When the rest of the superheroes saw it, they joined the battle. War Machine and Iron Man, like 2 powerful mobile forts, flew in mid-air for fire support. Thor and piloting the Hulkbuster, Banner were equivalent tanks, meat shields that taunted the opponent. They were beaten and absorbed injuries while restricting Thanos' mobility. As for low-output heroes like Black Widow and Rocket Raccoon, they could only wander around the edge of the battlefield, constantly moving around. Captain America was the commander, responsible for the overall situation and giving orders. If necessary, he would also fight in person and absorb the damage with the vibranium shield in his hands. If we regard this as a large-scale multiplayer battle, Thanos would feel a slight crisis as the final big boss. This opening team of superheroes was well configured and clearly distributed, so he even wouldn't have the time to snap his fingers. If his life was looked at as a status bar and he was surrounded by heroes, he was likely to get killed. As the saying goes, even a single tiger would be afraid of a pack of wolves, let alone a group of superheroes. If this is the extent of Thanos' powers, then the Avengers will be able to solve it without my help. Luke didn't actively participate in the team. He was a solo type of player. Rashly joining this team battle would only disrupt the rhythm of those superheroes' cooperation. Moreover, there had always been one rule, whether it was Marvel Universe or the studio next door. No matter how strong the characters were, their combat power would definitely drop by several levels as long as they were in a team. When Batman fought alone, his combat power often broke through the sky. He could beat all those Gotham criminals, and he could even beat the Justice League. However, in the Metal event, each individual Batman from the other universes could destroy the Justice League. After forming the so-called Dark Knights, they were destroyed one by one. There were countless similar cases. The more famous ones were probably the Nova Corps of Marvel and Green Lantern Corps of DC. They could save the world individually. If there were many of them, they would be destroyed. In order to ensure that this rule wouldn't take effect on himself, Luke chose to watch the battle. It was Thor and Captain Marvel, these two main outputs, as well as the other Avengers. Teaming up against the Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos, there was still a small chance of winning. As Guardian, you were born with power. It's a gift and a flaw. In terms of combat experience, you are far inferior to Odin. Thanos held his long, double-edged sword across his chest and blocked the Stormbreaker that was slashing towards his chest. The two sides were like bulls wrestling, not one of them giving way to the other. There was a strong force on one side, and on the other side there was a surge of thunder. Suddenly, it turned into a stalemate. "Thor, let me help you." Iron Man flew behind Thanos. His two mechanical arms came out with full force, tightly strangling his opponent's neck. Banner's Hulkbuster strode forward. Two energy cannons were building up power, intending to shoot at the purple potato's head. "Let me teach you how to fight." Seemingly caught in a critical situation, Thanos' eyes were calm, and the muscles on his arms were raised. Holding the double-edged sword and pushing it forward, the purple potato's head violently crashed forward. Bang! A headbutt. It had been proven that the hardness of an Eternal's skull was slightly superior to that of an Asgardian. Thor's brain only felt a buzz and a sharp ring. His whole face felt like it was hit by a large hammer, stumbling and falling back. Tyrannical force exerted on the Stormbreaker was also released. "You aren't a real warrior." Thanos kicked the other's chest and pulled Iron Man from behind him. The long, double-edged sword swept across and split the erected alloy shield in half. Bang, bang, bang. Tony! The Hulkbuster was like a quarterback on the offensive, rushing forward in large strides. Two cannon shots were thrown out, but they were blocked by a spinning shield formed by the sword. "Where's that clumsy big guy? Won't you come out?" Thanos waved his left hand, and a red light appeared. The reality stone on the Infinity Gauntlet came into play and directly turned the Hulkbuster into a big red balloon. The latter only felt that his body was out of control, free from gravity, slowly floating upward. "I have witnessed my tragic death in the future. Your tricks and resistance are useless." Seeing Thor approaching again, Thanos smiled coldly and punched the other on the head. The purple light spurted out, stirring up the atmosphere and turning it into a raging tide. Boom! Thor couldn't resist the power stone that once smashed a planet. Like a cannonball, he hit the ground so hard that it was difficult to get back up. "Remember when I strangled your brother Loki? At that time you were so weak and desperate that you could only watch. You couldn't stop it." The corner of Thanos' lips showed a trace of cruelty. He clenched his fist, and a purple brilliance suddenly bloomed. The power stone turned a distant mountain into dust. The mountain was shattered. Rubble flew across the sky. Then he distorted reality with the reality stone and turned it into a rain of fire. It was as if the gods were furious and casually sent down a catastrophe to destroy the world. Red clouds reflected the blazing light, and the heavy meteorites that covered the sky crashed down. This move was like a carpet bombing that covered the whole screen. The superheroes had nowhere to evade. They could only bear the violent explosion. "I am inevitable." Thanos, who stood on the battlefield, said so. Above his head, the meteorite fire and rain roared down. It was a doomsday scene that covered the entire sky. Under his feet were the fallen superheroes. It was the arrival of their fate, death. "You may not know, Mr. Thanos." The dark red cloak fluttered, and a faint voice sounded. "People like me enjoy changing fate the most." Luke lifted his feet off the ground, slowly rising. The bio-force field was fully opened, covering the surrounding superheroes. Boom, 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 boom. The meteorites that covered the sky roared down with fire and rain, all of which were blocked by an invisible force. The incredible impact was transmitted to Luke's steel body. He shook slightly, then stabilized his figure. This little bit of offense wasn't enough to put pressure on Superman. The dark red cloak fluttered as if the flag was raised. His eyes condensed with red light, making people afraid to look directly at them. It feels terrifying. With the briefest of eye contact, Thanos, who was complacent, felt an overwhelming aura sweeping over him. It was like facing an active volcano, ready to erupt. That destructive force was hidden under the calm surface. Once noticed, people would be horrified. It's surprising that the strongest opponent among these superheroes turned out to be a fresh face. A trace of astonishment flashed in Thanos' eyes as he hesitated. He regarded Thor and Captain Marvel as enemies before. Of these two people, one almost dismembered him on the spot, and the other defeated Ronan's mighty fleet from the Kree Empire. Both opponents were worthy of vigilance. Superman, I went to the future, and you didn't exist in the ending I saw. Thanos stared at the tall figure and made no secret of the puzzled expression on his face. The Avengers were obviously the only obstacle to his progress, but when he was only one step away from success, Superman inexplicably appeared. This made it difficult for him to understand. I don't belong to your future, nor do I exist in the past of this universe. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, thinking that it was a bit funny. I'm just a passing traveler. If it weren't for Kang the Conqueror's space-time device, he couldn't have gone from his own Earth 1024 to Earth 199,999, which was about to come to an end. Without this accident, Luke would have had to wait for nearly a century to meet Thanos and start the final decisive battle. Is that so? Thanos didn't fully understand. The theory that the universe was a small box inside a big box. Only the server administrator-like beings, like the Living Tribunal, the full-sized 5 Supreme Guards, and some multiverse-level bigwigs knew this truth. For others, this was always an amazing secret that was never known. Then let me bury you in this universe, this time and space. Thanos lifted up his head. As the meteorite rained down on the vast farmland, it turned it into a scorched planet. Those superheroes were no longer able to fight. There was only one left, Superman. Only by smashing this last obstacle could he rewrite his destiny and dominate everything. You can give it a try. Luke narrowed his smile. His eyes were indifferent. The ceiling of the movie universe's combat power had always been low. Even Odin, who was also at the Allfather level, may not be able to win against him. Those multiverse-level elders were almost reduced to funny characters. The Ancient One, the strongest of the Earth, and Odin, the Lord of the 9 Realms, left early. Therefore, Luke was still calm and collected while facing Thanos, who had the Infinity Gauntlet and all 6 of those precious stones. He didn't think anyone could stop him. The earthquake gradually subsided. A rain of meteorites and fire raised a heavy cloud of smoke and dust. The grey-faced superheroes held each other's hands, panted heavily, and stared at the figure in the air. Can he do it? Thor asked. He fought Luke and ended up in defeat. However, Asgard's Thor stubbornly believed that it was a personal duel without adequate preparation, and he somewhat underestimated the opponent before. If he could do it all over again, he would never lose so badly. I don't know. Infinity Stones are too powerful. Even Danvers couldn't stop them. Captain America looked solemn, with a worried look in his eyes. He had estimated Thanos' strength and made comprehensive preparations. But the reality was cruel, and Thanos' strength was still beyond his expectation, especially when the other party witnessed the future and knew the ending. As a qualified villain, he didn't intend to give the superheroes any chance to turn over. Otherwise, how could the Avengers once again face another crushing defeat? We can only trust him. Iron Man smiled bitterly and laughed at himself. I hope my uncle and godfather could be a little better than Danvers. Captain Marvel returning to Earth was once the last lifeline, grabbed by the Avengers. They needed an existence that could compete with Thanos. Thor had seriously injured the opponent, and Stormbreaker was such an item that he wouldn't fall behind, even when facing the Infinity Gauntlet. Carol's personal strength was also extraordinary, which was worthy of the superhero's trust. Who would have thought that both of them would fail? Has the battle started? Black Widow asked doubtfully. She suddenly felt her feet shaking and a little unstable. There seemed to be a strong earthquake in the surrounding area, and a lot of dust rose up as if a horse had galloped by. Everyone felt that it was getting dark, as if the light had been absorbed, revealing a gloomy atmosphere. "It's Luke!" Captain America found the source of the disturbance. In their sights, the tall and straight figure standing in the air, the whole atmosphere was distorted and blurred. The other party seemed to turn into a small celestial body, releasing a huge pressure, absorbing light and moving dust. "We can't wait any longer." When Thanos saw the guy named Superman, as his momentum increased layer by layer, so did his strength. The warning signs in his heart were so strong that a strong, killing intent emerged in his eyes. He raised his left hand and slammed it downward. Purple light shattered the ground and directly penetrated the crust. Rumble red magma flowed out of the red-hot pillar of fire that rose to the sky. The planet's crust suffered drastic changes, triggering a strong shock and setting off an apocalyptic catastrophe. "Can't this wait?" Luke's eyes condensed slightly, his expression calm. He actually didn't do anything extra, but just removed the protection formed by the bio-force field. According to the strength of the comics, what was the concept of an All-Father? Travel the universe and compare strength with other gods. Exert full effort and destroy planets. The almighty All-Father at the peak, such as Odin, the king of the gods, would have no problems fighting a singular entity. As the youngest All-Father in history, Luke didn't rely on magic, divine power, and other external forces. How strong was he? As we all know, Luke had the Superman card, and his combat power relied on the body of steel. The strong and dense muscle fibers, the billions of cells that absorb energy, forged an inhuman body. To him, the human world was like paper. Without the protection of the bio-force field, Luke would have stayed in New York. That high-density, large mass of steel body caused gravitational disorder and ruptures in the ground. This triggered a huge earthquake and magma eruption. In the end, it became a terrible disaster that couldn't be undone. "Is this Superman?" Luke took a deep breath and took a step forward. The atmosphere exploded as if countless gunpowder barrels were lit altogether. Bang, bang, bang. The originally stable space seemed so fragile under his feet. The erupting pillar of fire and the slowly flowing crimson magma evaporated by itself before it came close to Luke's body. Everyone was shocked. Not only the superheroes, but even Thanos was horrified. It was as if they were witnessing a small celestial body moving, and the absolute power that came over them was simply breathtaking. "Put your best foot forward and bet everything you've got, Thanos," Luke said calmly. "Only then will you be able to accept your failure." Who's the scary villain here? The superheroes staring at Luke's back had the same question in their hearts. Compared to Thanos, who was standing below with horror in his eyes, Superman looked more like a villain. Wherever he passed, the pillar of fire collapsed and magma evaporated. Space had almost collapsed, gravity was in disorder, and the planet's crust was broken. He was almost like a human-shaped natural disaster, turning this beautiful garden into full of holes and ruins. Why is there no Superman in our universe? If my uncle showed up earlier, what could Thanos do? Iron Man curled his lips and spoke regretfully. From the external performance alone, Luke was clearly better than Thanos. The monstrous momentum rising from the sky and the powerful force really felt like a god walking on Earth. It gave birth to an irresistible feeling of wanting to surrender. Don't be too happy. Thanos has 6 Infinity Stones. Maybe Luke is stronger than the other party, but Captain America poured cold water on his enthusiasm, still with a look of concern in his eyes. Fighting wasn't just about special effects. Those players who spend real-world money would always be the ones to leave the battlefield first. Superheroes who spend too much money could only act as passers-by and do small quests. The battle has begun. Black Widow squeezed into the Hulkbuster, and the Avengers began to retreat backward. Because of Superman's terrible power, the planet's crust was like a crisp biscuit. The unbalanced gravitational force made it impossible to stabilize their footing. In a terrible environment, let alone fighting, even moving was difficult. The superheroes who originally wanted to support him from the sidelines had no choice but to stay away from the battlefield. "Do you want me to accept failure? Impossible." He wiped away the horror in his heart and resumed his usual cold expression. He raised his left hand, and the time stone suddenly lit up, weaving several circles, aiming at the tall and straight figure in the air. The emerald green light flowed out, intangible and elusive. It was about to cover Superman's body and pull it into an endless time loop. "Oh, I'm a gifted master who studied in Taj," Luke sneered. He folded his hands together and put them on his chest. Just a few breaths later, the space was like a cracked mirror, directly blocking the spreading time loop. This was a classic spell in the Book of Vishanti, the mirror dimension. Time is something that only exists in the material world and couldn't invade the mirror dimension. Luke didn't give Thanos any room to start. His body flickered, and in just a moment, he appeared in front of the opponent. A hurricane was formed from the surge of air. If the superheroes entered the battlefield, they would be thrown off by the aftermath before they got a chance to get close. Boom! Luke closed his right palm and clenched it into a fist. Such action alone caused the space to give out a pitiful wail of being overwhelmed. Thanos felt the warning signs in his heart and thought it was difficult to stop him. He quickly held out his left hand. The power stone on the infinity gauntlet slightly flickered, the strength of one fist against the majestic purple glow. The strong collision formed a dazzling, incandescent white. The overflowing shock wave spread like a hurricane, tearing apart the space, pulling out the extremely terrifying wave of energy. Damn! Step back! The thrusters under Iron Man's feet spew flames as he flew out some distance away. The rest of the superheroes were the same. They didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. The battle between Superman and Thanos was beyond comprehension. If placed on the Earth, these two people could probably level the whole North American continent. Who remembers that this was supposed to be our vengeance battle? Thor stared at the bright light that burst out and dismissed the idea of looking for Luke to fight one-on-one. He felt that unless he lived for thousands of years, fully grasping the power of thunder in his body and the rune left by his father, otherwise, he might not even be able to block the opponent's punch. In the middle of the battlefield. Not bad, Luke smiled and commented. Thanos, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. The unbeatable Power Stone seemed to have lost its effect on Superman. Ha ha! That was close. The mighty Titan figure slowly crawled out of the huge hole. In his left hand, the Infinity Gauntlet, made by the Dwarf King himself, showed a crack. The Power Stone blocked Luke's heavy punch, but the equipment that could carry it wasn't strong enough. Got to figure out a way to. Thanos was very experienced in fighting, and he knew that he wouldn't be Superman's opponent in a head-to-head confrontation. Only by working out an effective plan and finding out the opponent's weakness could he strike a fatal blow and defeat him. "Have you had enough rest?" Before Thanos could figure out a way, a faint voice passed through the gust of warm wind and into his ears. Immediately afterward, a sonic boom. The atmosphere rumbled. It was as if hundreds of explosives detonated together, sending out a series of ear-piercing screams. The terrifying aftershocks swept through the area, leaving Thanos in a state of shock. Then he saw an arm coming out, clenched into a fist. The terrible strength surging above was enough to defeat any powerful existence standing in front of it. As the crisis of death loomed in front of him, the Infinity Gauntlet was almost subconsciously gripped, and the blue light slightly flashed. The sturdy figure was like a wisp of smoke, disappearing abruptly and moving into the distance. Luke swung another heavy punch in the air, and the violent power poured out. This vibrant garden planet seemed to be welcoming the end of days. A narrow wound had been torn out of the hard surface of the planet, stretching tens of thousands of miles. If you looked down from a height, it was like the whole planet was cracked. Ha! Luke, who retracted his fist, raised his eyebrows lightly. He felt a subtle wave hitting his heart. The Soul Stone. Such a pity. Superdemon was immune to mental attacks. Luke's brain felt dizzy for a moment and then returned to normal. Thanos' offensive didn't succeed, but instead resulted in more fierce blows. The dark red cloak pulled out a streak of shadow as Superman reached out and grabbed Thanos' shoulder. The latter used the Space Stone and flashed to a safe place, not far away. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Superman followed him like a shadow. The fluctuations in space could easily be predicted. Luke pressed Thanos' shoulder, bent his right hand into his elbow, and slammed into the opponent's chin. Crack! With the clear and incomparable cracking sound, the cosmic overlord's head was buzzing as if bombarded by heavy artillery. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. "You have too much faith in those infinity stones, Thanos." Luke didn't stop chasing the sturdy figure that pulled out a shocking explosion and flew thousands of meters away. Boom! Another punch. With his slaying instincts from many years of fighting, Thanos decisively turned his head to avoid the fierce attack that almost blew his head off. The violent force squeezed the air, creating incredible wind pressure. Like a knife, it scratched out several blood marks on that purple face. It's not over yet. Luke flew at high speed and threw a powerful whip kick. Thanos' chest collapsed. The hard and sturdy golden armor crumbled inch by inch. Boom! The sturdy figure smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The hard crust of the planet crumbled and disintegrated, and the whole planet seemed to shake. Thanos laid helplessly in the boiling lava, panting weakly. In those unwilling eyes, a blurry, tall figure was reflected. How could this be? Erasing half of the life in the universe and rewriting the future outcome of being beheaded was supposed to be two good things he could achieve at once. But in the end, it ended in a disastrous defeat. Thanos was depressed. He lifted up his head and looked at the tall figure standing high in the sky. It was like a celestial body. The terrifying atmosphere rose, seemingly endless. A feeling of despair grew in Thanos' heart. The indestructible body of Superman was like a majestic mountain that crushed him down. It was hard for him to breathe, and he couldn't even catch his breath. Cough, cough. Thanos vomited a mouthful of blood and lost his vitality. The 6 stones on the infinity gauntlet on his left hand dimmed. What irony! Thanos thought of the supreme power, the ultimate artifact he had been pursuing half his life, and couldn't even fight back against Superman. The cruel reality had broken the tough and stubborn steel will. Was he weak, or was Superman too strong? Could I only reach this far? Thanos' pride was strongly unyielding, and his purple face turned ferocious. Every short breath was accompanied by bitter pain. On the collapsed chest, the golden armor cracked. Then it disintegrated and crumbled into dust. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he was desperate, and his life was on the line. Thanos, you wanted to hold fate by the throat, but it seems that you were lacking. Luke's flat tone came down from high above. Crack, crack. Superman landed slowly. The moment he stepped on the ground, the hard rock formation couldn't bear it, and it collapsed into dust. The flowing magma dried up and evaporated, giving rise to large swathes of smoke. Thanos propped up his seriously injured body with both hands and stared at the fuzzy figure in the hot mist. His mind turned extremely fast, exhausted all the combat experience that could be referred to, but he couldn't find a way to defeat the opponent. When the strength gap between the enemy and ourselves is too large, no matter how excellent the strategy or how outstanding the wisdom, it is difficult to survive against such adversity and turn the tide in a desperate situation. Can't you just accept your failures calmly? Luke asked softly, as if he had guessed Thanos' thoughts. This universe had a low ceiling for combat power, and Thanos, who held 6 infinity stones, unfortunately failed to show their true power. I am inevitable. Thanos' eyes were filled with intense resentment. His hands were pressed against the charred ground, trying hard to get up. He seemed to be preparing to gather the last bit of power in his body and challenge Superman again. The sturdy body swayed. No matter what, it was always difficult to get up. Flesh and blood, as dense as iron, suddenly ripped open, causing a vicious wound. A large gush of blood poured out, and then it evaporated. As a Titan, you may not know that there's an oriental martial art on the earth, called Kun Jin. Luke's mouth smiled as he threw a punch that was as fierce and powerful as a blade. If it was someone weaker, such as Thor, he might just explode into a puddle of mush. This was Thanos. With the tough body of an Eternal, he was able to survive. Luke had learned various martial arts by using the Deathstroke skill card. He thought that he might just become the veritable one-punch Superman in the future. If the card was upgraded in the future, facing the Living Tribunal or Darkseid from the studio next door, he could try to punch them right in the center. Why are you doing this? Thanos clutched his chest and asked in a deep voice. What would stopping me bring you? Isn't a peaceful world without killing and disputes better than the original world? Luke stopped, shook his head and said, I have already explained it, Thanos. Mass extermination can't stop the spread of chaos and disorder. Any living race has a desire for land expansion and resource plundering in its bones. This is their nature, they are born with it, and it can't be erased. And that's exactly how a civilization would take shape. For beasts, meekness, and kindness can't be exchanged for food. They have to earn a place for themselves. Constant hunting, predation, and migration is the best way to continue a race. You only see the destruction of Titan, but you ignore the fact that when the planet's resources are depleted, civilization would expand, not stop and wait for the destruction. The laws of nature are cruel, and so are the ones in the stars. Thanos' purple head drooped slightly as if thinking about something. Of course, a determined cosmic overlord like him couldn't change his mind and let the other party's words move his heart. The era of interstellar colonization is full of killings and disputes. The war between the Kree Empire and Skrulls lasted for thousands of years, during which many civilizations were affected. Thanos raised his head, and his cold eyes flashed with enthusiasm. The brutal killings consume the population too slowly. That's why I wanted to play the role of a cleanser. What's wrong with that? Luke showed some helplessness and shrugged his shoulders. I know that every extremist would seek a cover for himself when they commit some criminal act that violates the moral bottom line and public perception. They sometimes say that this was to create a better world or to welcome a new future. I have seen all kinds of bastards, villains, and aspirants, Thanos. Someone will kill millions of people without hesitation to prevent a world war. Someone will create chaos and cause disaster just to watch the world burn and then stand on the ruins and laugh. Some people will turn into dictators and make the whole world tremble under their feet. They all have grandiose excuses, and they are all as confident and firm as you are. At the same time, they have one very similar thing in common. Luke paused, looked up slowly, facing Thanos. He smiled and said gently, "That is, they regard themselves as the god of the new world. But if you want to become a new god, you need to be strong enough. Do you think you deserve it?" Thanos was silent for a moment without the slightest intention of retreating. "I'll prove it to you, Superman," he said so. "Then I will wait and see." Luke stepped out. The ground trembled and crumbled. He did not want to convince Thanos of moral righteousness. A strong fist was better than pale words. "Come on." Thanos raised his left hand and aimed it at Superman. Light erupted from all 6 stones, converging into a majestic pillar of light. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly as he determined where he was standing. It's on the right. The stellar energy in his body surged out, and 2 high-temperature rays smashed straight through. Boom! A series of bright lights flashed, turning into dazzling white. The violent explosion shook the atmosphere like a tornado. The superheroes who had hidden far enough silently continued to retreat, preparing to board the Quinjet and leave the planet's atmosphere. If they stayed any longer, it felt like the planet was going to be completely blown up by these 2 people and turned into dust. "Thor, you said Luke is an Earthling." Captain America couldn't believe that the guy who rubbed Thanos on the ground belonged to the same species as himself. "I hate to admit that he's a Midgardian, but it's true." Thor nodded helplessly. "It seems that the gap between humans and other humans may be greater than that between humans and any other species," Iron Man said sullenly. He once believed in the power of science, even the Hulk or Thor. As long as he had enough time, he could create armor to deal with them. But an anti-Superman armor, forget it. Unless he could set the 6 Infinity Stones on an armor, it was only a way for him not to get killed by a punch. "I can't hold out much longer." Thanos' eyes were clear. He knew that this was only a stopgap measure, which couldn't help him defeat Superman. The muscles in his left hand swelled up as he tried his best to prevent failure. The crack on the Infinity Gauntlet, which happened before, gradually expanded and was about to collapse completely. "That's the only way." Thanos made a decision and clenched his left hand. The dazzling brilliance of the 6 stones spurted out, striving to confront the heat vision. He saw that Superman hadn't retreated, as if standing on hard rock, letting the raging tide wash over. On the contrary, it was himself. His body trembled like a small boat in a storm. Rumble, the ground collapsed where both sides were standing. The whole planet seemed to split in the middle, sending out a huge explosion. "This is my last snap." Thanos raised his left hand. The cosmic energy bursting from the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly disappeared, and the 2 heat vision rays pierced through his chest without any obstruction. Immediately afterward, snap, a snap of a finger. Using Infinity Gauntlet and doing that snap was actually a great burden for Thanos. The 6 stones weren't extraordinary, so the holder must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, it would only cause a disaster. Red Skull held the tesseract he dreamed of, but was transported to the planet of Vormir by the space stone. The ether particles couldn't be destroyed, and at the same time, they would absorb the host's life and torment the mortal Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend, to death. As a descendant of the gods, Star-Lord was almost turned into ash by the Power Stone. If it weren't for dancing and sharing the harm, his whole person would be lost, but this may be a good thing. Iron Man and others might have grabbed the Infinity Gauntlet without the punch and beating his teammates, bringing everything to a successful conclusion. Back to the topic, the above examples were enough to prove it. There was absolutely no good end if ordinary people tried to get their hands on the Infinity Stones, not to mention the use of 6 stones all at once, erasing the very existence of life and matter. Ha ha! Destiny is mine. Thanos maintained the rigid gesture of raising his left hand high and snapping his fingers. The left half of his body looked like charred wood. Flesh and blood seemed to be reduced to carbon without any vitality. In the chest below, 2 big holes broke open. Heat vision, which ran through him, evaporated flesh and blood, burning 2 terrible wounds. Thanos, who had only half life left, snapped his fingers and directly declared his own death. He really felt that his vitality slowly flowed out of his body like an open faucet. Ha ha! This is the end game. Although he had 1 foot in the grave and was about to die, Thanos didn't care. He just looked at Superman, standing like a mountain with a smile from the corner of his mouth. I successfully erased Superman's existence and then destroyed 6 stones. The reality of this universe can no longer be changed. Thinking that the mission was still fulfilled, Thanos seemed content and weakly leaned against a pile of stones. He still succeeded. At the same time, the superheroes who saw the snap were aghast. The last snap that erased half of the life in the universe had brought them a lingering psychological shadow. This time would they also lose Superman? The desperation that struck in an instant shrouded in the hearts of the Avengers. WH, what should we do? Iron Man was at a loss. After seeing Thanos' power with the 6 stones, he couldn't think of anyone that could stand up to that guy other than Superman. No matter what, we must stop Thanos from destroying the Infinity Stones. Captain America restrained his fragile emotions. His eyes became firm. Although he hadn't known Luke for long, he could see all the sacrifices made by the other party. Even if he gave his life, he had to resist Thanos and sacrifice everything to rewrite the final outcome. This kind of spirit was simply moving. He's the real superhero. Captain America thought so. That's right. Prevent Thanos from destroying the Infinity Stones. Thor glanced at Carol, who was returning to the team, looked at each other, and prepared to go deep into the battlefield. But before they could act, a blue light faintly lit up. The space suddenly ripped apart, directly swallowing the unprepared superheroes into it. Now, no one can stop me anymore. Thanos dropped his left hand and used the Space Stone to teleport the Avengers and others away. He and Superman are the only ones left on the planet. The planet was covered with destruction. The violent vibration and erupting pillar of fire didn't go away just because the fighting had stopped. This garden, which was originally used for retirement, seemed to have experienced a terrible catastrophe, prompting the end. When the 6 stones collided with heat vision, the terrifying aftermath was generated, turning it into a tidal wave of energy that annihilated matter. Not only would the surrounding area be turned into a death zone, but the powerful force would also penetrate the thick and hard lithosphere and reach the outer core, triggering high-intensity plate movements. In the foreseeable future, dense clouds would cover the sky, and the planet would eventually crumble and collapse as the planet's crust continued to shake for hundreds of years. Like burning out the last flame from coal, there was a huge explosion. Then it died out and turned into dust. Don't you have any last words to say? Thanos withdrew his thoughts and asked softly. He thought Superman would feel a little scared. After all, no matter how powerful a creature was, it was difficult to face death calmly. It was the end of everything when the mind stood still and the heart stopped beating. His whole existence would be erased, and the soul would return to eternal darkness. But reality surprised Thanos. Superman looked calm as if nothing had happened. He walked slowly and calmly. I admire your determination to sacrifice your life and fulfill your mission, and respect your attitude of trying every means to defeat the enemy. Luke looked down and faintly said so. But what you have done is useless. Meeting the cold eyes without the slightest emotion, Thanos' purple face had a look of shock. What are you talking about? The 6 stones are the embodiment of the rules of this universe. They can rewrite reality, erase matter, and even pass through time and space, reversing the future. He gasped. It seemed to be an explanation, but it also seemed to be an argument. Superman's calm attitude made Thanos inexplicably aware that something was wrong. You seem to forget that I said I neither belonged to the future nor existed in the past. The corners of Luke's mouth rose up, revealing a gentle smile, but to Thanos it seemed so cruel. You mean? A big question mark appeared on the purple potato's head. Then a mental light flashed. Thanos' eyes looked shocked, as if he had guessed the answer that he didn't want to believe. The Infinity Gauntlet's erasing snap didn't work. Considering the possibility, Thanos immediately raised his left hand. He temporarily didn't think about why this was happening and was ready to snap his fingers again. The 6 stones were glowing, the cosmic energy surged, and a violent collision was about to occur. Zing! Crimson beams of light swept by. That purple left arm was thrown up high and then fell. The 6-colored light was bursting out, losing the power provided by the holder, instantly dulled. I don't want to take another trip in the time machine and beat you up again. Luke shook his head. He rarely gave the enemy a chance to turn over and escape. His mind moved slightly, and the cracked Infinity Gauntlet shattered and disintegrated. The 6 stones slowly floated and fell into his hands. The violent energy was like a volcanic eruption, confined to his palm. The opposing yet interdependent cosmic energies were like some kind of living organism that wanted to break free. Be quiet. Luke clenched his right hand and held the 6 stones tightly. Boom. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the 6-colored light was wrapped in a terrifying power. Then the Infinity Stones dimmed, and their brilliance faded. That's much better, Luke said with a smile. Thanos, who witnessed this scene, was transfixed. Who the hell are you? The Titan, who was on the verge of dying, looked at Superman as if he was returning to life. He couldn't understand why the erasing snap of Infinity Gauntlet would fail. What's more, he didn't understand why the other party could hold the 6 stones with his bare hands without using any equipment. None of this made any sense. Take these questions and return to the embrace of death. Luke didn't answer. Heat vision swept through, cutting off the purple potato's head. I'm sorry, but you probably didn't know that the Infinity Stones could only work on the settings of their own universe. In every universe of different numbers, there were Infinity Stones. Sometimes there were more than 6 of them. It was like the Ego Gem, split by Nemesis. There was a pink gem named Rhythm Gem, and the Anthony Gem in Iron Man's brain. There was also the Independent Universe, where Deadpool was located, which had a Continuity Stone. And so on, each had different functions. Want to use the Earth 199,999 Infinity Gauntlet to erase Superman, who came from Earth 1024. You want to use the rule of this era to lord over another era. How could that be possible? 6 at hand, time to snap my fingers. Luke spread out his palms, looking at the Infinity Stone of different colors, and spoke with satisfaction. Hey, Tony, be careful. You can't put it in until you align it. Come on, Banner, have some faith in me. I can't possibly put it in incorrectly. I can see your fingers are shaking. It's inevitable that you'll be nervous the first time. I completely understand that you can't afford any accidents at such a critical time. Banner, if you could just shut up and give me some peace and quiet, I'm sure it would definitely make my work more productive. Headquarters, in the laboratory. Iron Man operated the robot arm, constantly adjusting its position. Dr. Banner was holding a tablet computer, entering various data and sketching an internal structure model. Due to the disintegration of the Infinity Gauntlet, the Avengers had to create a new device to contain the 6 gems by themselves. Naturally, this kind of task belonged to the scientific research team's 2 top strengths, Iron Man and Dr. Banner. I don't understand. How did Luke manage to avoid Thanos' snap? Dr. Banner chatted while he worked. Ever since they learned that Thanos had died and got his just deserts, the nervous and heavy inner emotions of the superheroes gradually relaxed. As Luke told them before, the best way to face fear was to overcome it. The cosmic overlord, who wiped out half of the life in the universe and defeated the Avengers, had finally collapsed. This also meant that the crisis encountered by human beings on Earth and the cosmic civilization of the universe had ended. It's just that they were sent away in the end. The superheroes didn't see how Luke resolved Thanos and got the 6 Infinity Stones. According to Luke himself, it probably means that he doesn't belong to this universe. Iron Man frowned slightly, gazing at the 6 stones placed on the mechanical arm, and grimaced. It's like an auto assembly line that could only destroy what was produced on its own line with a production date and a label on it. As an outsider, Luke wasn't influenced by the Infinity Stones. Dr. Banner appeared to be somewhat confused by this and asked very critically. But at the moment Luke entered this universe, his existence became a fact. If something that isn't from this universe could ignore the effect of the Infinity Stones, suppose I find a dog from Luke's universe, then, even if Thanos snapped his fingers a few times, he wouldn't be able to kill the dog. Iron Man shrugged his shoulders, stopped the work at hand, thought for a few seconds, and replied, "This should also relate to the level of the universe and the issue of personal strength." "What do you mean by the level of the universe?" Dr. Banner scratched his head. During this time, the ones who had more contact with Luke were mainly Tony, Thor, and Captain Rogers. If we're talking about personal interaction, at most we can add one more person, Carol, Captain Marvel. You can think of the universe as a box, and when we open the one we are in, we will find a bigger box on it. Iron Man was very interested in the box theory Luke mentioned casually and continued. Some people have divided these boxes into different grades, linked to the strength of those unimaginable ancient beings themselves. In a word, Thanos could snap his fingers to erase a puppy of another universe, but he can't even touch the existence of Superman. If you have to explain it scientifically, what's the saying? Oh, yes. When things don't work out, that's quantum mechanics. You take the Infinity Gauntlet being able to erase life as a fundamental fact. In fact, the 6 stones interfere with quantum time and space to delete the existence of individuals, thus making someone disappear in the real world. Luke's existence isn't located in the current quantum space-time. He's too large, so deleting all his data is too problematic. Dr. Banner gave an audible "oh" and seemed to understand. These days, if you put the word quantum mechanics in front of anything, it would immediately highlight the extraordinary high-level characteristic. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "Tony, what do you think the original ending of this universe was?" "Who knows? The magician Strange mentioned that out of the 14 million possible futures he saw, we only won once." Iron Man joked with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "Now that I think about it, Superman may represent the one that Strange was talking about. No matter what, this is the best ending we could possibly get." Dr. Banner nodded silently with a smile on his face. "I now realize that being a superhero of Midgard is even more troublesome than being a good king of Asgard." In the office lobby of SHIELD's headquarters, Thor complained. It was their 5th day back on Earth from outer space, and Iron Man and Dr. Banner were responsible for building the new gauntlet. The rest of the superheroes came forward to stabilize people's hearts and maintain the nearly collapsed social order in various countries. Compared with the former, the latter's work seemed easier. Actually, it wasn't. What would happen when the world lost half of its population? First of all, some criminals would appear among those survivors. They began to act recklessly, taking away the goods in stores and supermarkets, drive away high-end cars that they couldn't afford before, smash the windows of clothing stores, and wear expensive, fashionable clothes. As this group grew in size, gradually, anarchy began to spread. Another small group of people, seeing that everyone else was doing it, would unconsciously cling to the larger group of people. Just like Gustave Le Bon's book, The Crowd, which described, once an individual becomes a member of a group, he will no longer take responsibility for what he does, and everyone will reveal their unconstrained side. The consequences of the collapse of social order were very serious. These days, the superheroes were busy being firefighters, giving speeches on TV stations, and cracking down on many rising gangs and international terrorist organizations. Whether it was a large country or a small country, each citizen was one of the many parts of the machine. The loss of a screw or a gear might keep it running, but losing half was equivalent to a screeching halt. That's for sure. As a king, all you have to do is lean on your throne and accept the worship of your people. Captain America had just finished a White House meeting and looked slightly tired, saying, "And to be a superhero, one must obey the law and uphold the moral rules he believes in." Yesterday afternoon, I saw some children in Brooklyn. They broke the window of a store with baseball bats. Then they carried away 2 TVs and video games. I tried to stop them, but I saw a lot of people behind them. They were like a swarm of locusts that swept through the store. At that time, I didn't know what to do. Send all these people to jail or kick and punch them as we did with the German soldiers in World War II. Captain America leaned against his chair with a weak smile on his mouth. That's nothing. I was in Lowe's Angels the day before yesterday. Those survivors who weren't erased took to the streets and thought that since half of the population disappeared, the country should allocate the remaining resources to the public so everyone could enjoy more benefits. War Machine lamented. Clearly, it should be a very sad thing to see so many people lose their families and friends. The funerals haven't even started yet, and everyone hasn't had time to mourn. Instead, they can't wait to divide the property. Captain America was surprised, adding, "It's a crazy world. Various religious organizations have mushroomed, claiming that they were fully responsible for the disappearance of half of the world's population. All of this was done by the gods they believed in, who sent down their wrath to punish mankind for their evil deeds. What's funny is that before we even start the crackdown, these guys are fighting over who should be responsible." Black Widow took a sandwich out of the microwave, bit into it, and vaguely said, "Everything is out of order. We can only hope that Tony and Banner can finish the gauntlet as soon as possible. By the way, we also need someone to snap their fingers, not an easy task." The superheroes sitting in the hall were silent for a moment. Then Thor, who was binge eating a bucket of ice cream, volunteered perhaps it was because his enemy, Thanos, had died. He was recently relaxed, fascinated with all kinds of fast food, alcoholic drinks, and best-selling games on Earth. Rocket Raccoon, who lived next door to him, could hear Thor cursing his teammates or opponents online every day. Usually, his skills were too poor and would be rejected and ridiculed, and then the two sides would curse at each other. Fortunately, there was no real PK offline for the time being. Otherwise, in that game called Fortnite, a message will surely begin to spread, "Never provoke violent players," whose ID was Thor the God of Thunder. I don't think there's anyone more suitable than me in this room. Thor dug out a spoonful of ice cream and spoke confidently. "As the strongest Avenger, the son of Odin, only I can do this snap." Rocket Raccoon adjusted the position of the clothes on his chest. "Hey Thor, did you know that Banner, who's working on the gauntlet right next door, is the most powerful Avenger? I have heard that the Hulk beat you up on Sakaar, that Grandmaster's planet. There were videos on the Intergalactic Forum about the contest of champions." Thor glared at Rocket Raccoon. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Captain Marvel. The other party, as a female representative, came out at this time. Despite the fact that she was blasted far away by the Power Stone when facing Thanos and had been down since then. But this kind of thing, she couldn't just leave it to the men. This was very wrong. I have withstood an explosion from a light-speed engine and then survived. I also have that kind of power in my body. Carol raised her fist and said, "So maybe the task of snapping should be given to me. If we have to sacrifice someone, let me do it." Captain America's ideological awareness was no less than that of the others. Just when the group of people was arguing, the silent Nebula said, "I don't think you need to discuss this. Superman was the one who defeated Thanos and disregarded the erasing snap. He's obviously more suitable than anyone else." "Ah, that seems reasonable." The rest of them thought about it for a while, but indeed, they couldn't find a more qualified executor than Superman. "Where's Luke?" Captain America scanned around. He didn't see the biggest contributor in saving the world and the universe. "He said he was going to see an old friend," Carol answered. "Main quest, 6 Infinity Stones, the end of the singular universe. Requirements, collect the 6 Infinity Stones. 6-6, reward, the Devastator card. Status, completed." Luke clenched his fist subconsciously, feeling the mighty power of the new card. The only advantage of coming to this universe was probably that he got the 6 Infinity Stones ahead of time and completed the quest that could only be realized in the later stage. The Devastator, in fact, is not a Superman who exists in a parallel universe. It came from the dark multiverse from the set next door, Bruce Wayne of Earth 1. Just like every parallel universe, Superman and Batman always had entanglements. They are sometimes close friends, sometimes deadly enemies, sometimes a wealthy person and a small-time reporter who slept in the same bed. The same was true of Superman and Batman on Earth 1. The former darkened for unknown reasons, destroying the Justice League with his own hands and erasing the biggest siren in his heart, Lois Lane. The latter injected himself with the Doomsday virus, the super creature that killed Kryptonian people in order to fight against the frenzied Superman. Thus, the Devastator was born. It possessed Batman's fighting ability and way of thinking, as well as the powerful strength and terrible body of Doomsday. It could also spread viruses and make others become like him. The only regret, or perhaps imperfection, was that the Devastator didn't inherit the characteristics of Doomsday, which was difficult to kill and constantly evolving. And as the virus penetrated into the body and completely changed the body, the host would experience a decrease in logic. Even though Batman claimed to be the brain of the Justice League, his IQ dropped rapidly at speed visible to the naked eye after becoming the Devastator. Although Luke didn't know why this card appeared in Superman's Chthon gift package, it didn't hinder his happy mood in receiving this reward. The data panel that didn't appear for a long time and hadn't been updated become completely new. Host, Luke Cavill loaded card. Superdemon uncovered skin, the Devastator uncovered skin. Level, LV2 ability, Nature Extraction active, Bio Force Field active, Flight active, Heat Vision active, Doomsday Virus active, Psychic Immunity passive, Stellar Energy passive, Logic Decrease passive, Self-Healing Max passive. Reputation, 2,020,626 Achievement, Legendary Man. These 2 skins will probably never be used again. Luke had never used the Superdemon and Devastator skin, mainly because their appearance was too ferocious. One was burning with magic flames, like a taller, stronger evil knight. One was full of grey and white hard bone spikes, like a high-grade version of the Abomination. Thinking about it, it was easier to accept Superman's original skin. Master Ancient One, we meet again. After loading the new card, he simply adapted to the upgraded body data. Then he opened a portal to the New York sanctum. The spirit of the Ancient One was seated on a futon with a brown and red coffee table in front of her. Without any movement from the other side, the boiling tea turned into a stream of water, slowly floating into her teacup. The huge disaster that swept across the universe would have lasted for a long time, but you shortened the time from 5 years to half a month. The Ancient One smiled. I prepared 2 sets of plans. Luke picked up the teacup, pretended to blow it twice, and then gulped it down. Because of the butterfly effect, the first plan was meaningless, entering the quantum field with Pym particles, then collecting the 6 stones and doing another snap, which is based on Thanos destroying the Infinity Stones. But instead of doing so, he wanted to obliterate the Avengers and rewrite his own dark ending. Then I had to improvise and enable the second plan. To sum up the above passage, it probably means, I originally wanted to muddle through the plot, but Thanos took the initiative to deliver his head and equipment. The corner of the Ancient One's mouth twitched, digressing. Luke, although you saved this universe, in a way, you also changed the original course of the future. Tony Stark shouldn't have continued to exist. And Natasha Romanoff. Luke put the teacup back on the table and pouted. Isn't this a good thing? The superheroes survived, their families and friends were brought back, and those lost lives were returned to the universe again. A happy ending for the whole family. Everyone will love it. Because of his appearance and intervention, the wonderful story of the Avengers would continue in this universe. Iron Man didn't have to pay a terrible price for the snap. Black Widow didn't have to sacrifice herself for the Soul Stone. Thor didn't become a fat guy either. Well, that was still uncertain. Seeing his leisurely life of overeating, indulging in carbohydrates and high-calorie food, and playing games on the sofa all day, it looked like the 8-pack abdominal muscles would turn into a 1-pack after some time. That's true, but sudden, Unknown changes often lead to unpredictable results. The Ancient One mused. She didn't mean to accuse Luke, but was just worried about the future with so many variables because of her professional habits. That's what Strange should be considering and worrying about. You're retired, Master Ancient One. Luke cleared his throat and reminded. The current Sorcerer Supreme of Taj was Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. In the not-too-distant future, no matter what disaster occurred, it was a problem that the other party had to face and solve. Oh, you're right. It's probably because I've been in Sorcerer Supreme's position for a long time. I always look at things from a long-term perspective and see the trajectory of things changing and moving forward, which has made me a very boring person. The Ancient One laughed at herself. I hope Strange can avoid this problem. A serious, rigid, and disciplined Sorcerer Supreme isn't very popular. Luke nodded approvingly and whispered, Master Ancient One, I completed the terms of the transaction. In return, shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? After chatting for a while, he finally cut to the chase. This is what you want. The Ancient One was not a character who liked to drag things out or act reluctant, except when it came to dimensional demons. That's called digging for benefits. As the Sorcerer Supreme who protected the Earth and maintained order, why couldn't she borrow some power from Sitorak, Dormammu, and Chthon? This was to serve mankind better and protect this beautiful planet under their feet. As to when to pay off the debts, sorry. If they have the ability, they can ask to collect it on their own. Otherwise, let's not talk about it. Avoiding debts, relying on debts, and owing debts in various ways were all compulsory courses that every Sorcerer Supreme must learn. By the way, I must remind you. When the Ancient One handed the coordinate data of this universe to Luke, she seemed to think of something, adding, the spatial and temporal transmission across the universe must be modeled and projected correctly. Otherwise, it's likely that accidents will happen. Like what? Luke looked at the hazy glow on the table, reached in, and pieces of data poured into his mind. Getting lost or ending up in the wrong place. The Ancient One answered. The former was getting lost in the chaos of time and space. That was very dangerous. Complicated timelines and cosmic boxes that exist in parallel and influence each other could cause a person to lose their way and never find their way home. As for the latter, it was literal. For example, after leaving Earth 199,999, Luke may end up somewhere else if the calculation was wrong. It's like a all-new, all-different universe. After the big event, Secret Wars was restarted, or a virus outbreak. All the superheroes became cannibal demons in the zombie universe. There were countless parallel universes like that. Some were wonderful, and some were terrible. The Axis one, and Captain Britain was born, leading everyone to launch a rebellion in the Earth 597 universe. In the matriarchal world, Universe Earth 715, where 90% of the men on the Earth were killed, Natasha Stark, the female version of Iron Man, tied the knot with Captain America on Earth 3490 and successfully realized the dreams of people shipping them together. Such a strange world. I won't let accidents happen. Luke stood up. He only wanted to return to his own Earth 1024 universe and had no plans to be a wandering traveler. Luke directly returned to the SHIELD's base after leaving the New York Sanctum. The normal order of this world was already facing a collapse. Either they were smashing, looting and burning and letting evil breed, or taking to the streets and chanting for democracy and freedom. Originally, coming here was already a hard trip. Still, he also wanted to take some time to look around and communicate with the super, heroines for the process of species reproduction and the collision of human feelings. And when he could, visit the 9. Only 8 were left now. Asgard had been destroyed. However, he found that the Avengers were busy and there was chaos worldwide, so he lost this interest. Hey, Thor, why is it beer with fried chicken again? How bad is the food in Asgard that you don't get tired of eating this? Fast food every day. Luke opened a portal and saw Thor nesting in the single-seater sofa, watching a game's live broadcast while eating the fried chicken in his arms. Next to it, there were pizza boxes thrown out and soda bottles that had been drunk, which had been stacked into a small hill. Fortunately, the SHIELD base had intelligent cleaning robots produced by Stark Industries, and a first-class air circulation system. Otherwise, other Avengers would definitely complain about Thor and express their dislike for his personal hygiene. I've enjoyed a lot of food. The 1,000-year-old Asgard's roast venison with honey was a unique taste, and the dwarf's special cuisine, the legendary neutron star barbecue, is even more famous in the universe. Thor drank tons and tons of beer. The alcohol content was negligible for him, and he simply drank it like water. Really? It sounds like there's nothing to praise besides barbecue. Luke smiled and poked at it mercilessly. Asgard was technologically advanced, with unique rune technology and the Bifrost, a planet-crushing weapon. But their civilization was stuck in the medieval period of the Earth. Both entertainment and leisure life was lacking. In addition to duels, drama performances, baby-making activities, no more interesting things could be found. Thor, you may not know, compared with fast food such as fried chicken, hamburgers, and burritos, the food culture in the East is more prosperous. Luke was like the host of a TV show, showing Thor, who had only eaten barbecue and had a rather poor understanding of food. When it comes to eating, I have to mention China. There are 8 major cuisines, which can be divided into stir-fried, pan-fried, boiling, deep-fried, and so on. If you could accept it, there are a lot of varieties and various dishes. Eating one a day, you wouldn't eat the same thing in a year. The latter was biting a chicken leg, and his handsome face revealed a silly expression of, I don't understand what you're saying, but I think it's awesome. So, where can I eat it? Thor asked urgently. As an Asgard with noble blood, he was a god in the eyes of ordinary people, and he had the desire to chase after any exceptional things. These were not limited to just wine, food, beautiful women, powerful artifacts, and his younger brother Loki. After I put on the Infinity Gauntlet and snap my fingers to bring back all the lives that have disappeared, you can go to Kama Taj and find a master named Wang, Luke replied. Master Wang, Strange's minion, wasn't only proficient in occultism, medicine, and martial arts, but also a good cook. Wait, we haven't decided on who would snap their fingers yet. You seem confident. Thor snorted and spoke in a weak voice. Although the Avengers had no objection to Superman doing the snap, he was bent on proving himself and taking this opportunity. This may seem incomprehensible to outsiders. Putting on the Infinity Gauntlet and snapping their fingers wasn't a particularly pleasant task. Even if they were as powerful as Thanos, they would still suffer heavy losses and would need to pay a tragic price. Not to mention other people. But in the eyes of the Avengers, the ability to do something for the world, and even the universe, was actually some kind of mission with a sense of sacredness. It was as if Thanos insisted that he was doing a good deed in essence by destroying half of the life on each planet and conquering one world after another. Are you going to do it yourself? I'd like to remind you that your strong axe-wielding arm, after wearing the Infinity Gauntlet and snapping your fingers, might not even be able to chop wood later. You could only sharpen pencils for Banner. Luke joked. He didn't have the ideological consciousness of sacrificing himself for the whole world and universe. If he had to pay a huge price for snapping his fingers, Luke would have had to give it some serious thought. But since he came into contact with the Infinity Stones and experienced their power personally, he felt that he wouldn't have any problems when snapping his fingers. All right, you win. Thor heard that he could no longer chop people up with his beloved Stormbreaker, and his enthusiasm was instantly reduced by half. Thor changed his tone. In fact, we have already discussed it once. If you are willing to take on this responsibility, then it's definitely up to you. He didn't need to drink beer, didn't need to eat fried chicken, and didn't need to play games, but he had to be able to swing Stormbreaker. Thor had often felt empty inside since he lost Mjolnir. Fortunately, this axe forged by the Dwarf King could comfort his lonely heart. Tony and Banner's gauntlet, when will it be ready? Luke asked aloud. After snapping his fingers and bringing back the lost lives, he could get Iron Man and Dr. Banner to start the manufacture and development of the time and space transmission device. Thinking that Howard may be searching for his whereabouts worldwide, SHIELD had a lot of work in the Magic Congress, Hellfire Club, and other matters. Luke couldn't help having a headache. His trip through time and space was completely accidental. He didn't explain anything before he left. Once Superman, As a deterrent suddenly disappeared, it would inevitably lead to subtle changes in the international situation, as well as internal turmoil in SHILD. I hope when I get back, it won't be a bad situation, like the outbreak of World War III. Luke thought silently. 2 days later, Iron Man and Dr. Banner placed the 6 stones into the mechanical glove made of nanomaterials. Luke, it's your turn. Iron Man pointed to the mechanical gloves on the stand and spoke with a serious expression. Remember, Thanos wiped out half of the life on the Earth and also in the whole universe. So, you have to bring them back to the present, that is, today. The Avengers gathered and watched Superman, who picked up the mechanical glove. Friday, initiate defensive procedures. Iron Man directly closed the SHILD headquarters building and evacuated other staff. 20 minutes later, all the entrances and exits were tightly sealed. The thick alloy doors slowly came down, isolating the inner space from the outside world. So, I'm starting. Luke looked around and found that the superheroes were nervous. He didn't say much and placed his hand into the mechanical glove. Click, click. The mechanical glove made gear-like noises as if there were countless precise and tiny parts operating. Nanomaterials automatically adjusted their size and firmly covered Luke's palm. Before he could continue to feel it, this infinity gauntlet made by Iron Man, with 6 stones embedded in it, burst into dazzling light. Zai zai, zai zai zai, all kinds of light blended together like tiny electric snakes wrapping Luke's right arm. Hiss, it's a little exciting, Luke took in a sharp breath. Like an electric shock, his body overflowed with a tingling sensation. Of course, this was for Superman. For others, it was probably equivalent to a strong high-voltage current through the body, directly burning them into charcoal. A steady stream of cosmic energy was eroding Luke's skin, like a blazing flame with extremely high temperature that could melt flesh and burn bones. Even Superman's suit, which could withstand cannons and remain unharmed, was damaged. His right arm was exposed without any concealment. The firm muscles bulged like a hill, and thick veins appeared. Repeating this process of healing and incineration, the scene looked a bit frightening. Luke, how are you? Are you okay? The superheroes gathered in the hall held their breaths and looked at Superman with nervous and expectant eyes. Among them, Captain America had concerns in his eyes and asked first. He took 2 steps back and held the vibranium shield across his chest to prevent accidents. The same was true for other Avengers, either wearing their uniforms or armors and hiding behind them. Dr. Banner told them that the Infinity Stones were emitting an extremely violent stream of gamma rays. Ordinary people couldn't bear terrifying the force at all, let alone put it on and snap their fingers completely. Among everyone here, only Thor and Carol were qualified candidates to control that cosmic energy. If Captain America or Iron Man were asked to complete this task, they would only be able to do either the former or the latter. They had extraordinary courage and a sense of selflessness. But the price, death. After the Avengers discussed it, it was considered completely unnecessary. Everyone had a more suitable candidate. That's Superman. I'm okay. However, your reaction makes me feel like it's an extremely dangerous time bomb. Luke's face showed no pain, but rather relaxed. The All-Father-level Superman's body against the 6 Infinity Stones wasn't an arduous task for him. Rumble. With his right hand clenched tightly, the infinite glove made of nanomaterials rippled with waves of air, visible to the naked eye. The terrifying atmosphere was rising, turning into physical pressure, making some of the superheroes standing aside feel that even breathing was difficult. Standing in the middle of the room, the upright body seemed to become even taller, emitting a real and unparalleled sense of oppression. In fact, you're in a way a portable gamma bomb. Dr. Banner held a small energy detection instrument similar to a handheld in his left hand, and the readings on it soared wildly, directly breaking through the peak. If this cosmic energy erupts, it will probably erase the North American continent from the map. A cold sweat broke out on Banner's forehead. He was afraid that Luke would lose control and blow himself and the superheroes in, headquarters into ash. Don't be so nervous, relax. Luke smiled and slowly raised his right hand. What do I do next? Should I just snap my fingers, or make a wish first? Say a few lines, such as I am Superman. The superheroes looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. This addressed a blind spot in their knowledge. We have never worn an infinity gauntlet before. Rocket poked his head out from behind Thor's shoulder and spat out quietly. In fact, he hadn't even touched the other 5 stones, except for the power stone placed in the orb. The other superheroes were similar, and they didn't know much about the Infinity Stones. Dr. Banner, do you have any good suggestions? Captain America looked at Banner, who had studied gamma rays. He was an expert in this field. I don't even understand why it had to be a snap that could activate the Infinity Gauntlet's mechanism. Banner shook his head and replied helplessly. As a scientist, he simply couldn't understand the strange setting that one snap could erase half of life in the universe. If Thanos was a disabled man who had lost his hands, would that mean that even if the opponent was given the Infinity Stones, he might not be able to use them? In this way, wasn't the existence of the Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity Stones equivalent to discriminating against disabled people with unsound hands? Such cruelty. How about I try each method once? Luke joked. Let's be more cautious. Iron Man quickly stopped Superman's behavior. This was related to half of the life of the Earth and the whole universe. Luke smiled faintly. He was just easing the atmosphere, and he didn't intend actually to do that. A moment later, Superman closed his eyes. With the wonderful power given by the 6 Infinity Stones, his extremely powerful perception was instantly magnified countless times. Zai zai, zai zai zai. Light streams were surging, and energy pulsating. That glove, the various stones vibrated. The first thing that lit up was the blue space stone. Then it was the time stone shining with green light. Then the purple power stone, the red reality stone, and the yellow mind stone lit up, one by one. Finally, it is the orange soul stone. Boom, a silent bang. Luke seemed to be connected with the whole universe. The vast and endless river of bright stars rotated quietly beneath his feet. Everything was so small and fragile. This is the Infinity Stones. An instant, Luke felt that his body was infinitely higher, like the guards of the universe, overlooking the vast universe without boundaries. He seemed to touch the edge of this box, silently peeking at other floating clusters of light, like air bubbles. That's a large number of multiverses that are difficult to count. Earth 1024. Luke pondered the number he set for his universe. His sight extended infinitely, almost penetrating the box and reaching the outer realm. Too many. It's too hard to find. It was like finding a water drop belonging to Luke from the vast ocean, which was time-consuming and troublesome. He felt the increasingly terrifying cosmic energy in his body, so he had no choice but to give up. It's time to get down to business. Luke slowly raised his right hand. The 6-colored light erupted violently. The infinite glove made of nanomaterials was almost on the verge of collapse. Clear cracks appeared and bloomed. The terrifying energy of the universe was condensed and unleashed at this moment. Snap! With a snap, the superhero's perception seemed to blur for a moment and then was quickly brought back to reality. A success, Hawkeye, who recently returned to the team, asked in a trembling voice. Compared with the tragic experience of Ant-Man, he was even worse. He originally retired, enjoying warm and happy family life. At the same time, he was teaching his daughter archery. When he turned his head, his whole family had been turned into dust. He was dumbfounded. When Hawkeye came to his senses and came to SHIELD's base, Superman had destroyed Thanos and brought back the Infinity Stones. After hearing that there was still a chance to undo all this, his mood was like a roller coaster ride, up and down and finally up again. Buzz, buzz. The cell phone that Scott, the second-generation Ant-Man, had placed on the table vibrated. Friday, remove the defense procedures. Seeing Luke had finished snapping his finger, and there was no shocking explosion or terrible scenes, Iron Man lifted the maximum alert status of the base. The thick alloy doors slowly pulled up, and a beam of sunlight shone in, scattering it into a dazzling golden glow. Vaguely, they could still hear insects and birds chirping. Since Thanos snapped his fingers, the whole world seemed to have lost its vitality. In New York's Central Park, it was hard even to see a bird these days. This showed that Thanos was really fair. He didn't aim at all races in the universe, but wiped out all living creatures with the essence of life. But after Luke snapped his fingers, it seemed that everything came back. When the alloy doors of the SHIELD headquarters building were opened one by one, the sun shone in, and light fell into the atrium. Going outside, Hawkeye saw a few birds pass by, and there were faint voices of alarm. We succeeded. he said in an uncertain tone. Not only Hawkeye, but the other superheroes too. As if they were in a dream, they were afraid that they would wake up and see the cruel reality. I'll make a phone call. When Black Widow heard this, she immediately turned on the comm and contacted Nick Fury from the missing persons list. The one-eyed chief had turned into ash with Agent Hill. Natasha, what happened? The comm was quickly switched on, and Fury's deep voice sounded. Black Widow was overjoyed and hugged Hawkeye tightly. I'm going to find Laura and the kids. The latter wiped away the tears of excitement and ran to the underground garage regardless of other things. He couldn't wait to see his wife and children and reunite with them. What had been lost was often more precious when it was recovered. Go ahead and say hello to your children for me. Black Widow nodded and agreed. There was nothing more important than that. After watching Hawkeye leave, she told Nick Fury about the nightmare they had experienced during this time, in short, that was as easy to understand as possible. She believed that with the acceptance ability of the one-eyed director, he should be able to digest it quickly. And in the hall, "Hey," Scott, the Ant-Man, answered the phone with uneasy feelings. Then came Hank Pym's angry, loud voice. "Scott, where are you, you bastard? And my van? Why is my van missing?" Scott had never felt the old-fashioned Hank Pym's voice was so pleasing until now. He couldn't wait to kiss his phone and vent his inner excitement and joy. "Hank, is it really you? You're all back?" Scott asked again. "Hope, talk to this fool. I'm afraid I'll be infected by him and become an idiot." Hank Pym was as mean and bitter as ever. In this respect, he was very similar to the most hated Stark family. A success. We did it. Seeing the missing Pym family call, Captain America was sure that the snap had brought back the missing people. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his boiling emotions. "I wonder what happened to Bucky and Sam." Captain America resisted the idea of contacting his friend, as he had more important things to do. To be honest, seeing Bucky turn to dust, the feeling of losing a comrade and partner again was terrible. For Captain America, this was no easier than learning the news of his girlfriend Peggy's death. "Yes, it worked. It wasn't easy." Iron Man nodded and agreed. He sat back in his chair for a moment, his nano-armor retracting into the arc reactor on his chest. The strength in his body felt like it had been drained, and his body was paralyzed. "Wait a minute, we could have a party, tell Strange to do some juggling, and Peter Parker, the little guy who dragged your shield away at the German airport last time. Forget it, I'd better sleep first." Iron Man spoke to himself. His tired face was slightly relaxed. Then there was a palm on his shoulder. It was Captain America. "Tony, thanks for your hard work." Captain America's words contained too many emotions. Only he and Iron Man could understand the meaning. "You too. I heard that it was almost hammered by Thanos with one punch before. Ha!" Iron Man chuckled twice and continued. "By the way, I'm going to retire like an elderly. Stark Industries is temporarily left to Happy to take care of it. I want to find a quiet place with Pepper, rest for a while. Come to my house for dinner later. Take that shield back. It's taking up too much space." Iron Man had always maintained a proud personality. Even reconciliation was said so tactfully. "No problem, then I'll leave it to Sam." Captain America subconsciously wanted to say Bucky, but considering there may be a fight and his relaxed relationship with Iron Man would drop to freezing point again, he quickly changed his mouth. The two smiled at each other, and the previous misunderstandings and grudges were over. "You seem to have been forgotten." Carol stepped forward, looked at Luke, who took off the glove and smiled softly. "But I still want to thank you for all this, Mr. Savior." "You're welcome. Saving the universe, this is also a very fresh experience for me." Luke smiled back. He brought back half of the lost lives in the universe with a snap. To some extent, it was indeed worthy of the title of Savior. "You see, they all have their own things to do. Carol, how about you? Don't you want to enjoy the victory?" Luke asked softly. "I don't have many acquaintances on Earth. Right now, Fury is the only one. What's more, I didn't do anything. You took care of Thanos, and you're the one to snap your fingers. You are the great hero." Carol had her arms around her chest and faintly said, "Looking at what everyone is saying, there may be a party afterward. Maybe after I meet up with Fury, I'll have to leave Earth and go back to my—" "What did you say last time?" "Cosmic policing," Luke replied. "That's right, cosmic police." Carol raised her eyebrows. This snap brought back lost lives, but also brought back chaos and strife. After all, there was a massive population boom, and it was hard to count. There were good and innocent people. There were also bad people and villains. Then, see you later. Luke waved his hand. He didn't want to disturb the superheroes who were immersed in joy. It was estimated that later there would be a scene of reminiscing. There was no point in staying. Oh, there's a poor guy here. Luke was going to leave the hall and go to the New York Sanctum to chat with Master Ancient One and meet the new Sorcerer Supreme, Strange. But seeing a lost Thor, he couldn't help but walk over and pat his opponent's shoulder and jokingly say, "Need me to help you? Snap my fingers again and bring your brother Loki back." For the other superheroes, their lost family and friends had returned to their side. Everything was perfect. Thor was the exception. His brother Loki had his neck broken by Thanos. His sister was destroyed along with Asgard. His father returned to the embrace of Yggdrasil. His mother died at the hands of the Dark Elves. In a word, Thor still had nothing. Even his favorite Mjolnir was gone, leaving only an axe to accompany him. Playing Fortnite, he was often scolded as a newbie by teammates. His former girlfriend, Jane Foster, couldn't stand the separation and finally broke up with him. He wanted to find someone to talk to about his inner pain, but there was no one. In this way, Thor's face had a gloomy, deeply sad expression. Forget it. That thing should be destroyed as soon as possible or kept separately in a secret place that no one knows. The current king of Asgard was clear-headed as he shook his head. Loki. Let me continue to miss him. The younger brother, who exists in memory, is worry-free. Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded. Would you like to go with me to taste the delicious food? I guarantee it tastes better than fried chicken and barbecue. I believe Master Wang won't let you down. That place you mentioned, is there any wine? Thor put away his sentimental feelings and asked in a low voice. I just want to drink right now. Luke thought about it. There should be a lot of treasures in Kama Taj's cellars. Wang was also a good wine drinker. Dark Mautai liquor, Sichuan liquor, Red Star sorghum liquor, Hengshui Leobegan, he certainly had some on hand. Of course, we have enough drinks, Luke assured him. It was said that alcohol could stimulate human emotions best, let them open their hearts, show their true side, and draw each other's feelings closer. In one of Kama Taj's rooms, 3 people and Rocket Raccoon sat around the table. There was a steaming hot pot in the middle, and there were various dips, sliced beef, mutton, seafood, and vegetables on the smaller plates. It's so fragrant. Thor drank a mouthful of Red Star liquor, swallowed a few slices of beef, mixed with the taste of sesame sauce and sweet and spicy sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. This Asgardian hadn't seen everything in the world when it came to food. Only fried chicken and beer, a family-sized bucket every day. Such consistent flavors would satisfy Thor and keep him hooked. Once in a while, he would order pizza, which could be used to reward himself for playing the game and greeting his teammates every day. It could be seen that Thor had low requirements for food. The Chinese-style hot pot was a new experience for him, especially Red Star liquor. With Asgard's 1,000-year-old brewing technique, this was simply fascinating. Only a madman would like this stuff. Rocket Raccoon had a fondness for shrimp sticks and sashimi. He jumped from Thor's shoulder to Wang's head and symbolically licked the cup of high-grade white wine with a look of disgust on its face. Obviously, the liquor was not to his taste. Little rabbit, what do you know? This is what men should drink. Wang, let's drink. Thor, who got drunk, grabbed Wang, who was accompanying him, and the two of them clinked glasses. The latter made a reluctant face. He wasn't as tough as an Asgardian, who could drink white wine as if it was water. Especially high-purity liquor with added materials. Just taking a sip could make people feel intoxicated. So, Strange is still on Titan. Wang scratched his head. Compared with these uninvited guests, he was more concerned about Dr. Strange's situation. He'll be back soon with the transmission portal, so you don't have to worry at all, Luke replied. His hands keep moving, throwing a few slices of beef into the hot pot. Wang was really good at cooking, especially with the dipping sauce, which was the soul of the hot pot. So, what's all this about? In fact, Wang hadn't figured out what happened until now. He was erased by the first snap and turned into ash. It felt like a night's sleep. When he woke up, his thoughts and memories were still at the last second he was alive. He only knew that Dr. Banner informed them that Thanos was coming. Then Strange was taken by the Black Order and boarded the donut-shaped spaceship. When he was ready to gather Kama, Taj, and the three Scantum's powers to rescue the Sorcerer Supreme, his consciousness went into the darkness. It was like being knocked unconscious with a stick, and he didn't know what happened afterward. When he woke up again, Wang saw the two guys and a raccoon sitting in front of him. Wang, add some good wine to the hot pot. Today is worth celebrating. We saved the world. No, we saved the universe. This was the opening statement from the fresh face. Quite familiar, not treating him as an outsider at all. If he didn't know Thor and knew that he was from Asgard, Wang might have regarded them as invaders. It's a long and complicated story. Luke took a sip of the Sichuan liquor. The spicy taste ran along the tip of his tongue. When Strange comes back, let him tell you in detail. 40 minutes later, he had enough to eat. The job of cleaning up the mess was, of course, left to Wang. By the way, remember to tell Strange to come to SHIELD headquarters building to look for me. Luke put down his chopsticks with satisfaction, dragged the drunk Thor with one hand and the round-bellied Rocket with the other, ready to leave. The former was hugging Rocket Raccoon, talking about how much he missed his parents, with snot and tears. The snot and tears were smeared on the raccoon's fur, making the latter frantic. As for Wang, he felt very dizzy when he walked. Not to mention cleaning up the mess and tidying up the desk. Even walking out the door was hard. Luke shook his head when he saw how poorly the group was at drinking. He meant to wait for Dr. Strange to come back and discuss the trans-cosmic transmission in detail with each other. The research and construction of the space-time machine were definitely left to Iron Man and Dr. Banner. Dr. Strange was mainly responsible for adding details. Luke didn't want it to go wrong and wander into another universe. If it was a normal universe, it might be acceptable. If transmitted to the zombie universe, facing the world's superhero zombies, just thinking about it already gave his scalp a tingling sensation. In particular, in the Marvel gender reverse universe, the Avengers, the villains were all feminized. If he went there, facing the tech nerd Iron Man, the big sister Captain America, the strong and fit female Hulk, the electrifying and passionate female Thor, the menstrual synchrony would be terrifying. Therefore, it was important to be prudent in facing inter-universe transmission. A week later, SHIELD's base. A little order had been restored to a free America where chaos and sin were rampant. At least, vicious incidents like beating, smashing, looting, and stealing were decreasing, and everyone was beginning to return to the original trajectory in life. The superheroes finally took time out of their restoring public order's busy schedule and began to solve Luke's problems. This is the universe model I built, according to the coordinate data you provided to me, as well as the details added by Strange. To be honest, I don't quite understand the magic, dimensionality, and boundary, he said. That's kind of beyond me. Tony bit the pen in his mouth and said vaguely, now me and Banner and that old man Hank Pym, yes, he volunteered to help. Probably in your honor, Superman, the greatest hero in the universe. Iron Man habitually kept talking and talking. The topic strayed from the main point. Next to him, Dr. Banner stretched out his finger and swiped a few times on the tablet to call up the model of the universe. He took Iron Man's words and went on to say, the biggest problem we face is how to establish a stable and clear coordinate system, and then set the universe as an anchor point to avoid irreparable consequences, such as letting you get lost in the turbulence of time and space. Secondly, we don't know the exact coordinates of your universe, which has stalled research on the transmission mechanism. It's like a route, with only the starting point, not the end point. Luke hugged his chest, gazed at the projected model of the universe, frowned, and asked, is there any suitable solution? These were the scientific geniuses of the Marvel world, and they could always solve all kinds of problems, from the destruction of the multiverse to the development of robots for home use. In the outside world, it was a difficult topic that may not come to fruition in a lifetime of research. To Iron Man, Dr. Banner, and Hank Pym, it was a small matter of making a formula, calculating data, and then slapping their heads for inspiration. I thought you would be more surprised, like showing some disappointment or a sad expression. Iron Man, who was about to retire, pouted. After my discussion with Banner, I worked out a not very reliable plan. Friday has simulated and tested it repeatedly. We found a transmission route with higher accuracy from over 20 vague answers, with a relatively high probability of being correct, which is about 60%. Luke picked his eyebrows, considering whether to accept it or not. According to Murphy's Law, anything that could go wrong will go wrong, no matter how small the possibility was. In other words, if he was unlucky, he could, unfortunately, be drawn into a gender-reversed universe where all the members were feminized, or a wasteland universe to survive alone at the end of days. No matter how hesitant he was, he would always be doomed to head towards that doomed path. "I'm not finished yet, Uncle Cavill." Iron Man gradually accepted Superman as his godfather and uncle from a different universe. A while ago, he also brought Pepper to meet him as a family gathering. After all, his father left early, and the only one he trusted, Obadiah Stane, betrayed him. Superman was probably the only elder. Although Luke looked quite young, according to him, he was also a 100-year-old man, just like Captain America. "Go on," Luke nodded. Iron Man cleared his throat and said, "In order to improve the accuracy and reduce the risk, Strange proposed the idea of setting up a transit area. That is to say, you can get off the train at other places in the middle of the inter-universe transmission and collect data on the coordinates of the current universe to determine your location better. If there is an accident, the probability of a successful return is relatively higher." A transit station. Luke was puzzled. It had been a month since they last discussed the trans-universe transmission plan. He had to admit that Iron Man and Dr. Banner indeed had great ideas. They were ready to open up the quantum realm with the help of Hank Pym's technology. After that, it was transformed into a space-time transmission device. With the cosmic coordinates provided by the Ancient One, Iron Man had completed the construction of the model. The next step was to build a space-time machine and put it into use. Iron Man and Dr. Banner stayed up all night and also brought Dr. Strange. They finalized the complete plan and began to enter the implementation stage. This was a huge and time-consuming project. Even though SHIELD's resources were mobilized and a large amount of manpower and material resources were invested, only 1/3 of it had been completed right now. Luke didn't show impatience. When he was idle, he went to visit Kama Taj, asked Wang for a hot pot, and then went to the library to read some books. Sometimes he would talk to Strange for a while, but this guy was much more boring than his teacher, the Ancient One. Usually, when he had time, he would play games with Thor and team up with him to score some points. He would also attend various Avengers celebration parties, accept the invitation from the White House, give speeches, and brush up his reputation. This was his daily life, living a full and comfortable life. The only thing that caused him a bit of a headache was being known as the great hero who saved the world and even the universe. Superman's name spread like wildfire and had spread all over the world. Currently, his popularity was tending to surpass that of the Avengers, becoming a new favorite of the media. As a result, wherever Luke went, a group of fans would come, take photos, and ask for autographs. The discussion about Superman had become a hot topic with more than 1 billion followers. Major TV stations rushed to send invitations for interviews, various well-known talk shows, and the official media blew up the phone at front desk. This gave Luke, who just wanted to live a quiet life, a slight headache. "I find that you know how to deal with the media and the public better than Stark and Captain Rogers." In the private area of SHIELD's headquarters, Nick Fury, who had long since retired, looked over at Superman, who was lying on a bench, sunbathing. After he was brought back by Luke Snap, he went to work again and took over most of the work in. Soon after the social order was rebuilt, a leader like Nick Fury was urgently needed to stabilize the situation, contact other nations, and integrate their forces. "Didn't Tony tell you that in my universe, I wasn't only a war hero, but also a general in the Pentagon, and the director of SHIELD?" Luke bit into his straw and murmured. "Director Fury, my job is to preside over the overall situation and maintain order like you, so I often appear in public." "I see," the one-eyed director asked curiously. "What about me? What am I like in your universe?" Luke pondered slightly and replied, "If it weren't for this unexpected incident, you'd be driving me right now." Fury's face twitched. He didn't think he would be a driver. Life was too strange. "Director Fury, what can I do for you?" put down his juice and asked softly, "Stark asked me to call you over. The space-time transmission device he's working on with Dr. Banner is almost ready." Fury's eyes flashed as he spoke in a deep voice. "They're going to conduct a test, and you need to participate in it. This is a small thing. They just needed to make a phone call. There's no need to trouble Director Fury to make the trip himself." Luke smiled, glanced at the other person, and faintly said, "Take away your unnecessary worry." Had any other ideas, the Avengers wouldn't be able to stop me. He knew Nick Fury's thoughts. Seeing Superman's strength and prestige grow, Fury was becoming wary of him. It was an old habit. It's just like how Batman saw everyone, thinking they were dangerous, even himself. It was all persecution paranoia. "Ha ha ha, then you should hurry. Stark is waiting." Nick Fury awkwardly laughed, neither denying nor admitting it. Deep down, he was eager to send Superman away as soon as possible. This guy could even press Thanos down to the ground, beat him, and use the 6 Infinity Stones without any problems. Once such a powerful and terrible existence went astray or tragically turned evil, who could stop it? Out of an agent's professional habit, Nick Fury would always think from the dark side of humanity. He had to imagine the worst-case scenario and develop a plan to deal with it. "Ha ha!" Luke shrugged his shoulders. He knew about Nick Fury's vigilance, but he wasn't angry. When dealing with these people, he had to put up with their insignificant little problems. If he ever visited the studio next door and met Batman in the future, the latter would certainly watch him with a suspicious attitude and a critical eye. So, the one who should be put in Arkham Asylum is Batman, wearing the Bruce Wayne mask. Luke thought silently. Afterward, he took the elevator to the working area of SHIELD's base. Iron Man and Dr. Banner, one was standing on a spacious platform, and the other was operating instruments underneath. "Come in. This is the space-time transmission device we developed." Iron Man's excitement was high. When he saw Luke, he couldn't wait to start introducing it. "We'll use the PIM particles to shrink you into the microscopic universe, and then throw you out of this universe by interfering with quantum space-time." Luke stepped onto the translucent, high-strength glass platform, glanced around, and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Dr. Banner operated the instrument with a crackle, turning it on and slowly opening a channel at the top. "We want to see the effect, that is, to send you into the quantum realm, and then successfully return. It starts with time travel in this universe, and then proceeds to cross-universe transmission." Iron Man replied. "As for the transit station plan, that's a stage further down the road." The transit station was a bold idea from Doctor Strange, adopted by Iron Man and Dr. Banner. Simply put, after activating the trans-universe transmission, Luke would board a train with no known endpoint. Because the destination wasn't clear, he needed to get off every time he arrived at a cosmic box with other numbers to collect coordinates data and other important information. It was equivalent to using those universes as transit stations, changing routes and targets at any time, and constantly improving this road back home. It sounded unreliable, but there was no better way. After all, the Avengers, including Doctor Strange, were just characters in a small box. There was a slight deviation in the understanding of many aspects of the knowledge. For example, Iron Man couldn't accept that he married Captain America in a certain universe. Although it was a female version of Tony Stark, she was a proud young lady who was born into a rich family and was in charge of a large enterprise at a young age. However, in his original words, how could a girl with normal aesthetics look at a 100-year-old man who would lecture someone just because of saying one curse word? In response to Iron Man's reaction, Luke said he would send him a wedding photo of Natasha Stark and Captain America if he had a chance to pass through that universe. One was the darling daughter from a well-off family, and the other was a poor Brooklyn boy, a proud and straight woman and an excellent blonde man. One was a research consultant plus associate, and the other was a team leader plus core member. And they were still in the same organization, cooperating with each other to save the world. This element, they could make a film, Avengers in Love and War. The first test was quite successful. Luke went to have a drink with Howard Stark during World War II and then returned to the current timeline. Everything went smoothly and nothing went wrong. Howard Stark, who stayed at the military base, had no impression of Luke, but the guy seemed to know him. The two chatted and drank together in the lounge, spending 20 minutes relaxed and happy. "You can go now. It will take about a month for us to complete the trans-universe transmission. Iron Man waved his hand. They were collecting the data just now to adjust the universe model. It looks like there should be no problem. Luke, I think you should think more about who your teammate would be. Dr. Banner shut down the teleportation device and slowly said so. Teammate, Luke slightly frowned. I thought it was a solo trip. Dr. Banner looked at Iron Man, who was busy on the spacious platform, and asked, You didn't tell him? I forgot. I clock in every day at SHILD, and I have to deal with Pepper when I go back. I can't remember those small details, Iron Man replied confidently. Dr. Banner was speechless and turned his face away from the other side, turning to Luke and said, The transit station program is generally safe, but in case you can't find your way home and are forced to return, you need to bring 1 or 2 teammates as anchors to our universe. I will implant miniature signal transmitters in their bodies, which is equivalent to throwing 2 beacons. Amongst many time and space, I can determine their position and recover them. Luke nodded gently. Iron Man and Dr. Banner were experts in this field. All aspects were taken into consideration to eliminate any possible surprises. How long will it take before the trans-universe transmission is officially ready? Luke looked at the closed instrument. According to the research progress of these 2 big guys, he felt that it would be done in 1 month. They were the scientists of the Marvel world, and their innovative strength was comparable to the physical strength of the big green guy. The fastest it could take is half a month, Iron Man replied. Trans-universe transmission is a difficult problem, and it isn't easy. Dr. Banner nodded in agreement, adding, Yeah, it's a lot more troublesome than when we were working on Ultron, the powerful artificial intelligence. New territory, unfamiliar knowledge. It's really exciting. As an old bachelor, Dr. Banner wasn't like Iron Man, who would rush off work every day to spend time with his wife. He completely regarded SHILD as his home and spent every day in his work area and the living room. Dr. Banner of this universe had long since broken up with Betty, General Ross's daughter, and had always been single since. At most had a relationship with Natasha, the Black Widow. However, after a trip to Sakaar and a guest appearance as a gladiator, their relationship seemed to be at a stalemate. They hadn't been seeing each other lately. Come on, I just want to go to bed early. Iron Man rubbed his sore waist. Recently, he was busy with making a new person and planned to have a baby with Pepper. Tony Stark, the famous playboy of New York, who could feed half of all the paparazzi in the city, felt a little overwhelmed, so he began to follow Luke's suggestion, soaking Chinese wolfberry in water to drink. This was probably the bitter result of not knowing how to care for his body when he was younger and vigorous. All right, everyone has worked hard. Luke waved and smiled. I'm treating you to a big meal today. But of course, it's the usual. My treat, but my nephew Tony is paying. Iron Man bristled but didn't say anything. Sometimes he really gave people headaches. In a quiet life, time would always slip away quietly. Half a month later, Iron Man and Dr. Banner successfully developed the trans-universe transmission device. Luke wasn't surprised by their unparalleled research and development capabilities. In Marvel, for geniuses and crazy scientists that could destroy the world, beating up bosses was just a daily thing. One of their representatives was Mr. Reed Richards. Things like restarting the multiverse with the ultimate nullifier, bombard the living tribunal, craniotomy on Iron Man, blowing up 67 parallel universes, and so on. To sum it up, having the scientist title in the Marvel Universe probably means that you have the potential to become a powerful character or develop plot armor. Thor and Little Rabbit, let's hit the road together. Luke stepped out onto the spacious platform, changed into his special transmission uniform, and spoke to Thor and Rocket Raccoon on the platform. He finally chose these 2 guys as his teammates. He had no choice. There weren't many options to choose from. Among the Avengers, those who were ready to retire were Hawkeye, Iron Man, and Captain America. Other superheroes, like Captain Marvel, was busy being a cosmic policeman and had no time to accompany Luke on a space-time trip that was full of potential battles ahead. Black Widow took over as the diplomat position for SHILD and was amidst a rising career. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, was now a widow, and she was probably not in the mood. What? Why were they all women? who would want to start an unknown and wonderful time travel adventure with superheroes like the Black Panther and Falcon. After careful consideration, Luke found that only Thor, the god of thunder, and Rocket Raccoon had free time and could be used as companions to relieve boredom. Help me tell Valkyrie that Asgard will be handed over to her for the time being. Thor, carrying Stormbreaker, staggered onto the platform. These days, he went to Kammer Taj to eat and drink without any problems and made himself fat. The white transmission uniform could barely fit the slightly bulky, sturdy body. Thor, it's the same with or without you. The people of Asgard are really unfortunate to have a king who only drinks and plays games. Iron Man spoke mercilessly. Thanos slaughtered half of Asgard before, and the remaining half took root in northern Europe with Brunhilde, the Valkyrie. It had always been a traditional European ability to take in refugees, not to mention that they were alien refugees, the original myth of northern Europe. Then you can help me tell Quill that the Guardians of the Galaxy's leader is going away, so he can take care of Groot, and don't let him play games all day. Rocket followed suit and spoke with a big grin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, take a deep breath and count down to 5. Then start the trans-universe transmission. Dr. Banner ignored the nonsense the guys spouted and started operating the machine. I hope I can have a chance to see you again, especially my nephew. Tony, I wish you a happy life. Luke waved, smiled, and said goodbye. 5, 4, 3. Woo, woo, woo. The 3 people standing underneath the transmission channel were instantly reduced to a subatomic scale by the PIM particles, invisible to the naked eye. Then, as if converted into a stream of light, following the direction of the set coordinates, it traveled in the macroscopic universe. They were like solid iron balls shoved into the mouth of a cannon, throwing themselves out of control and heading towards an unknown destination. I seem to have hit something hard. Thor covered his forehead and cried out in pain. That's the boundary of the universe. Luke's voice rang in the calm. So, we're now. Before Rocket finished speaking, his voice was dragged out as if flung high into the air. The 3 of them saw a pitch-black infinite space in which there were uncountable colored darts of light like the sands of the Ganges River. They looked like giant soap bubbles, glittering with a strange light. That was a world, a universe, layers upon layers, endless. Where are we going? Thor shouted. The dark space was like an empty vacuum, and no sound could be transmitted. But his question was still heard by Luke. I don't know, Superman replied. Because there were no specific universe coordinates, this was an unknown journey. No one knew where the first stop would be. No one knew how long it had been. Time had lost its original concept and role here. Dong, dong, dong. The 3 men felt a strong suction force. They uncontrollably floated over and hit the transparent wall again. Clouds of bright light exploded in front of them, making them unable to open their eyes. This is... Before Luke and others knew where they were, they saw a floating figure. A red cloak fluttered slightly, holding up the tall and thin figure. Are you the contactors that I have summoned? The man asked, half hesitant, half wary. Contractors. Luke was a little surprised and looked up at the guy. Stephen Strange. Is this Kammer Taj? It was Dr. Strange who appeared in front of him. It's just that compared with the movie universe, the other party looked younger and immature. Do you know me? Strange, held up by the magic floating cloak, sat cross-legged in the air and asked condescendingly. He seemed to be even more surprised that the summoned contractor could call out his own name. It seems that this is indeed Kammer Taj. Luke glanced around quickly and concluded. In the dimly lit room, there were 3 doors. They were branded with different patterns, giving off a mysterious and subtle aura of antiquity. Those were the portals to the 3 sanctums. They also correspond to 3 major time and space nodes. Then Luke looked up. He saw a huge copper ball hanging from the ceiling, flowing with a bright lava-like luster. This was one of the famous instruments of the Kammer Taj, which could monitor the abnormal energy fluctuation worldwide in real time and prevent the invasion from other dimensions. From these 2 iconic structures and objects, Luke determined that his place should be the central hall of the Kammer Taj. Why did we come here? He was a bit puzzled, but it's a time saver. Every time Luke stayed at a transit station, Luke needed to collect the coordinate data of his universe. This was his mission. If he wanted to complete it, he needed the help of the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, no matter which universe he lived in, the Ancient One would always be the one who knew these things best. and was most likely to help. No, how can there be three of them? I clearly summoned Mephisto's son. Strange seemed to return to his senses and looked at Luke and the others with a curious look. He was to summon the son of hell, the minions of darkness under Mephisto, instead of these people in front of him, a young human being with an uncommon bearing and an upright figure, a big, tall, strong, blond guy carrying an axe, and a little raccoon who could walk upright. What kind of weird combination was this? It was simply confusing. It seems we all have a lot of questions, so why don't we play 20 questions? Luke looked down at Thor, who was bent over and vomiting, and Rocket Raccoon, who was staggering around like he was drunk. This was the aftermath of trans-universal transmission, roughly similar to motion sickness and air sickness. Even the strong body of an Asgardian couldn't handle it. Do you know him? Luke pinched Thor's chin and told him to lift his head. Strange frowned slightly, recalled it carefully for a few minutes, and finally hesitated to answer. Thor, the Prince of Asgard. Luke nodded slightly. Very good. The first known information was that Asgard still existed, Odin was still alive, and Thor hadn't succeeded to the throne. What about him, this cute little rabbit? Luke picked up a drunken Rocket Raccoon, who corrected him with a grunt. You bastards, I've told you many times. I'm not a rabbit, I'm a raccoon, Tusk. I'm not a raccoon. My name is Rocket. Strange glanced at the incoherent alien creature and shook his head. I thought it was a puppet that someone had bought. Well, without the smell of sulfur, it doesn't look like a hybrid from hell. Luke put Rocket down, and his eyes flashed. The second information was that the Guardians of the Galaxy hadn't come to Earth, or at least they had never dealt with the three sanctums and the Sorcerer Supreme. In this way, the first transit universe probably had nothing to do with the movie universe, Earth 199,999. Or the timeline hadn't advanced to that stage. It's your turn to ask questions, Strange. Luke spread out his hands and walked out of the large, complex circle patterns under his feet. As a student of the Sorcerer Supreme, isn't it a bit humiliating for you to ask the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, for power to summon his heir? Luke, who had studied in Camertage, could tell right away that this was some kind of contract spell to summon otherworldly creatures. Cough, cough. It was just an accident. Strange looked a little embarrassed. Although Camertage didn't reject dark magic, as a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, it was really unreasonable for him to ask for help from Mephisto. Tell me, who are you? Strange asked in a quiet voice as he collected his emotions. He kept his hands in front of his chest and was ready to cast spells. He still had a certain degree of vigilance against the strange combination that was somehow summoned. The devils and demons of the hellish world had always been good at deception and disguise. Who knew if this was one of Mephisto's tricks? The Lord of Hell always had a bad taste that was difficult for mortals to understand. This is very complicated to explain. In a word, you can think of me as a passing traveler. I'm just passing through the world by chance and not staying for too long, Luke said lightly. It was too much trouble explaining trans-universe transmission, and he also had to tell him the whole story of the cause, the process, and the end. Instead of wasting energy on meaningless details, it's better to be vague. Anyway, Strange would fill in the details with his own imagination. As for these two, Thor shouldn't need my excessive introduction, Asgard's prince, and this talking rabbit. He's a pet. Rocket was furious, jumped up and hit Luke's knee, angrily saying, You're the pet. I'm the best spaceship pilot in the universe. Okay, let's not dwell on this issue for now. Luke patted Rocket's head and spoke perfunctorily. Do you have any other questions? Hearing this, Strange stood up. The magic cloak that supported his body moved back. He seemed to have guessed something from Luke's answers. A traveler passing through the world. Could it be? Unsurprisingly, Strange began to connect the dots with his own thinking. He believed Luke because he sensed the aura of the Vishanti from the other party. Any master who had read the book of the Vishanti and studied white magic would be able to do so. Why do you know me? Strange had some doubts. From Luke's attitude, they seemed to know each other. It's just like the Ancient One that has never seen you but knows you. Luke tried not to speak in human terms and spoke mysteriously, making people confused. I don't know the Strange standing in front of me, but I know the Strange who has the same life and the same experience as you. Stephen Strange, the third Sorcerer Supreme. Luke knew his past and future well. This guy had a rough and complicated life and spiritual experience. He went through a bloody and painful lesson, telling everyone not to play with their cell phones while driving. Dr. Stephen Strange, MD, Master Strange, Dr. Strange, what stage are you in now? Luke asked softly with a smile around his mouth. This kind of mysterious temperament, like his teacher, the Ancient One, instantly made Strange feel a bit of awe. It seemed that he had made the correct guess, the origin of the other party. I am Master Strange right now. The student of the Sorcerer Supreme replied softly. He used to be a doctor, but that was destroyed by a car accident. A sudden, monumental accident took away his hands, his job, and his pride. Strange found that the study of medicine couldn't save the world. He couldn't save the world and couldn't save himself. So, he embarked on a journey to find Taj and finally changed his profession to a master of the mystic arts. People often say, when God closes a door, he opens a window. As a highly educated and high-income individual, Strange had lost the possibility of holding the scalpel again. But he was lucky enough to step into the Hall of Magic and see a broader view of the world. The bald old woman said that it was all destiny. He was the chosen person who she had been waiting for over the years, the successor to the Sorcerer Supreme. I want to see the Ancient One if she's still alive. Luke, who was still in control of the conversation, took the opportunity to make a request. Of course my teacher is still alive. Strange was first puzzled, then surprised. You know that Master Ancient One was injured. Luke raised his eyebrows and nodded in acknowledgement without changing his expression, but he was speculating in his heart. The Ancient One injured, and a man. Hiss, it's not that universe, is it? Master Ancient One was injured, with the powerful All-Father-like existence and Vishanti as backing. Who could hurt him? Luke thought to himself as he gathered his thoughts. No matter which universe, the Sorcerer Supreme could firmly rank among the strong. Unless those dimensions demons came together and came to the door to collect debts. Otherwise, there was hardly any possibility of turning everything over. But Strange said that he was seriously injured. This wasn't an excuse made up by the Ancient One who wanted to retire early. As an older social animal, one could do anything to skip work and relax. I would like to meet the Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Strange gradually let go of his guard, Luke immediately put forward the request. The most important thing before him was to confirm his guess and determine the universe he was in. Only by mastering enough information could he start the journey of the next stop. Fortunately, judging from the information given by Dr. Strange, this shouldn't be as bad as starting in the zombie heroes universe. Besides, Luke had no interest in fighting zombies. I'm afraid you can't do that. When talking about his injured teacher, Strange's face turned dignified and shook his head to refuse. It was one thing for him to believe Luke, but it was another thing to trust him completely. Due to the Sorcerer Supreme's injury, Taj had closed its doors to the outside world, and it was strictly forbidden for unidentified people to enter or approach. The three sanctums sent many masters to maintain order, stabilize the situation, and prevent bosses from other dimensions from taking the opportunity to do something. Why? I can prove my identity to the Sorcerer Supreme. Luke tried to show his gentle side and hooked Thor's neck to throw him out as a shield. This is the Prince of Asgard, son of Odin. Even if you don't trust me, however, one of the Avengers, the superhero Thor, who participated in the Battle of New York. Is he still doubted? Luke deliberately threw out several key points, such as the Avengers and Battle of New York, to test Strange's reaction. Battle of New York. You mean the fierce battle 4 years ago when the Hulk almost flattened the whole city? Strange asked doubtfully. It had only been 2 years since he entered Taj to learn magic. Before that, Dr. Stephen Strange, who was busy treating patients and enjoying an excellent income, had heard about the Avengers, active in the media. The Hulk? Luke's eyes flashed, and his thoughts fluctuated when he heard Strange's answer. The other party didn't deny the existence of the Avengers, but questioned the Battle of New York. This was very interesting. If it was said that there was no Chitauri army invasion of Earth, then did it mean this universe didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos as the main thread that ran through the whole thing? A very different future trajectory from the movie universe. He didn't come to the main Earth 616 universe, did he? A series of question marks emerged from Luke's heart. If it were the main Marvel universe, the ceiling for combat power would be infinitely elevated. The 5 godly figures, the living tribunal, the Beyonder. They were no longer the backdrop, but a real presence that might appear. Hiss! Thinking about that, Luke sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm sorry, I really can't take you to see Master Ancient One. His condition is very bad. Strange Scan Thor then looked at Luke and Rocket Raccoon with a critical eye, and finally, caution prevailed. The contract circle he used was based on the rituals and incantations of the Key of Solomon, specifically for summoning the sons of hell, the creatures of evil. Although he didn't know what went wrong, the summoned ones who responded to the contract became Thor and a raccoon. But who could guarantee that this wasn't a trick by Mephisto, the Lord of Hell? According to the Sorcerer Supreme himself, his injuries were severe, and he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Not to mention outsiders, even Strange's mentor, Mordo, could only get instructions through spiritual transmission. Master Strange, is this your contracted one? While Strange was thinking about it, a round, red-robed master walked into the hall. Compared with Mordo's contractors, it seems much worse. Using the Book of Vishanti as a medium, he has borrowed the supreme power of 3 legendary masters, including Merlin, a great master. The master in red was Wang. As the librarian of Taj, he was always the first to know various news. Wang! Thor saw an acquaintance and wanted to greet him, but was rejected by the other party. This bland barbarian has no power. There is no trace of a magical aura. It won't help you to get points for the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Master Strange, I already told you that you needed to find a magical helper. Even from the Hell world, a few sons of Hell who are good at dark magic and immune to flames and toxins are stronger than this guy. Wang was quick to speak and didn't care about Thor, he just said it. In his view, the other party was only the contractor summoned by Strange and wasn't a threat to him. Besides, who dared to make trouble in Taj? Even if it were Mephisto himself, he wouldn't have the guts. Luke, can I beat him up? Thor looked at that serious fat face and felt offended. If it weren't for the hot pot and the drinks, even though it's not the same person, he would have swung his axe and cut him. Sorcerer Supreme battle, the test from Vishanti, so that's how it is. Luke, who was standing at the back of the room, suddenly realized it. He didn't care about Thor's question. He finally understood why Strange used the contracted circle and why he didn't let himself see the Ancient One. This universe was close to the parallel space-time of the comics. The Sorcerer Supreme was about to retire, and the Vishanti had begun to choose his next successor. The Sorcerer Supreme battle, a major event that was open to the dimensional world and the stars of the universe, was about to begin. Whoever could pass the final test can win the title of Sorcerer Supreme, would get the gift of strength from the Vishanti, lead the Taj, and protect the Earth. As a newcomer and a beginner, Strange wanted to borrow the power of Mephisto to summon the Son of Hell to qualify for the competition. As for the Ancient One's serious injury, Luke concluded that he wasn't really that injured, creating the illusion of a void in Taj on the one hand and allowing Strange to learn to face pressure and take responsibility on the other hand. In a word, the naughty old man Ancient One was very bad. I can be your contractor, Master Strange. Luke walked up to Wang and Dr. Strange and smiled. This is also decree by destiny. I happen to be a high-level master with a little knowledge of magic. When Luke said he was a high-ranking master, Strange almost laughed. It's not that he looked down on the other person. It was just that masters had unique skills in judging their strength. Magic was a constant transformation of the soul, but if you signed a contract with dimensional demons, your spirit would be infected, emitting various colors of light. For example, the followers of Chthon, the god of the underworld, were bound to be deep in the darkness. An emissary of Sitorak, lord of oblivion, who was particularly fond of bright colors, would be brimming with scarlet light. Most of the followers of Vishanti were pure white and orange. Strange did not perceive the bright light of the soul, like a lamp in Luke's body. Nothing else could be seen except for a tiny bit of pure white, which was the white magic attached to the Book of Vishanti. High-ranking master, to be honest, you only have the physique to meet the requirements. Wang glanced at him, not seeing a trace of magic. In his opinion, Luke was ordinary except for his tall figure and strong body that looked like a high-ranking master. The surge of magic, the light of the soul, these were rather weak. They had to feel it carefully before they could detect it. To sum up, Luke was at best a beginner's apprentice, a newcomer with 1 foot in the Hall of Magic. There was no high ranking at all. It seems that you both have doubts about my strength. Then I'll have to end my low-profile style and have a showdown with you. Luke cleared his throat. They didn't see any movement, but his eyes suddenly burst with blinding light. The terrifying aura was like a volcanic eruption. It was like an invisible hand that clutched the hearts of the people watching, making them suffocate. Immediately afterward, scarlet, dark, pure white, all colors of light filled his soul and burst out in a flurry, almost blinding Strange and Wang. They subconsciously raised their hands to cover the light from his soul that hadn't materialized, and a look of horror passed through their eyes. He was a high-ranking master who was just 1 step away from becoming a legend. Wah! What's going on? Sitorak, Chthon, and Vishanti, they all seemed to have extended an olive branch to him. Strange looked incredulous. Luke was like a shining, precious diamond, making the dimensional demons scramble for him. The brilliant light of his soul had already confirmed this point. As long as he was willing, he could immediately gain the recognition of Sitorak, Chthon, or the Vishanti, and obtain a huge gift. This was undoubtedly an enviable and jealous treatment for the masters of the mystic arts of Taj. Just like being a fresh graduate, they not only had invitations from the Fortune 500, but also gained favorable treatment, directly promoting them to the department manager. Most junior masters were still looking forward to successfully passing the interview and becoming an intern. This was discrimination. Wang, even a legendary master, might not get the approval of so many dimensional demons and guards, right? Strange said sourly. Although he also had special treatment, he was led in by Mordo and personally taught by the Sorcerer Supreme himself. But in front of Luke, who couldn't be comprehended by common sense, he wasn't even on the same level. Master Wang's throat rolled twice, and he corrected himself. Be confident, don't use that tone of doubt. The legendary masters are just humble ants in the eyes of the dimensional demons and guards who have seen many legends in their incomprehensible long lives. Strange was silent. Caecilius, recognized by Taj as the most talented person, and Mordo, trusted by the Ancient One, were only high-ranking masters right now, and they weren't among the legends. And Luke, who had attracted the attention of many dimensional demons, qualified to become a legend, even surpassing it. I clearly used the rituals and incantations from the Key of Solomon, but I summoned a high-ranking master. Strange still couldn't understand it, but it didn't prevent him from grabbing onto this chance. Luke was obviously a more suitable contract holder than the Son of Hell, who was too conniving and unsubmissive. Master Strange, what do you think? Am I qualified enough to be your contractor? Luke surprised Strange, who hadn't seen much of the world, and Wang, the master, with a little show of skill. The blinding and incomparable light of his soul had proven the results of his training at Taj, a 3-day crash course and 5-day graduation, reaching the high-ranking master level. Of course, I don't know your name yet. Excuse me. Strange nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, afraid Luke would turn his head and leave. Although the Ancient One mentioned it somehow, he came to Taj by fate, and he had a heavier and greater mission to shoulder in the future. But no matter what happened in the future, the reality before him was cruel. Strange didn't even get a ticket to the Sorcerer Supreme battle, while the 3 legends had recognized Master Mordo through his strength. The sense of urgency urged him to seek help from Mephisto. You can call me Superman, Luke said lightly. He could probably guess what the Ancient One was thinking. No matter which universe Stephen Strange would become the Sorcerer Supreme, this established fact was difficult to change. Just like Steve Rogers, who would always be Captain America, Tony Stark would always say, I am Iron Man. Following this train of thought, the so-called Sorcerer Supreme battle was equivalent to a large-scale show with a predetermined result. Ancient One was sure to secretly open the back door for Strange packaged as a cheat code that must be obtained through hard work, diligence, and completing an adventure. After all, every superhero had to go through spiritual redemption and psychological growth. I don't mind making a cameo appearance as a spiritual guide. Luke, who had seen the subsequent development, thought he could act as the plug-in and help Strange take the Sorcerer Supreme's position. Of course, he wouldn't work for nothing. As a price, the Ancient One needed to pay him with the universe coordinates to get him to the next station smoothly. Good plan. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal, Luke thought. He didn't think that the Ancient One would be able to find an Allfather-level fighter for Strange. Asgard's Odin wouldn't put his pride down for that. At the very least, he was the master of the 9 realms, king of the gods. Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme is calling for you. Just as Luke was thinking about how to discuss this cooperation with the Ancient One, a master trotted in. When he saw the central hall was crowded with people, he was surprised at first, and then waved at Strange. By the way, bring the contractor beside you. The Sorcerer Supreme wants to meet him too, the master added. Strange leaned over and looked at Luke, who smiled as if he wasn't surprised. He had already guessed that the Ancient One's claim of being seriously injured and dying was definitely a well-written script. By putting Strange under pressure and responsibility in advance, this destined successor would be accepted in Vishanti's trial. What could make people happier than leaving work early? Nothing, Luke thought so. He gave Strange a push and motioned for the other party to hurry. Then he turned to Thor and Rocket and said, "Be quiet and don't make any trouble." Wang watched them both. "And by the way, prepare some hot pot." The round Master Wang scratched his head. This contracted person that was summoned by Strange, why did it seem like he knew him? Krieg. The door of a tall wooden building in the northeast corner of Kamar Taj opened automatically. A beam of sunlight projected in passed through the intricately patterned window lattice and fell into a dazzling golden glow. Strange tidied up his clothes and robes and glanced at Luke before entering the door, indicating that the other party should show respect and never annoy the powerful master who was beyond legend. The latter raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. The Doctor Strange of this universe seemed to be more in awe of the Sorcerer Supreme. The one in the movie universe didn't seem to feel the same way. As if forcibly ordained, he had a reluctant feeling all over his body. "Strange, I heard that you want to participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle this time." Entering the door, they saw an old man with white eyebrows, beard, thin cheeks, and sunken eyes lying on his side on the bed inside. That was Master Ancient One. It was a far cry from the gender-neutral face seen in the movie universe. Of course, it was more in line with the image of Supreme in the public's eyes. "Didn't you suggest that I should sign up?" Strange stared wide-eyed and confused. Just a few days ago, the Sorcerer Supreme was blindsided by Caecilius, a traitor, and was seriously injured, which happened to be discovered by him. As a doctor, Strange took the lead in emergency rescue, which prevented the situation from worsening. The next day, Sorcerer Supreme woke up and said that to thank him for saving his life, he was specially allowed to choose one item from the New York Sanctum collection room as a reward. Strange would have liked to choose something like a chain, shackle, axe, crystal ball, which could enhance combat power and give him a sense of security. Unexpectedly, a red cloak flew out from somewhere, and as if it wanted to follow him, it fixed itself on his body. In desperation, Strange had to choose the Cloak of Levitation as a reward. Later, the Sorcerer Supreme had a long talk with him. The content could be summarized as the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The task of saving the world and maintaining peace is left to you, and other such pep talks. When he heard the Sorcerer Supreme say that he was dying, Hand hinted, intentionally or unintentionally, that Strange might be the one and only magical genius who could take on the big responsibility. Strange was moved. He was so enthusiastic that he volunteered to take part in the trial of the Vishanti and became a contender for the position of Sorcerer Supreme. If Luke knew the ins and outs, he would certainly laugh at the Ancient One's ability to write a script. If he were to switch with Strange from the movie universe, the guy wouldn't take the bait. Yes, I am confident that I can shoulder this responsibility," Strange replied feebly. He was driven to do things beyond his ability, and he didn't even have the slightest preparation. "Very well. Strange, I was right about you. The moment you stepped through the doors of Kamar Taj, I knew that you were the one I was waiting for." The Ancient One coughed twice and spoke in an aging voice. This was spoken from the bottom of his heart, and there was no falsehood. "The man standing next to you, who is he?" Then the Ancient One looked at Luke, who was standing behind Strange in silence. "He is my contractor. There are only 7 candidates for the Sorcerer Supreme battle, and everyone could summon an emissary to cooperate with each other by contract." Strange bowed his head and answered, One high-ranking master, in the face of those talented people, was certainly not enough to face them. But he didn't have a better choice. Mordo was recognized by 3 legendary masters and drew on a powerful force. That's because he had outstanding qualifications, had been with the Sorcerer Supreme for nearly 50 years and accumulated a deep foundation. He is the contractor you selected. The Ancient One stared at the tall figure, and the white eyebrows that had been wrinkled slowly stretched out. Strange, you're lucky. Luke stepped forward, stood side by side with Strange, and whispered, I am willing to help in, letting him win this battle. What are you talking about? The Ancient One hadn't responded yet, but Strange couldn't help but ask first. He didn't know Luke's identity, let alone what kind of contractor he had summoned. If Superman were considered as a stand-in emissary, then the panel value representing his strength would be about 5 infinite symbols. Unfortunately, Strange didn't realize this. He just regarded Luke as a high-ranking human master. Therefore, facing those who may be competitors, Strange's biggest goal at this stage was to get the chance to enter the battle. Then, help Mordo as much as possible. After all, they were all acquaintances. Successfully win the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Strange stepped down. The Ancient One waved his hand to indicate that the other party could leave. Mr. Guest, will you stay and talk to me for a while? Luke ignored Strange's shocked eyes and nodded. It would be my pleasure. When the door behind him was closed, the Ancient One said, I have never seen such a young All-Father in my life. Sir, who are you? Why help Strange? Luke slightly smiled and told Sorcerer Supreme about some of his own experiences, such as trans-universe transmissions, finding his way home, and so on. After a long while, the Ancient One slowly said, Well, since you know me in another universe and know Strange's fate, then this Sorcerer Supreme battle will be handed over to you. It's just that, what would the price be? What do you want from Kama Taj? This seemingly old man who looked dying had a straight back and a very different momentum from before. I knew it. It was all fake. Luke lamented. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't as fragile as porcelain, and he wasn't someone easily injured to the point of being seriously wounded and difficult to heal. All this was obviously an act. In order to trick Strange into taking the bait, he had deliberately set up a trap. I need the coordinates of this universe, so I can continue to the next stop, Luke replied. Secret data in exchange for an All-Father-level fighter. There was no downside to this deal, straightforward and bloody. There is no problem with this. The Ancient One contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. It didn't matter whether everything Luke said was true or not. The cosmic coordinates, even if he knew it, wouldn't cause any harm. On the contrary, the help provided by the other party could ensure Strange's success in reaching the Sorcerer Supreme's position. That's the key. The Ancient One took a fancy to Strange after numerous rounds of selections. But in the end, if he didn't win the battle and pass the trial of the Vishanti, the wonderful script that he had painstakingly written would be a waste of time. After all, the Vishanti didn't care about that. They were high above, overlooking the multi-dimensional realms, focusing on the more magnificent picture of the universe. To the Vishanti, the position of Sorcerer Supreme, whether Strange sat on it or not, it was all the same. In another universe, Iron Man Tony Stark was the Sorcerer Supreme. Even Thor's good brother Loki almost sat in that position. That's settled. Happy collaboration, Master Ancient One. Luke laughed with satisfaction. By the way, how would you have helped Strange if I wasn't here? Before leaving, he seemed to have suddenly remembered and raised this question with a curious face. There are many ways. The Book of the Vishanti, the Cloak of Levitation, and several decades and hundreds of years of immersive training are enough to make Strange a qualified Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One smiled calmly. An emerald light flashed on his chest. That was the Eye of Agamotto. It was also the Time Stone. Sure enough, no matter how hard you try, you can't compare with the default. Luke shook his head. He pushed open the door, and the sun shone in, making his tall figure even more imposing. The Sorcerer Supreme battle. Countdown. Start. Strange woke up from his sleep in the living quarters of Kama Taj. Are you up? Before he could open his sleepy eyes completely, a smiling voice abruptly sounded. Motherfucker. Strange was startled and subconsciously shrank to the bed corner, leaning back against the wall, making a defensive posture. He had been living alone all the time, so he was caught off guard to hear someone else's voice and inevitably overreacted. Listen, Strange, a timid person can't be the Sorcerer Supreme. The man said jokingly. How long have you been sitting here? Following the voice, Strange discovered that it was his contractor, the high-ranking master who claimed to be Superman. He breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the sky outside the window, and the sky was still grey, so he didn't wake up too late. Only 20 minutes. Taj's breakfast tastes good. Although it's a little light, we shouldn't eat too much fish and meat every day. Try a little porridge, it's good. Luke put down the Encyclopedia of Magic, and revealing his young face, he smiled. The Sorcerer Supreme battle is about to begin. With all due respect, Master Strange, you can't even get tickets to enter the stadium with your current strength. It's no wonder that the rest of Taj doesn't think too highly of you since your Mordo is up all night, doing hard work, while you're in bed sleeping. Strange hung his head and was a little depressed when he heard the words of his own contractor. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I never wanted to be the Sorcerer Supreme. I just held the mindset of trying. Moreover, I heard Wung say that the Sorcerer Supreme was able to make a request to the Vishanti. I want to heal my hands. Luke raised his eyebrows without making a sound. No matter in which universe, Strange's hands had never been truly cured. Next time you enter someone else's bedroom, remember to knock. Strange stepped out of bed with a low mood. The red cloak hanging on the coat rack automatically flew over with a wave of his hand. This was the only magic item he possessed, a flexible cloak that seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It was far from enough compared with Mordo's staff of the Living Tribunal, Jarmjorn, and other sharp tools. Yesterday, the Sorcerer Supreme asked you to stay behind. Do you have any secrets to tell? Strange shuffled around and asked curiously. He felt that Luke's identity was becoming more and more mysterious, unlike an ordinary high-ranking master. Just an ordinary chat. Luke kept it a secret and didn't let Strange know that he was the chosen one. What if this guy became arrogant, which consequently changed the result of the Sorcerer Supreme battle? What would he do then? Dr. Strange had always had a history of this, sometimes reliable, sometimes not. Especially after joining the Illuminati, together with Iron Man, became the driving force of the Earth's destruction. It had led to all kinds of big events. You're not one of the famous masters in history, are you? Strange didn't believe it, but guessed. Originally, he was only looking for Taj to heal his hands and return to normal life. But after seeing the wonders of the magic hall and the vastness of the dimensional world, instead of wanting to return to the world, he gradually became absorbed in various techniques and new knowledge. In this respect, Strange was different from the one in the movie universe. He was more active and willing to take responsibility. I have promised Master Ancient One to help you win this battle. With a serious face, Luke lightly said, So, Master Strange, you have to get in the spirit and prepare for the next training. Training? A touch of surprise appeared on Strange's face. He was already considered diligent and hardworking among Taj's hardworking masters. Apart from 3 to 4 hours of meditation lessons every day, he also went to the library to study all kinds of white magic, as well as to practice fighting and martial arts. At the craziest stage, Strange didn't even have time to sleep. When his body went to sleep, his astral projection would come out of its shell, and continue to read. This was actually a test of mental power, and it also proved that he did have extraordinary talent. Compared with Mordo and Caecilius, Strange just lacked time. If this Sorcerer Supreme battle hadn't come so early, perhaps he would have been more confident and had a calmer attitude. Are you going to teach me a stronger spell, or is there a quick method? Hearing that Luke was going to give him special training, Strange couldn't help but be bright-eyed. In his opinion, any high-ranking master would have a unique secret technique in their hands. For example, Mordo. As a great disciple of the Ancient One, he wasn't only proficient in the white magic from the Book of Vishanti, but also good at summoning and dark magic. In terms of fighting power, there weren't many in Taj who could be his opponent. I think the Ancient One told you that when you stepped into Taj. Luke shook his head. Strange was not like him, having the ready-made super demon card. The possibility of him starting in 3 days and graduating in 5 days was too low. When you face an opponent and want to punch him, the harder you punch, the more you will hurt yourself. Like an ordinary punch, it would bring physical pain to the wielder. So what is the cost of releasing a spell? These words should be familiar to you, right? Strange nodded as he learned his first attack spell, Crimson Bands of Sitorak. The Ancient One didn't specifically remind him that there would be a price for casting spells. Therefore, Strange practiced and used it repeatedly without scruple. After a week, he began to vomit like crazy, vomiting out the food he had eaten, the remnants of his digestion, and even his stomach juices. For 2 whole days, Strange could not eat normally and had to lie down by the toilet to easily deal with the urge to vomit whenever and wherever it arose. This was the heavy price of overcasting, a memorable lesson. So, there is no quick way to the path of being a master, Luke quietly said. Unless you want to sell your soul to Mephisto and Dormammu, you can only do it honestly, one step at a time. Strange skimmed his lips with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As a medical school graduate and a representative of the elite class, he was actually more accustomed to taking shortcuts. Then how long did it take you to become a high-ranking master? Strange asked casually. 5 days, Luke answered. And this wasn't a shortcut. Could it be that fast? Strange's eyes widened with a shocked expression of "you must be joking." Cough, cough, I'm special. Luke seemed to be a little embarrassed. He couldn't help it. Who made him so good at it? However, I have other ways for you to win the battle. To change the subject, Luke threw out some very attractive bargaining chips. An hour later, knock, 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 heavy footsteps sounded in the square. The ground shook and the stone bricks cracked as if a giant elephant had stepped on them. Are you sure this will allow me to get tickets to enter the arena and become a Sorcerer Supreme candidate? Strange said in a jarring voice. His whole body was wrapped in heavy armor, from head to toe, without leaving anything exposed. Both hands carried a huge square shield, as thick as a wall, enough to cover his whole body. Of course, this can effectively improve your survival rate to avoid being eliminated by your opponent at the beginning. Luke nodded and spoke seriously. As a qualified master, of course, it was necessary to add life, endurance, and defense. As for spells, at most, it was enough to cast Holy Light. But with this solid, heavy armor, it's hard for me to move, so I can't even cast spells fast enough to join the battle. Strange panted heavily as he struggled. He hadn't reached the level of Berserker, and he wasn't tall nor sturdy. To sum up, his physique was slightly insufficient. It wasn't easy for him to hold up this heavy armor. Battle. You're a rookie who isn't even a high-ranking master, and you still want to join the crowd, Luke asked back, pretending to be surprised. Master Strange, it seems that your understanding of yourself is still lacking. Remember, the only thing you have to do is to ensure that you live and not get kicked out. Because if the candidate fails, the contractor loses the qualification to continue fighting. Luke didn't make Strange wear heavy armor and carry a shield with both hands, out of teasing or joking. In his view, the other party just needed to hide behind him silently and wait for the winning result. As for other aspects, Superman could solve any problems, smash all obstacles, and defeat all the enemies. In the face of candidates who may appear in the battle, those legendary masters and hell creatures, Strange wasn't their opponent. Luke wanted to add attribute points to life, endurance, and defense to ensure that he could survive. Otherwise, no matter how strong Superman was, as long as Strange was eliminated, he would lose the qualification to continue fighting. Starting today, you have to do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and run 10 kilometers every day. Luke spoke seriously. And with this heavy armor on, just keep training like that. Hurry up. Strange, don't dawdle. The sky was radiant with misty light, and a loud voice rang in Taj. Wang, pour a glass of lemonade for this pussy, who's even weaker than your 80-year-old grandmother and doesn't look like a master at all. Luke, Thor, and Rocket Raccoon, as well as Wang, the master who was responsible for making breakfast, were sitting on the wooden balcony, dominating the high ground. Below was the winding mountain trail, where Strange, who was wearing heavy armor, ran up with thumping sounds. His chest was like a bellows, making wheezing and gasping sounds. Reaching his destination wasn't easy. His legs were already weak, unstable, almost rolling down. Water, give me. A sip. Strange lifted his visor, his throat burning. Wang thoughtfully poured a glass of lemonade and handed over a freshly made cake. Master Strange, your body is a bit weak. You've only run 5 kilometers. Thor was picking his teeth and making sarcastic remarks. Even when he came to another universe, his daily life didn't change much. Kama Taj's Wi-Fi speed was good, and playing games online was no problem. I am a master, not a berserker, Strange retorted. He believed that the training Luke had imposed on him was of little use. The masters of the Kama Taj would indeed practice martial arts to enhance their ability to fight in close quarters. But in the end, spells and magic were the most basic and most important part. What's the point of doing 100 push-ups and squats and high-intensity physical training every day? It looks like it's time for me to teach you a lesson, Master Strange. Luke wiped his mouth clean and whispered, "Throw all your attacking spells at me." What? Strange was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrong. It was the first time he had ever heard someone make such a request. What was the difference between this and suicide? Are you sure? Strange asked hesitantly. Even high-ranking masters, without any protection, would have a hard time against a few attack spells. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely wounded. Abandon your inner doubts, don't be a pussy. Don't you even have the courage to cast spells? Or are you a coward at heart? Luke kept stimulating his opponent's emotions and laughed lightly. Strange, with all due respect, your understanding of close combat masters is too one-sided and shallow, and you know nothing about true power. Oh, is that so? In the name of Hagath, Ashtar, and Agamotto, I call for the divine light of Vishanti to condense the holy sword. Strange pressed his lips tightly and said no more. Sparks of magic erupted and quickly transformed into a long sword, which he held in his hand. Wang, be my witness. He asked for this. Strange held the sacred sword in his hand and slashed it down on his head. Although he was wearing heavy armor, his movement was difficult, but he didn't move any slower. Red sword cut through the air and landed on Luke's shoulder. Crack, like fragile porcelain hitting hard steel, it instantly cracked and shattered. This, crimson bands of Sitorak. With an unbeliever look, Strange cast another spell. The tough chains, which emitted a deep red glow, firmly wrapped around Luke, who was standing still, and then tightened up. Are you tickling me, Strange? Luke simply moved his arms, causing one of the crimson chains bound to his body to break and turn into fragments. Strange was astounded. He didn't feel the slightest aura of magic. That was to say, Superman, by virtue of his extraordinary physique, was able to resist layers of attacks. That's impossible. Strange couldn't believe it. The power of magic wasn't enough to even wound a human being. I understand how you feel, but that's just the way it is. It's important to train your mind, learn spells, and build up your magic power. Luke earnestly taught him. However, a strong body and persistent exercise are also crucial. If you want to be a high-ranking master, you must have extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could you withstand the cost of casting spells? Strange was quite touched, and after a moment of contemplation he nodded and said, I see. I'm going to run. Knock, 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 knock. Heavy footsteps sounded again. Strange, who was exhausted, only felt his body was full of strength. He started running against the rising sun. What you just said, was that the truth? Looking at Strange's back disappearing into the mountain trail, Thor curiously asked. I only told him about my own experience. Whether it works or not, Strange needs to put it into practice himself. Luke grimaced and replied vaguely. New York City, downtown. Wearing a yellow robe, Caecilius walked into a dark alley. He didn't bring his entourage and was alone. At the deep end of the alley there was a wall. The hand with the ring slowly moved, and magical sparks jumped out, forming a circle. Caecilius walked in expressionlessly, and a lively atmosphere poured in. The smell of alcohol, mixed with perfume and a certain odd scent, was somewhat suffocating. This was a bar. Inside, it was like Halloween, with all kinds of strangely dressed guests. Some of them were dressed in medieval court costumes, wearing brightly colored, intricately patterned long dresses, sitting in the corner. Some of them looked like indigenous people from the tropical rainforest, wearing collars made of animal teeth and their faces painted. There were both gentlemen in Western suits and monks in vintage robes. This was the bar with no doors. As the name implied, it had no entrance or exits, so those guests who could sit at the table and drink and chat. They were not ordinary people, but masters from all over the world. One tequila, one deal. Caecilius walked to the bar like no one was watching, ignoring those complicated eyes that were either stunned or vigilant. However, he had recently been the man of the hour, a defector from Kama Taj, the fallen master who defected to Dormammu. Of course, the most shocking thing was the news that he tried to assassinate the Sorcerer Supreme and injured him. This completely stirred up the magical world. From the demons in hell down to the holy spirits in heaven, everyone heard about it. The coming Sorcerer Supreme battle had touched the nerves of all those in the know. In any case, the name Caecilius had spread. He represented endless trouble, as the masters of the mystic arts had launched a siege and a hunt. He also represented a powerful force, because everyone knew that there was a dimensional demon standing behind him. Sorry, I don't deal in this kind of business. The bartender was an old man wearing a bowler hat, vest, and white shirt. This tequila is on me. Drink up and get out. Caecilius wasn't surprised. He took a sip of the liquor and whispered, Monaco, you're the famous prince of magic, but you're also afraid of the Temple of the Three. The old man named Monaco, who was once a powerful master, was active in World War II and fought against the evil witches of the Axis powers. Later, he opened a bar and entered a life of retirement. Oh, don't use such tricks. Monaco sneered and wiped the bar table. Of course, I'm afraid of the Temple of the Three, which symbolizes absolute order, the commandment that cannot be violated. Even Mephisto, the old man, was afraid of the Sorcerer Supreme, and even the demon guards hidden in the dimensions were banished. So, why can't an old man like me be afraid? After a moment of silence, Caecilius pulled out a dozen gold coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the bar. The tinkling sound was quite pleasant to hear. Ha, how generous. With a new master, you've become generous. Monaco recognized them at first glance. Those were Aztecs' cursed gold coins. It was said that the resentful souls of the dead were attached to them, and any violation of the oath would result in a curse. Once, a gang of pirates looted merchant ships and got a box of such gold coins. As a result, they became immortal. They were always hungry and never satisfied. To a master, this was a precious collection item and a medium for casting spells. Again, I don't deal in this kind of business. Monaco just glanced at them and withdrew his eyes. I know what you want to ask, Caecilius. A defector from Taj wants to take part in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Aren't you afraid of being killed on the spot? Caecilius's expression remained unchanged. His body leaned forward and his voice lowered. Monaco, I have a spell on a page from the Darkhold in my hands. If you insist on not doing business, I will take it out and place it on the bar. You should know very well how attractive Chthon's dark spells really are to the people in this bar. If they get into a fight, I'm afraid your bar will have to be redecorated. Monaco's face was clouded for a moment, then he gave Caecilius a stern look and said, You win, you damned bastard. Add 4 more gold coins, and I'll give you the list of people who are interested in participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Caecilius slightly nodded his head and whispered, Deal. A few minutes later, he emerged from the wall of the dark alley again with a list written in cipher in his hand. Mordo, Dr. Voodoo, Magic, Loki. Stephen, Strange. Caecilius snickered. The guy at the end of the list was this a joke? A low-ranking rookie who had only been in Taj for 2 years also wanted to win the Sorcerer Supreme's position. Such ignorance! With a flick of Caecilius's hand, the list burst into flames and burned to ashes. In his opinion, only a few people could pose a threat to him. For example, his old friend Mordo. I hope you don't run into me, or else. Caecilius chuckled twice, slipped on his hood, and walked out of the dark alley. Soon after Caecilius left the bar with no doors, the Sorcerer Supreme was choosing his successor. This news spread all over the magic world as if it had wings. This was equivalent to the CEO of the world's top company preparing to retire, not looking for suitable people from the management, but openly recruiting outside. For a while, it was a sensation. Whether it was true or not, its allure alone was enough to make people go crazy. However, all the masters who knew a little about the magical world and had heard of Temple of the Three and Taj were eager to try, as if they saw an unprecedented precious opportunity, regardless of ability or qualification. It wouldn't hurt to try anyway, so most people were looking forward to the beginning of the Sorcerer Supreme battle with the mentality of, what if they are chosen? It was like buying a lottery ticket. Before the lottery, no one could be completely sure that they would or wouldn't win. For outsiders, who didn't know the inside story and had no ability to manipulate, they were like the poor cat in Schrodinger's box, always in an unknowing state. So, when the news was detonated, even those third-rate masters who were at the bottom, and had only learned some gypsy divination tricks, relied on third-rate tricks to pretend to be mysterious, were all rubbing their hands. It seemed like they couldn't wait to show their talents, get the approval of the Vishanti, become the Sorcerer Supreme, and reach the pinnacle of life. Recently, the best-selling public magic book was no longer the Master's Study Guide. 3 years of getting started, 5 years of success. How is a master made? The Master, the Devil, and the Dregs, and so on, bestseller books that were more oriented to stories. Instead, it became Summoning Ceremony, a story about Mephisto and me, do-it-yourself witchcraft, deal with the devil, 100 things to note. These titles looked impressive, but most of them were books with little substance. What they all had in common were gimmicks of quick success and shortcuts. As long as one read it, one would be able to beat the dimensional demon and become legendary within a week. Unfortunately, as Luke said, there were no quick shortcuts to the road of becoming a master. He couldn't be counted in the results. Those guys who always wanted to ascend to the top would often end up as easy targets for professional deceivers that would harvest their souls, the devil. Of course, there were also the very few that got lucky, the 1 in a million as a chosen one. For example, Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. This guy used to be a nameless master, accidentally discovering the Dark Dimension. By chance, he became the ruler. This past was passed on to a large group of masters who were eager to venture into strange dimensional worlds while greatly enriching the recipes and appetites of creatures from other dimensions. In a word, the Sorcerer Supreme battle was about to start. As soon as this amazing news was released, it attracted a lot of attention and enthusiasm. Many planets outside Earth had received the news. They opened bets, gambled, waited, and analyzed the finalists. All kinds of busybodies came out to join in the fun and participated in the event in different ways. As the focus of public attention, Taj remained silent as always, neither making a statement nor taking any actions. Wang, do you have any tips for hair growth? I feel like my hair is falling out too quickly these days. Strange scratched the back of his head. His fingers were entwined with strands of sparse hair. As a physician, he believed that he had a healthy lifestyle, ate well, and never stayed up late. He slept 8 hours a day and exercised actively, and his family had no history of baldness or thinning hair. He couldn't lose so much hair. Was it because of the recent stress? If I had, would I look like this? Wang felt offended and sullenly said so. His shiny, bald head was very conspicuous in the sun. I just thought Easterners might have some unusual but effective tips for everything, Strange said with a smile. He was worried about himself. When someone reached middle age, their smart brain would open up, hence the ancient Greek bald in the middle hairstyle. Wouldn't it be very damaging to his image? Before coming to Taj that year, Strange was at least a low-grade version of Tony Stark, an unruly prodigal son. If he became bald, he could only become a monk in this life. I suggest you ask Superman. He knows everything and could even joke and laugh with the Ancient One. Wang looked at Strange, who was clad in heavy armor and looked like he was already impressed by Luke. After nearly a week of arduous training, Strange, who was originally a bit thin, had become sturdier, with a mountain of strong muscles bulging from his arms. In appearance, he looked like an Asgardian berserker. Just 2 days ago, in the daily training class of Taj, Strange defeated a mid-rank master with his bare hands and fell to the ground, and the several spells from the other party didn't penetrate the defense of that special heavy armor. Such achievements undoubtedly gave Strange great confidence and motivated him to continue to run wildly on the unknown path of becoming a close combat master. It also showed that Superman's training was really effective. What? Hair loss? A few minutes later, Luke, who was staying in the room and playing online games with Thor, was a little surprised. He glanced at Strange in front of him and thought to himself, could it be? Would he really become a one-punch master? Ahem, that. Stephen, have you ever read the Old Testament? Feeling Strange's blazing eyes, Luke cleared his throat and asked, No, I'm not a religious person, and I don't know much about the related knowledge. Strange shook his head. He used to believe in Franklin, in other words, money. But now he believed in the Trinity of Vishanti. Neither one of them had anything to do with God. There is an account in the Old Testament of Elisha, who was a Hebrew prophet. One day, as he was walking along the road, a group of mischievous children laughed at his baldness. So Elisha cursed the children in the name of Yahweh, and suddenly 2 female bears came out of the woods and killed the children. Tell me, Stephen, what have you learned from this story? Hearing the question, Strange first looked confused and puzzled, and then thinking carefully it seemed to dawn on him. Are you trying to say that insulting someone is a sin and would be punished? He replied. Wrong. I'm trying to say that Elisha was ridiculed by the children for being bald, but the Lord didn't solve the problem of his baldness, but solved the mockers. Luke spoke with a straight face and a serious interpretation. This proves that even an omniscient and omnipotent Lord couldn't solve baldness. Strange was speechless. I'm not bald yet, he said in a muffled voice. Luke glanced at the thinning hair and spoke in a sympathetic tone. Strange, it's only a matter of time. Then what should I do? Strange suddenly panicked. When people reach middle age, aging and hair loss were 2 inevitable sufferings. Well, if you can't stop it, then try to accept. Luke shrugged his shoulders and encouraged. Baldness is a symbol of the strong. Let me ask you something strange. Does Master Ancient One have hair? The latter shook his head. Did the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, have hair? The latter continued to shake his head. That's right. Anyone who wants to become the Sorcerer Supreme must pay a painful price. Perhaps hair is one of them. Seeing Luke say so with conviction, Strange was partially convinced. On the one hand, reason told him that being the Sorcerer Supreme might have nothing to do with whether they were bald or not. But on the other hand, thinking about the previous 2 Sorcerer Supremes, and then considering his own hair loss, his heart was faintly looking forward to it. What if this was some kind of revelation? Master Ancient One once said that he was a destined person. Could it be that he was suffering from the trials of the path toward being the Sorcerer Supreme? Stephen, put aside your worries about baldness and let's go to New York. Luke patted the other on the shoulder, ignoring the guy who had abandoned medical fixes and his tangled mentality. The first tournament will begin in 2 days. We should go to the battlefield and get ready. Strange paused and asked, New York? That's right. Luke's mouth picked up a slight curve. He smiled lightly. Congratulations, Stephen, back to the original starting point. New York has always been a big city with many disasters. Compared with it, except Washington, D.C., where the White House was located, there was probably only Tokyo in Japan, even without the great invasion of the Chitauri in the movie universe. This world's New York had still experienced many world-class catastrophes. For example, World War Hulk a few years ago, almost making the Avengers move out of the nest. They managed to subdue the angry and irrational Hulk and prevent the catastrophe in the real estate and insurance industries. Another example is the Civil War that took place even further back. This one was between Iron Man and Captain Marvel. The two clashed and fought, nearly flattening Manhattan. It was a usual day, no need to say more. Hell's Kitchen street heroes, gangster clashes. Spider-Man's old rival, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Venom, and everybody else in the Sinister Six. And so on. Compared with the studio next door, the city was different, and the style was different. In Marvel Comics, superheroes and villains were like migrant workers who flocked to the big city, all settling down in New York. As for the different Civil War, Iron Man and Captain Marvel, although in the movie universe, Tony Stark was the soul of the Avengers, with Captain America as the core. However, in the comic book world, he was actually a trouble-making machine, competing with Reed Richards. He did all kinds of things to trigger big events. It was precisely this which later led to his Civil War with Captain Marvel. Later, it proved that Iron Man's anti-Roman 20 series armor was useless and was directly smashed by Carol, who didn't hold back her punches. Tony Stark himself was severely wounded and reduced to a vegetative state. With only his mind data uploaded to the network, he became an Ultron-like AI existence. All these were very different storylines from the movie universe. To sum up, New York citizens gradually became numb to flying superheroes or villains and criminals who wanted to wreak havoc. They weren't surprised anymore. At most, they would scream in a practiced manner and find a safe place to hide. Just like now, there were a bunch of guys dressed strangely, appearing in the streets. New Yorkers were oblivious. It was rush hour, and everyone was in a hurry to clock in. Only young students would take out their cell phones to take videos and post them on social media to gain a wave of likes and attention. I thought there would be a crowd around me. I didn't expect everyone to behave normally. Strange had some regrets. He used to wear a suit and a white coat, but now he wore a traditional robe every day, like an ascetic monk. Originally, he thought this unusual and strange outfit would attract the attention of passers-by, but he was disappointed. This is the post-superhero era. The Avengers are now veterans and have exited the stage. Luke looked at the bustling modern New York and smiled lightly. Currently, the second-generation superheroes are the most active. Hawkeye's daughter, the second-generation Vision, the third-generation Ant-Man, and so on. Heroes of the new generation, they are the idols of young people, today's mainstream. Strange paused. He didn't expect that he had been away from the world for only 2 years, and the outside world had been turned upside down. How do you know? He asked in confusion. Kamar-Taj isn't isolated from the rest of the world. The Wi-Fi network in my room is quite fast. They can be found on Google, and there are all kinds of superhero personal websites, superhero exclusive entries, and so on. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said so. He and Strange were both fresh faces. Among the people here, only 2 were relatively active, Thor and Rocket Raccoon. One was an Avengers, a superhero. The other one was a talking pet, an alien creature. Both of them made a strong appeal to those passing by. I didn't expect Jane, and I would break up in this world, Thor sighed. He thought of the gossip he had read on Thor's personal website. Why can't I be happy with my girlfriend in any universe? There are 2 points in that. You aren't the Thor of this universe. Even though you are called Thor, if you run to Ms. Jane Foster at this time, it is still immoral. It's the same as cuckolding yourself, Luke whispered while walking on the streets of New York. Moreover, this time you dumped Ms. Foster, and you were entangled with Amora, the enchantress and Sif from Asgard. In a nutshell, you're the scumbag. Thor couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard this. It's really enviable. Getting 3 at once. Disdainful, he coughed twice and changed the subject. Where are we going? Bar with no doors, Luke answered. We need to collect some intelligence about our opponent so Strange could make a reasonable defense plan. He had invariably become the team leader, leading Strange, who should be the protagonist, and Thor and Rocket, who were accompanying the team, to move forward. Habit was a terrible thing. It would unknowingly make people dependent, and it was difficult to change. Luke was always able to solve every problem they encountered and answer every doubtful question, like an all-purpose encyclopedia. Things continued like this, and with repetition, implicit authority was gradually established. Why do I feel like you're the one who is going to take part in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, thinking about all the aspects? Strange was somewhat depressed. As a former neurosurgeon, he was once the top in the industry, and he was rather proud. That's because you aren't good at socializing, and your popularity is very poor. You're an inexperienced rookie, Luke faintly replied. The Sorcerer Supreme battle has been held for many years and has even become a lively event in many dimensions across the universe. This little rabbit has logged into the All-Star Forum founded by the Grandmaster and has collected all the data and information from the past events. First of all, in this battle, there is no threshold to participate. Either a creature from hell or a fallen master, anyone can participate. No one is excluded. Secondly, there are 3 events. 8 candidates will be selected in the entry round and will then advance to the final round to be qualified to meet the Vishanti. Finally, the final round will be held to choose the sole winner. The most mysterious one is the trial of the Vishanti. It has a different theme every time. But no one told you about this. Wang rarely surfed the internet and didn't understand it. Strange was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Superman to be so prepared. The Vishanti had selected the many Sorcerer Supremes before, he subconsciously asked. No, this battle isn't for selecting the Sorcerer Supreme, but a test. Luke walked to a wall that had a half-covered poster on it. He conveniently pulled out a sling ring to form a transmission portal. Being the Sorcerer Supreme means you can't rest on your laurels. The Vishanti will regularly examine the person sitting in that position. If someone could replace them, then that person's title and identity would be taken away. When Strange heard the answer, his heart thumped. This meant that the company would conduct annual performance appraisals, and the unqualified staff would be dismissed. He didn't realize that the Trinity of Vishanti was also an old capitalist. Strange's head had just come up to the idea of irreverence, then quickly erased it. Bar with no doors, here it is. As soon as Luke and others came in, they saw that it was overcrowded. Everyone was either trading magic items or whispering. Alcohol, tobacco, perfume, marijuana, all kinds of smells were mixed together, making them frown. By the way, who has anything of value on them? You know, like valuable antiques or magic items. Luke managed to find a seat, patted Strange on the shoulder, and motioned to take out his wallet. Ah, this. Sorry, I don't have any. Strange's face flushed with embarrassment. He explained, although I used to have some financial resources, I have spent all of them on finding a cure. You can say that I'm bankrupt now. As for magic items, there's nothing but this cloak. Then you should take the cloak out too. Pa, Rocket was straightforward. But before his words were done, he was smacked by Strange's red cloak. The cloak of levitation seemed to have a mind of its own and expressed its dissatisfaction in this way. So, you're a poor man, Luke bluntly said so, and you taking part in that sorcerer supreme battle. No money, no strength, no friends. Stephen, you better go to sleep early like good little boys. Strange's heart suffocated. He used to wear luxury watches, drive sports cars, and lived in a luxury apartment for the elite class. Now he was actually rejected and said to be poor. Fine, I'm going to go find some female friends I know over at. Strange gritted his teeth. He used to be a prodigal lover with good looks, excellent skills. He was quite famous in the female upper-class circle. Getting benefits wasn't shameful, he thought to himself. How long has it been since you've looked in the mirror? Luke's face looked odd, as if he was holding back a laugh. Stephen, please take a look at yourself. You're unshaven, with rough skin and a decadent temperament. The most important thing is that you are proud of your luck, don't get me wrong. I mean, your stable hands have been abandoned, and you are no longer the young elite with high income. Do you think they would still value you? With one word, critical damage had struck Strange's heart. He was a charming lover in the eyes of the masses. But after only 2 years, he had changed from delicious fresh meat to a piece of disgusting old bacon. Thor, listen, you're the Prince of Asgard. Why don't you go back to the palace and bring some good stuff out? Rocket Raccoon jumped onto Thor's shoulders and came up with a nasty idea. The latter was unresponsive, and his eyes were fixed on a sultry back near the bar. Heh, just now, you said your heart only has Jane, and now, you old hound. Rocket Raccoon was quite disgusted, and the new words he learned from the internet popped out of his mouth. What are you talking about? I just think she looks like Loki. Thor was unmoved, his eyes locked onto the graceful, charming back like nails. Loki. Following Thor's gaze, Luke caught a glimpse of a beautiful back. The wavy, long black hair hung down, and the gentle and graceful curve suddenly tightened at the slender waist. Then going down, it became round again, drawing a beautiful shape. Gently swaying, exuding a charming feeling. The pair of brown leather boots wrapped around the long, tight legs. Occasionally she would turn aside, revealing her side profile. Those slender eyebrows and thin red lips made people feel the urge to capture them. A dangerous stunner, Luke silently commented. She was like a magnet with powerful attraction. In addition to making Thor unable to move his eyes, it also turned him into a stalker. Other men in the bar couldn't help but glance over. Such charm. Is she Loki, your rebellious brother who brought the Chitauri and Thanos to Earth and caused the Great War in New York? Luke glanced around, took a sip from his glass, and jokingly said, If Loki was that charming, I don't mind being your brother-in-law. But she really looks like him. Thor scratched his head. He had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the back that was leaning near the bar. Loki loves green, likes luxurious and exquisite robes and accessories, and only drinks Asgard's Palm Springs wine. The corner of Luke's mouth twitched slightly as he heard the God of Thunder in front of him, listing his brother's habits and hobbies as if they were his own. Truly Asgard's #1 brother. She, on the other hand, is drinking Asgard's Palm Springs wine and wearing a green cloak, flamboyant and elegant, just like Loki, Thor said to himself. Since his brother died at the hands of Thanos, he had a heartbreaking period. Therefore, he would indulge in fast food and games to escape from this cruel reality. To be honest, Thor, who lost everything, sincerely hoped that his troublemaker brother would still use that last wonderful trick of feigning death and escape like he had when he faced the Dark Elves before. Unfortunately, as Thanos said, Loki was really dead. Luke's snap fingers only brought back people that disappeared, which did not include the God of Mischief. Then you go and strike up a conversation. By the way, ask if she could lend you some money. If it's really low-key, I believe she won't refuse her brother's request." Luke patted Thor on the shoulder and pushed him out of the seat. "The old bartender has been staring at us for a while, and if we linger on, he would probably come over and drive people out." Thor was at a loss for words, like a young man without a partner at the prom. After a few deep breaths, the Prince of Asgard walked towards the back with heavy steps. His heart had expectations and worries. It would be nice to see his brother Loki again. But his brother suddenly became a sister, which was a bit strange. He doesn't seem to have much experience with striking up conversations. Strange was somewhat amused. Watching people make fools of themselves often lightened up his mood. "Weak human magician, you must know that Thor is the Prince of Asgard. Perhaps on your planet, the king's son needs to initiate a conversation to pick up a girl." Rocket looked at Strange, who was ready to eat some popcorn with contempt. He had a good relationship with Thor, although the other party always thought of him as a rabbit or a raccoon. Hereditary aristocrats and monarchs is a backward system. Strange curled his lips. He didn't want to quarrel with a pet. If the Loki of this universe is a girl, doesn't that mean that Thor could book a political marriage? Luke leaned against his chair, his thoughts diverging. Odin originally wanted to put Loki, a descendant of the frost giant, together with Thor so they could cultivate feelings. Thus, the 1,000-year blood feud between Jotunheim and Asgard would be resolved, and a bridge of peace would be established. Unfortunately, this plan wasn't realized. Loki's pursuit of power, or his determination to prove himself, led him to oppose Thor. Later on, he even made a mess, framing his brother and stealing the throne. But change your mind and assume Loki was a girl. When she grew up, she could enter an engagement with Thor, starting a political union between Asgard and Jotunheim. The perfect script. I don't know what Thor in this universe is like. Luke's mouth slightly curled. He didn't mind attending an Asgardian royal wedding. It's just. Superman thought of another problem. If Thor in the movie universe had a good impression of Loki in this world, they might come together. What should he call his other self? Brother-in-law. The relationship between men and women in the context of parallel universes was really confusing. Luke shook his head, collected his thoughts, and waited for Thor's performance. What should I say to start off with? Loki, long time no see. Or, Loki, it's so good to see you. And then give her a hug. While getting closer and closer to the bar and the beautiful back, Thor began to panic. His heart was racing, his palms were sweating, and unconsciously he felt nervous. It was like the excitement and apprehension he felt on his first date with Jane. "Hello. Get lost." Before Thor spoke, a burly guy with a beard suddenly pushed him away. Then the other party covered the edge of the bar table with both hands and surrounded the beautiful woman, who was drinking alone. A bush of dark chest hair was exposed, emitting a strong body odor, causing the latter to frown slightly. "Hey, beautiful, have you ever heard of Grand Master Landry of the Upper East Side of New York? He's my uncle." The burly man, who came out of nowhere, opened his mouth, and the smoky smell of alcohol sprayed out of his face. Coupled with that greasy fat face, it was vomit-inducing. "Never heard of him." The woman in the green cloak with a slender waist spoke indifferently. Hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. "Can you leave me alone? You remind me of a pigsty in the countryside." The man should be drunk. He was a little sloppy. His brain was completely controlled by his lower body. The eyes stared straight at the tall woman as if he couldn't wait to eat the other party up. "My home is very big. Wanna come over and see?" "Hey." A palm pressed on the shoulder of the strong man, followed by an angry voice. "She told you to stay away, didn't you hear? You stupid pig." The dim light of the bar revealed Thor's handsome face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't even care about Asgard's royal etiquette and popped out a foul word. Any brother, seeing his sister being harassed, would certainly be angry. Of course, if it were a brother, that would be fine. The burly man loosened his hands and turned around. Before he could spit out the smell, an iron fist smashed his face. Thor slightly retained a trace of reason and didn't hit too hard. Otherwise, he could have directly popped his opponent's brain. That disgusting burly man, like a broken kite, knocked over a table and fell heavily to the ground. The bridge of his nose cracked apart. Like an open faucet, his blood flowed, covering his fat, distorted face. A painful groan followed. "My uncle is Grand Master Landry. You're going to die." These unintimidating words weren't taken seriously by Thor. No matter how grand Master Landry is, could he be compared to Odin? Thor, how did you? The woman who caused the commotion looked surprised and then shook her head. What's wrong with that eye of yours? No, you're not Thor. How could that guy let someone touch his hair and cut it short? She saw the fake eyeball and the different hairstyle and couldn't help but doubt him. You're really Loki. Thor's reaction was even more surprising. He didn't expect his younger brother would become a sister. Who are you? Say it. Somehow a dagger appeared in Loki's hand and pressed against Thor's neck. How dare you impersonate that fool, Thor? What have you done with him? Sitting in the corner, Luke lamented. What a touching scene, brother and sister meeting, sibling love as deep as the sea. Loki. There was a sharp dagger at Thor's neck, but his heart was touched, truly worthy of being his younger bro. No, sister, she cared about him, but his emotions didn't last long. Loki's next sentence shattered the good feeling. Shut up, you fake. You can do anything you want to that fool Thor. But messing with Odin would be a problem. Loki's voice was cold, and a hint of annoyance danced in her eyes. No matter what you did to Thor, remember to find a knowledgeable master and block Heimdall's sight. And stay away from me, don't get me involved. Was this the legendary relationship between brother and sister? Give back my feelings. Thor couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that no matter which universe Loki, they would still be so genuine. My stupid brother. Sister Heimdall wouldn't be watching me. The real Thor should still be in Asgard. He took a step back. His right hand came out like lightning, squeezing Loki's white wrist and twisting it outward, snatching the enchanted dagger with his free hand. Remember, the next time you threaten someone, you have to stare into his eyes so that you can judge his next move. When the dagger was taken away, Loki didn't panic, but only raised her eyebrows in slight surprise. This was what Thor once said when she was sparring with her. Gee, what about this move? Loki didn't change her expression, and one long leg lifted upwards, right between the legs. The pain was unbearable. The bar guests looked at the lively scene. All the men couldn't help but hiss. This kick was too ruthless. It hurt to look at. Thor's face was twisted, and his legs were clamped as if he had suffered an unprecedented blow. Loki, that bastard, never used this trick when he confronted him before. Hey, you two. Seeing that the scene became more and more chaotic, and the disturbance continued to grow, the old bartender had to intervene to stop it. Take the mess outside. The bar with no doors doesn't welcome troublemakers. Loki's face showed a touch of impatience, and he whispered, Where is the news I want? We've been waiting for half an hour. Is it still not ready? Madam, the news you want is quite extraordinary. I have to verify through multiple channels before I can sell it to you. The old bartender smiled and replied, The reputation of the bar with no doors has always been guaranteed, and my rule has always been to do business with the right people at the right price. Loki didn't say anything else and sat back in the high chair at the bar. She came to the bar with no doors with the same intention as Luke. This was Monaco's territory. Being too presumptuous would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he was now a good-tempered old bartender, he was well known in the magic world, nicknamed the Prince of Magic. The fact that he was named Prince shows how powerful he was. This was just like if an ordinary person called himself Sorcerer Supreme. That would be going too far, and they would be sacked and beaten up. Without enough strength, how could anyone take up a resounding moniker? Speaking of Monaco, his father, a British missionary, took his family to India and was attacked by a group of primitive natives. His parents were sacrificed to an evil god as an offering. As a baby, Monaco survived due to its lack of importance. The tribal chief was a voodoo warlock and knew dark magic. He discovered Monaco's talent, changed his mind, and decided to cultivate him seriously. The story that happened later was similar to the conventional dog-blood nightly soap opera. Monaco learned the truth. On one side were his murdered parents, a deep-seated hatred from infancy. On the other hand, they were the tribes he grew up with from childhood, nurturing love and inner bond. Complex intertwined feelings left him unsure of how to choose. Therefore, young Monaco fled his hometown and began a long traveling career. There were a few things about him that were relatively well known. First, he was the legendary sorcerer who eliminated the Axis powers' evil witch during World War II and made a great name for himself. Secondly, Monaco loved to raise rabbits and treated them as treasures. For him, rabbits were a part of life. Gossip has it that the key reason why Monaco hated the evil witch of the Axis was that the bitch ate the rabbits he raised. Since then, it had been a bloody vendetta, resulting in a great disaster. Therefore, the rabbit raised by Monaco was equivalent to the dog raised by John Wick. If anyone touched them, they would definitely die miserably. Loki, despite your indifferent attitude, I'm still very happy. I'm glad to see you again. Thor got up with great difficulty by covering his crotch in a very unpleasant position. He held the bar with one hand, forcing a smile onto his twisted face. Loki's beautiful brows slightly frowned. This silly-looking guy wasn't really her brother, was he? When did Thor go crazy? And a short haircut. His body looks like he gained a few. Are you really Thor? Let me ask you something. When we were 8 years old, we had a fight. Why? Loki stared at Thor, who looked at him with a foolish face. You turned a frog into a cake made by Mother and put it on Sif's dinner plate, scaring her to tears. So I gave you a hard lesson. Thor answered without thinking. Let me ask you again. What is the most shameful thing in Thor's life that no one else knows? The corners of Loki's mouth curled up, and her eyes flashed as if she remembered something interesting. Ah, can you ask a different question? Thor was a little embarrassed. No, Loki's attitude was firm. I wore a Valkyrie battle armor secretly, in private. Thor hesitated for a long time and spoke in a whisper. When he was a child, he worshipped the Valkyrie, one of Odin's most powerful legions. The heroic female warriors once made Thor long for them. Dressing in women's clothing was naturally an unspeakable past for the Prince of Asgard, who considered himself brave and fearless. Are you really Thor? Now it was Loki's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect that the guy was standing in front of her to be real. But how did you become like this? Loki subconsciously reached out and touched Thor's injured right eye, then quickly withdrew her hand. That old bastard Odin, he couldn't have let you fall this far. Thor grimaced and said calmly, It's too long to say. Our sister wanted to be the ruler, and to prove who the most suitable one was, we fought. Loki's eyes widened, her thin lips tightened, and she angrily said, Odin has an illegitimate daughter, behind Mother's back. Obviously, her thinking was far off the mark. It's too complicated to explain overnight. Thor changed the subject. He was happy to see Loki alive in front of him, albeit with a change in gender. Then why are you fat? Loki looked down, held out a finger, and poked Thor's slightly bulging belly. Cough, cough. Let's talk about something else like, how did you end up here? Thor changed the subject again. He didn't want to talk too much about his body. It was normal to eat delicious food every day and gain some weight. You learned magic from Mother, and you're an excellent illusionist, so you could participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Did you get Father's permission? From the conversation between Loki and the old bartender Monaco, Thor could probably guess what the former wanted to do. Because of the Sorcerer Supreme battle, the bar was booming with business during this period, and there were many customers buying information. Humph, it's not your problem. When that old bastard Odin reprimanded me, how come you didn't stand up for me? But now you care about me. Hypocrite. At the mention of Odin, Loki instantly lost her temper. Original gentle face instantly went cold. She ran away from home. This info is free, if you want to know why you can buy my reliable information. Monaco, who was wiping the bar table, gave Loki a look. Mind your own business, Monaco. You can't get involved in Asgard's affairs, the Princess of Asgard threatened. Forget it. Monaco raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. I just wanted to do some business, nothing else. Did you run away from home? Thor grabbed Loki's wrist. What happened to Asgard to make Loki leave the palace and come to Midgard? It's none of your business. When I become Sorcerer Supreme, I can. Anyway, I have my own plan. Loki shrugged off her older brother, showing an ugly expression. While the two siblings were at a standstill, Luke stepped in between the two and stood in the middle. There's always an answer to any question. It's just a matter of when to answer. He made a casual remark to lighten the mood and winked at Thor in the process. You'd better get down to business. Thor remembered his original purpose, coughed awkwardly, and whispered softly, Loki, can you lend me some money? When you left Asgard, you didn't bring anything of value. Don't you have the currency from Midgard? But you should always have valuable jewelry, or you can pawn your hammer, right? Loki sneered with disgust while taking out a small bag of rare gold coins minted by the dwarfs and threw it on the bar table. She said no, but her body was very honest. Thank you, Thor's sister, for your generosity. Luke, who was standing by, laughed a little and whispered to Monaco, the bartender, about their order. By the way, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Loki, who had no pockets or bags all over her body. Where did the bag of heavy gold coins come from, or do women have a natural talent for hiding things? Asgard, Mjolnir. Thor's eyes were a little bleak. In his universe, the great Asgard was gone. There was no such thing as Asgard anymore. As for his beloved hammer, Mjolnir had long been crushed by his violent older sister Hela. Thinking about it, Thor felt the urge to get drunk again. Only by enjoying tons and tons of it could he alleviate his inner sorrow. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again. After business was settled, Monaco was smiling. He always had a good attitude and patience when dealing with rich customers. Especially generous guests like Loki and her poor brother Thor. One was rich, the other had the background, and they were all high-quality customers worth pursuing. The upcoming Sorcerer Supreme battle would create several times more business for the bar with no doors than usual. This made Monaco very happy. After all, raising a rabbit might not cost much. However, it took a lot of money to keep a wild rabbit farm running properly. Why did you come to Midgard? To see your human girlfriend without telling Odin again. Loki didn't inquire about the identities of Luke, Strange, and the others. She just angrily looked at Thor in front of her. When they were in Asgard, he hooked up with Sif and had an affair with the enchantress, Amora. Later, he was banished to Midgard by Odin because of his mistakes and fell in love with a human girl. No, Thor spoke vaguely. He didn't know whether or not to say that he actually came from another universe and was not the same Thor as the one in this universe. Oh, you're still a poor liar. When Loki saw her brother's avoidance, she thought she had guessed correctly and grunted coldly. She looked up at Thor, who was getting worse and worse. He was poor and fat, but only his silly stupidity remained unchanged. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Loki waved her hand and continued, Don't follow me. I had a hard time avoiding Heimdall's sight and escaping from Asgard. Don't ruin my plans. Thor frowned slightly and stopped Loki, who was getting up to leave. Like a brother finding his rebellious sister who had run away from home, he sighed, Go home, Loki. The Sorcerer Supreme battle is dangerous, and those legendary masters or advocates of the dimensional gods standing behind them might be involved. This is a dangerous game, a game with mortal risk. You shouldn't get involved. These days, Rocket searched for information on the All-Star forum set up by the Grandmaster and read many posts about the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Although it hadn't started yet, the well-known candidates interested in participating right now were Mordo, a great disciple of the Ancient One, the famous voodoo doctor, and Mephisto's heirs. People from all walks of life jumped out one after another, expressing their desire to seize this opportunity to fight for the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Although Loki was an excellent master of illusion and a qualified guard of mischief, but against the strong in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, that might not be enough. Asgard's magic system was different from Earth's. As the leader of the gods of Asgard, Odin held the unique Draupnir. Of course, Loki, who wasn't qualified to inherit the throne, didn't get the item. What she studied was witchcraft and illusion magic that her mother, Frigga, was good at. What's wrong with you? You sound just like that old bastard Odin. Loki turned her back. She didn't want to pay attention to Thor. That. You should maintain due respect for our father. Thor wasn't angry but kept talking. He is sometimes rather old-fashioned, wanting to establish his own majestic image, but no matter what you are. Loki was going crazy. She never knew Thor was so naggy, but strangely enough, she didn't seem to hate it. At least, he was better than that careless, reckless, and conceited Thor. I'm going with Strange to the New York Sanctum. He needs a new outfit, Luke interrupted Thor, who kept trying to persuade. He had no time or mood to meddle in Asgard's family affairs for the time being. You can either follow your sister or go back to Kama Taj and wait for news. Thor glanced at Loki and decided to stay with the other party. Only when something lost was recovered will we know how to cherish it. He had already lost his dear brother once, and he didn't want to lose his newly met sister again. If you have to take part in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, then let me be your contractor. Thor stared at Luke and others who disappeared at the portal and spoke to Loki. I'm a competent fighter, definitely much better than others. Loki was a little excited, but when she saw Thor, who had put on a little weight and had a slight belly, she felt suspicious. Was the combat power of this? Thing reliable. Why are we going to the New York Sanctum? Strange asked. He had already gotten first-hand information from the bar with no doors. The next step should be to formulate a relevant battle plan for those competitors. I looked at the list of candidates who are interested in participating in the battle, and there are a few dangerous guys besides your acquaintance Mordo. Luke opened the transmission channel and walked out of the bar with no doors. You need to change your heavy armor, find a good forging master, and improve the magic resistance. Strange nodded his head. He had accepted that he was a master, but had to physically fight at the battle line with full stamina and defense. Since the last time, when he knocked down a mid-ranked master, Strange seemed to experience the joy of close combat. What about Thor? We're going to leave him there. Rocket hadn't forgotten his best friend. Put away your unnecessary worry. He only has Loki, the haughty and cunning princess of Asgard, in his eyes right now. Luke chuckled lightly. He won't care about other people and other things. I didn't expect Master Hamir to be so talkative. He was usually very serious and had a stern face as if everyone owed him money. Strange arrived at the New York Sanctum, and with the excuse of participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, proposed to the Sanctum's manager to build a heavy defensive armor with high magic resistance and sufficient strength. Master Hamill, who was the master for the New York Sanctum, readily agreed to do so, and unusually, did not mention the cost of materials and labor. It was important to know that, when the master of a sanctum built equipment, they needed to bring their own materials and pay for forging. Gifting it away for free was a non-existent thing. Although the Temple of the Three and Kama Taj were a big family, their economic strength was actually quite limited. Master Wang wanted to eat a tuna sandwich, but he had no money to buy it. Strange, who became the Sorcerer Supreme, had to worry about what to eat for lunch. This showed that they were really not well off. Oh, if it weren't for the Ancient One to open the back door for you, he might not even talk to you. Luke thought silently. Strange was a newcomer with no foundation. He wanted to win the battle for supremacy and become the new Sorcerer Supreme. The difficulty was probably the same as letting Wang load himself into a cannon and launch himself into the sun while playing the accordion. The probability was almost zero. Without Luke's intervention, the Ancient One would have made all sorts of small plans and supported Strange by force. Such secret Black Ops-type movements were no psychological burden on the old man. As long as he could retire early and end his long stay at work, the Ancient One didn't mind losing a little bit of moral integrity. Anyway, it wasn't worth much. Maybe Master Hamir is a good person with a cold face and warm heart, so he might use the best materials for you and invite the best forging master. Luke didn't point it out and just echoed his words. Of course, this was a bit of an oddity to the ears of those in the know. The people of Kama Taj are honest and simple, and the masters who graduated from there are all good people. Strange believed it and cheerfully said so. At this time, he didn't realize that he was actually the chosen one, the real protagonist. Those competitors who worked hard with blood, sweat, and tears for the position of Sorcerer Supreme were just exp for him. By the way, do you need any weapons? Luke looked at the master blacksmith's design drawings, thinking about preparing a big weapon for Strange. They already had a shield for defense, and now they needed to add some attack means. Berserker axe, head-piercing staves. All seemed to be very violent. Luke was amazed. The masters in the New York Sanctum were even more fierce than warriors. Strange scratched his head and asked, "Is there any kind of weapon that's relatively easy to carry and powerful? Let me see this fits your needs perfectly." Luke searched for a while for a drawing and picked out the one he thought was most suitable as a weapon. AK-47 Beast, exclusive to VVIP players. Not only does it come with special magic breaking, special armor breaking bullets, but they can also be hidden in a shield. And when the enemy isn't ready, you'll pull it out and fire a volley of bullets. It will have a miraculous effect. Remember, when shooting, you must say, "Master, times have changed," or "This thing is much better than a wand." This could hit your opponent's morale and raise your fighting spirit. Strange took the drawing, looked at it seriously for a moment, and hesitantly said, "As a master, isn't using hot weapons too despicable? An automatic rifle with magic damage. This kind of thing was simply the enemy of all masters." He could imagine how much of a mental impact it would have on his opponent to pull out an AK-47 beast from his shield while they were bombarding each other with spells, with blue fire coming out of the muzzle, blazing away. On the battlefield, it's important to be upright and honest, but most people like that don't end up well. Luke was very earnest, like a life mentor. There's a common saying in the East: a general who leads an army in battle will not reject the use of trickery, deceitful strategies, or tactics to overcome his enemies. Stephen, you should put down your inner moral shackles and look at things from a higher level. Strange's expression was serious. Although he didn't quite understand what Luke was talking about at a higher level, it should be quite reasonable from the serious tone and sharp eyes of the other party. Soon, the magic-resistant armor and an enchanted version of the AK-47 beast were successfully ordered. A few days later, the bronze bell of Kammer Taj rang, and the leaders of the three sanctums were all present. The selection for the Sorcerer Supreme was officially opened today. Master Hamill, have the tokens been sent out? An elderly Master Grant asked, raising his head. He was the manager of the London Sanctum and a highly respected practitioner. Yes, it has been sent out. There are 42 tokens in total, which means that there will be 42 participants in this entrance race. The scarred-faced Master Hamir nodded. The tokens were one kind of magic item from Kammer Taj. It was equivalent to an invitation or an admission ticket. Holders could enter the competition venue, the Dream Dimension, to participate in the first trial. Has Mordo gone in? Master Grant looked to the sky. A long and narrow gap slowly expanded like a ferocious wound that was constantly torn open. Behind the dark fissures, there was a splash of light and color, like countless kinds of paint mixed on the canvas, revealing a magnificent and dreamy feeling. That was the arena, the Dream Dimension. A law of reality was ineffective, and it was full of strange and unknown things, a dangerous world. Mordo chose to shoulder this responsibility. This is a good thing, Master Hamir whispered. The Sorcerer Supreme position represents not only great power, but also a heavy burden, with the Vishanti constantly testing it and the dimensional demons eyeing Earth. If you do not have a strong enough heart and a pure spirit to resist all kinds of temptations, you won't be able to bear the honor. Mordo has been with the Sorcerer Supreme for many years. He isn't only superior in strength, but also a good choice in character and morality. This time, he was recognized by the three legendary masters and signed a contract with Merlin, the Great Master. I think he has a great chance of passing the final trial. Master Hamir was full of confidence in Mordo. What about Stephen Strange? He's the second master of the mystic arts that Kammer Taj chose. Master Hector, who had been silent, asked. He cared more about Stephen Strange, the newcomer, than Mordo, who had received a lot of attention. As the oldest mystic, Hector had heard the Ancient One talk about the choice of successors. That was a chosen one who had the courage, wisdom, and perseverance far superior to ordinary people. I heard that the contractor he found was extraordinary, and he was personally interviewed by the Sorcerer Supreme before. Master Grant slightly shook his head and smiled lightly. I don't think there's a stronger contractor than Merlin, the Great Master. He's a famous legend. He's only one step away from becoming a god. Half of the tokens have entered the arena. Master Hamir watched the clear image projected in the hall, and then a touch of anger rose in his eyes. Caecilius, that traitor is here too. Master Grant remained silent and slowly spoke after a while. As long as he holds a token, he's qualified to participate. This is in line with the rules of the battle. A fallen mage who has thrown himself into Dormammu's arms covets after the Sorcerer Supreme's seat. Such ignorance. Master Hamir grunted with displeasure. 10 minutes later, all the participants with tokens had entered, and many of them were familiar faces in the magic world. Let's wait and see who will win. Master Hector stared at Strange, strolling through the dream dimension, and thought to himself, this is a tough challenge, and if you aren't adequately prepared, you could easily be eliminated from the tournament. The dream dimension was a bizarre and peculiar world. It existed in people's subconscious and could only be accessed by secret masters who knew how to pull the soul out of the body. Most dimensional worlds had masters, like Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, and Sitorak, lord of oblivion. The dream dimension, whose owner was called Nightmare, was also a powerful demon. His ability, Probably an infinitely magnified version of Freddy could create things out of thin air in the dream dimension and generate his own reality. Usually, it had no sense of existence, like a small, transparent nobody. The venue of this entry-level battle was set here, so the test must also be related to dreams. This is people's subconscious mind. The flashing light is a nightmare. Strange walked in a glittering passage, surrounded by dense, firefly-like darts of light floating around. Those were the nightmare entities that were manifested by human beings in the material world. If one knew how to meditate, an enlightened soul could easily infiltrate someone's dream and do whatever it wanted, but here they couldn't, because this area of business was under the care of a dimensional demon, Nightmare. The negative emotions and spiritual strength brought by nightmares were the nourishment on which he depended for survival. Snatching food from a dimensional demon's mouth was tantamount to playing a fraudulent scam with Mephisto, or looking for a loan from the Sorcerer Supreme and not repaying it. Any normal person who had a passable IQ was unlikely to do so. It's almost time. Strange held up his right hand, as if he was holding a torch. The pure white light radiated out and dispelled those hostile dream creatures. As an entrance ticket, the circular token was slightly warm, guiding him in a certain direction. There were only 8 candidates, and the entry competition screened out the redundant and unqualified participants. That was to say, there were now 42 masters with great strength in the dream dimension. Most of them would be eliminated. When you think about it, there's a lot of pressure in this competition. Strange was a little nervous. According to the rules, he had to arrive at a designated place first. Then, put the obtained token into a magic furnace. This was only the first step, and there were even more difficult challenges ahead. I wonder how many people are watching this battle. Strange walked slowly. There was no end to this glittering passage. This dimension had no concept of time, and the soul had no heartbeat and pulse, so it was impossible to judge how long time had passed. Anyway, when Strange walked out of the tunnel, he saw a huge furnace 3 people high, which was exactly his goal. Here we are. The magic cloak fluttered slightly, holding Strange up. He threw the heated token in his hand. The long-extinguished magical furnace reacted as if a spark had fallen into a frying pan, exploding violently. The magical flame burned like a dazzling pillar of light, radiating outward in a circle of substantial ripples. This is... Strange was a bit surprised by the sudden turn of events. The reignited magic furnace turned into a bright lighthouse, and the brilliant light seemed to carry some kind of huge temptation, as if like sending out a signal and gradually attracting those dream creatures. Is this a test of strength or courage? Aware of the danger, Strange held the staff in his right hand and held up the small energy shield in his left hand, which was the shield of the Seraphim. Kamar-Taj's entry-level spells were compulsory. When he was ready for the battle, a thick crimson wave swept over. The hills rose and spread toward the endless horizon, and the harsh sound of squeaking was heard. "Those are mind maggots," Strange exclaimed. The surging and mighty crimson waves were composed of endless maggots. They were only the size of palms, and they looked like big eyeballs. They had piranha-like sharp teeth in their cracked mouths, which looked terrifying. Tens of thousands of such insects could almost kill people with intensive phobias on the spot. It seems that this would be a test of endurance. Strange had no other specialty but a good memory. After all, he wanted to graduate from medical school with excellent grades, but he had no strength. He instantly remembered what he had read in the Encyclopedia of the Magical World Mind Maggots, which specialized in feeding on mental energy, could eat people's thoughts, and melt away a master's will. "The token will burn for 6 hours, so make sure it isn't extinguished." An old voice came down from above, like a thunderclap, shaking Strange's eardrums. "This is the first test you will face. Mind maggots." Luke and Rocket were staying in the bar with no doors. The big screen in the center of the room was showing the current competition. Among the guests here, some people recognized those screeching and terrifying maggots. "Ha ha ha, this is a tough one." The stronger the mental power, and the stronger the will of the master, the easier it was to attract those mind maggots, a customer said gloatingly. Participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle had always been a high-risk and low-yield event. The test set by the Vishanti didn't guarantee everyone's safety. If someone could survive, they were often already very capable. As for being the final winner, it depended on luck and strength. Monaco, can you adjust the picture? I want to see that beautiful woman with long legs, someone said. Currently, the protagonist on screen was Dr. Voodoo, a muscular man with dark skin and thick braids. People preferred to see a hot woman with a sultry body than a big black man. Then you can talk to the Grandmaster. It's not like I have anything to do with it. The old bartender, Monaco, held a glass of whiskey and slowly sipped it. It was unlikely that Khmer Taj would publicize the Sorcerer Supreme battle, let alone broadcast it to the public. This wasn't their style. The reason why they could see the live broadcast of the competition was that, outside Earth, among the stars in the universe, there was an elder of the universe who loved games and was passionate about gambling. His real name was Ndwy Gast, more commonly known as Grandmaster. Do you know how many credits it cost me to buy the rights to broadcast from the forum? Monaco grunted. If you like it, watch. If you don't, piss off. The elder, Prince of Magic, revealed his tough side. Just watch the game, some said, keeping the peace. I didn't expect the Grandmaster would be so playful. He actually broadcasted the Sorcerer Supreme battle live. Luke sighed. As an elder of the universe whose strength was on par with the Ancient One, the Grandmaster could do such a thing. Other people would have to consider whether their heads were sturdy enough and whether they could stand a magic headshot by the Sorcerer Supreme. After a few minutes, the screen that stayed on Dr. Voodoo switched to Loki. The bar was immediately filled with cheers and the sound of tons and tons of liquor shots. Facts had proven that beautiful women were always popular in any situation. Wait, the big guy next to Loki, is that Thor? Luke was watching the live broadcast when he suddenly found a familiar figure. Who else would wear such an exaggerated cloak and armor besides him? Rocket sipped his juice and spat it out. Thor in the picture was surrounded by dense mind maggots, and his soul flashed with thunder lightning, which could clear away large swarms of worms every time. Crackle. Thunder and lightning flashed, woven into a net like snake, smashing into the surrounding space, instantly sweeping away the swarming mind maggots. Thor turned his head excitedly and asked loudly, Loki, I'm good, aren't I? The latter covered her face and didn't want to bother with that silly face full of smiles. Her brother, son of Odin, heir to the throne of Asgard, future ruler of the 9 realms, how did he turn into such a guy? The majesty of a wise monarch couldn't be seen at all, like a fool whose head was caught by the door. But Odin still valued him so much, thinking that he had the potential to become a king. The king of Asgard blind. Well, the old man was indeed blinded in one eye. Can you hold on for 6 hours and complete this test alone? Seeing Thor's soul light generating blazing white thunder, Loki's eyes moved slightly and asked in a soft voice. She looked upward. Many people paid close attention to the Sorcerer Supreme battle. If possible, the Princess of Asgard didn't want to reveal her cards. Compared to those contenders, Loki's strength wasn't outstanding, but moderate at best. If she wanted to have the last laugh, she had to ensure that she had enough chips in her hand. I'm afraid I can't. Thor didn't hide the fact that he couldn't last long. He wasn't a master, nor had he practiced meditation. His spiritual strength was weak. I can't show my full strength in this place. Without the Stormbreaker, Thor could only rely on the thunder his soul generated, which was tantamount to being severely weakened. Then, what good are you? Loki's face instantly cooled down. If her teammate was useless, what use was forming a team? Facing a steady stream of mind maggots, guarding the magic melting pot and preventing the token from going out, she thought she could do it. But if she could handle it herself, why would she need Thor? Wait. Loki's eyes twinkled, revealing a hint of slyness. She looked at Thor, who flashed thunder and lightning and seemed to think of something. Brother, I need you to hold on a little longer. Hiss. Thor, who had been standing in front of Loki and trying to clear the swarm, drew in a breath of cold air as if his body had been electrified and his bones were partially frozen. He had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. His charming and beautiful sister called himself brother in a sweet voice. It was simply irresistible. Loki, why are you suddenly? Thor stammered, his steps drifting a bit. Is it strange, or is it that you don't like this attitude, brother? It's not my intention to be so indifferent to you. Actually, Loki's tone was extremely gentle, trying to imagine Thor's innocent face as her mother, Frigga. I understand. Thor waved his hand and seriously said, Loki, don't worry. I'll help you pass the test successfully. He felt his body was full of power. His spirit was so full that his soul became even more solid, bursting with dazzling thunder and lightning. The bright white glow faintly outlined the silhouette of an axe, slowly appearing. Boom! Thor was like a god descending from heaven, holding his battle axe and rushing into the swarm. The violent light blasted into the ground, sweeping out a large, empty space. Was this the rise of a simp? Ah no, Siskin. Luke, who was still in the bar with no doors, watched the live stream and was overwhelmed with emotions. Loki just casually said a few words, and Thor, the god of thunder, was full of energy. This was the real version of using love to generate electricity. That fool is hopeless, Rocket commented. In his view, Loki was a bad woman through and through who only used Thor, squeezed out the value, and then would kick him to the curb. The latter was engrossed in it and couldn't get out of it. Let's see what happened to Strange. Luke rubbed his hands together, wondering if he would have a chance to take action in the entrance competition this time. In theory, Strange should be able to deal with those mind maggots. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth. By the flames of the Faultine. By the icy tendrils of Ichthalon. Strange's mouth popped up one-dimensional guard's name after another, borrowing their power to cast one spell after another. As said before, he had no other strengths but an excellent memory. Any magic book that he had read or a spell he had learned, as long as he had memorized it once and read it once, it would be firmly imprinted in his head. In other words, Strange was a walking encyclopedia of magic and a ruthless mantra machine. The pure white light enveloped his soul and blessed him. The powerful white magic, like the fire from a turret, covered the surrounding space. Those mind maggots that could eat the mind and melt the will were instantly blown away and turned into vapor. Only a few moments later, they would reappear and swarm wildly in the direction of the magic furnace. Strange's soul was getting weaker and weaker. He felt his body was being emptied, and his uncontrolled spell casting consumed a lot of his spirit. Simply put, the MP bar was almost empty. Do I need to summon Superman? Strange hesitated in his heart. He felt a little overwhelmed, thinking that there were too many maggots. The situation was too intense. Ordinary masters couldn't resist at all. At this level, he didn't know how many participants would be eliminated. By the mind curse of Sitorak. Strange gradually retreated. The burning magic furnace was already surrounded by maggots. His hands were folded, and his soul shone with crimson light. His eyes suddenly became empty as if lost color. That's a great move. Luke, who had been on the sidelines, raised his lips and smiled. He was going to answer the call and appear in person. Unexpectedly, Strange came up with a magical solution. He used Sitorak's spell to close his mind and turn himself into a fool. In this way, he could avoid being influenced by mind maggots, and his spirit wouldn't be violated. But how will he stop the furnace from going out? Rocket picks his nose. He wasn't interested in Sorcerer Supreme battle, but he was happy enough to gamble. Strange's popularity is very low, and no one is optimistic about him. So, if he could hang in there and not get eliminated, I can make a lot of money. In any event, as long as there are winners, losers, and scores, bets and gambling tables would be opened. What's more, the Grandmaster, a man who had always loved gambling, was an old gambling addict. Which are the most popular ones right now? Luke asked curiously. Let's see, the number one hit is Blackheart, Mephisto's son. A devil from hell also wants to be Sorcerer Supreme. This is a rare thing, Rocket laughed. It was quite generous of the Vishanti not to kill him with a bolt of lightning. Who knows? Vishanti's opinion is important, but the threshold is also one of the judging criteria. Luke shrugged his shoulders and whispered, if Mephisto's heir really succeeds in reaching the end, no one can say for sure. There are many Sorcerer Supremes in parallel universes, Iron Man and Loki and Dr. Voodoo, all of whom took the job for a while. If the Vishanti were in a good mood, they might just let the Blackheart succeed in his bid, provided that he passes the test. The second-place candidate is a hot chick named Ileana Rasputina, nicknamed Magic, also from Hell. Rocket held a thin notebook and told him about the popularity ranking on the forum. Dr. Voodoo Loki Mordo Caecilius. I can't see Stephen Strange's name at all. Luke shook his head and smiled. That's really sad. Little rabbit, believe me, you can definitely make money by betting on Strange with all your little coffers. You mean to bet on him for all 3 matches? How is that possible? Rocket didn't believe it, and despite Superman's guarantee, he was still a bit skeptical. After all, no matter how powerful the contractor was, it depended on the strength of the combatants themselves. If Strange was eliminated, Luke couldn't come in. Just a friendly reminder, I don't want you to miss out on an opportunity to make a fortune. Luke curled his lips and spoke with ease. Okay, I'll believe you this once. Rocket gritted his teeth and decided to bet it all. If he won, it would be a villa by the sea. If he lost, he could go down into the sea himself. This seemingly backward planet seemed to have many ignorant women who liked to spoil their cute pets. Strange, who was still in the competition, had no idea that his friends were betting. He poured out his soul's light with all his might. The dazzling colors of red and white mixed and suddenly pressed over the magic furnace. Those screaming mind maggots crowded like crazy, like a hungry ghost seeing delicious food or a perverted man seeing a woman's flesh. Endless mind maggots engulfed Strange as if they were going to eat him. Such determination. Luke, outside the venue, clapped his hands and didn't look like he felt pity like the others. It's stable. Stable. Why do I feel like he's going to die? Rocket stared at the projected picture on the screen. Strange fell to his knees and supported himself with both hands, showing a painful expression on his face. The ferocious insects that came in waves seemed to be stimulated. They threw away the brightly lit magical furnace and went crazy trying to squeeze it into his brain. Mind maggots weren't entities, but creatures exclusive to the dream dimension. They swarmed into Strange's soul in groups, intending to eat the other's active thinking and melt his firm will. Any master, faced with such a dangerous situation, would have no other way but throw in the towel and leave the arena. After all, surrendering could still save their lives. But if they kept going, their whole soul would be eaten by mind maggots. What are you worried about? Strange is an idiot now. Luke shrugged his shoulders and lightly said so. Rocket Raccoon was taken aback for a moment and then reacted after a while. Strange used himself as bait to attract those mind maggots. He had long imposed Cytorak's spell on himself, shutting down his own mind. Those swarming maggots couldn't eat anything, but they were trapped in the head of the human master. I didn't see that this mustache master was quite capable. But what would he do next? Rocket was impressed by Strange's bravery. So many disgusting maggots crowded in his brain, twittering and screeching. Others may not be able to stand it. What's more, they were dangerous creatures like mind maggots. If he wasn't careful, the possibility of being turned over was extremely high. For a former neurosurgeon, this is a small thing. Luke leaned against the chair. He was ready for the stage, but he didn't expect the other party to come up with another trick. They could cut a patient's head for surgery, and at the same time, they could discuss what to eat for dinner and what music they like to listen to. Rocket scratched his head. He didn't know much about a doctor's profession. Pilots, pirates, space pirates, raiders, jailbreakers. These were the areas of expertise that he was good at. Little Rabbit, did you know that there's an Earth joke? Someone's computer was infected with a virus, and he planned to starve it to death by shutting it down for a long time. Luke withdrew his eyes from the screen and answered Rocket Raccoon's last question. If he was right, Strange was probably planning to use this ridiculous-sounding solution to the mind maggots in his head. In fact, it was feasible, because those disgusting maggots could only eat active thoughts. They had no interest in any nerve cells, brain, spinal cord, and couldn't hurt the corresponding organs and tissues. And without food for a long time, they would soon starve to death. They turn into a cloud of nothingness and merge into the soul. Most of the creatures in the dream dimension were like this. Is there such a thing? Rocket Raccoon's eyes widened, indicating an increase in bizarre knowledge. He refocused his attention on the big screen and found that many eye-like spots and sores grew on Strange's face, which looked extremely frightening. What's going on here? Rocket got a fright, and all his fur stood up. Strange's appearance without makeup could be a villain in a horror movie. The suffering face was full of eyeballs, which seemed to scream with anger and wanted to break free. Don't make a fuss. It's an after-effect of the mind maggot infesting the soul, and it will heal in a few days. As Kama, Taj's fastest graduating high-ranking master in history, Luke had a little knowledge of magic and could see Strange's situation at a glance. Compared with this, Stephen should be more worried about the heavy price caused by excessive casting. Those maggots were desperately biting, trying to escape from the human soul that had become a cage. but Strange was indifferent, digesting them while generating out a dazzling light. Those remnants of mind maggots were attached to his soul and turned into scary spots and sores. But this wasn't the worst. Later, when he returned, it was the bills incurred now that would cause headaches. In addition to the contracted Vishanti, Strange also summoned Voltor, a demon guard of vapor, in the form of a grey serpent clad in scaly armor. Chthon, the demon of stagnation, often appearing in the image of an ice giant, and Sitorak, lord of oblivion, whom the masters of the mystic arts often borrowed powers from. Considering that most of them were white magic, the problem shouldn't be too big. At most, it was a gastric ulcer, gastric perforation, nervous tinnitus, long-term insomnia, and other diseases, which weren't life-threatening. Fortunately, I believe in science. Being a master is terrible. When Rocket saw the horror on Strange, he couldn't help shrinking his neck and continued reading the forum. That's why so many people want to become Sorcerer Supreme. Luke spread out his hand. Those dimensional demons are like different banks, with different interest rates, repayment schedules, and collection methods. Low rank, middle rank, and high rank masters are the lowest levels of exploitation because they have no choice but to pay the price with their lives, limbs, and souls. After becoming a legendary mage, you would have certain bargaining power. You can sign a contract with a dimensional demon with more suitable and lesser conditions. For example, being an envoy, developing a down line to bring in more people, and so on. It may sound like some kind of large-scale illegal sales promotion, but that's essentially what it is, no difference. However, to be a legendary mage doesn't mean that you can rest easy and spend freely. They still run the risk of being fired or of being cut down like grass. Moreover, because the contract is too deep, once facing bankruptcy, the legendary master's body, together with their soul and all their assets, would be taken away by the dimensional demon bank. After all, in their eyes, legendary masters always appear every few decades and hundreds of years, which could be regarded as high-quality customers at most, rather than rare resources. In this way, only when you become the Sorcerer Supreme, get the protection of the Vishanti, and take the corresponding responsibility, can you become the father of the beloved client of each bank. For example, the Ancient One has accumulated so many loan invoices from the dimensional demon guards that the interest rates have been snowballing, and it's hard to count. But he is living very well. That's because his background is strong enough. They are Hoggarth, Ashta, and Agamotto. The banks could only continue to lend money and cut other people's grass with tears at the same time, because in the face of the Sorcerer Supreme, violent collection and enforcement are useless. Rocket didn't understand. When he looked at the master in the bar with no doors, he only felt that they were like green grass. With 3 hours left, Strange should have passed the test. According to Luke's judgment, while attracting mind maggots, the other party drained the potential in his body. He had no problem holding on for another 3 hours. On Loki's side, Thor, who generated electricity for love and his fighting spirit, turned into Asgard's #1 macho man as if he had taken a Hercules pill and easily swept away the swarms of maggots. Obviously, a tower defense game couldn't be played without double mowing. This made Loki, who was originally ranked in the middle, rise all the way, especially in terms of popularity. All the values floated up like the stock market before the economic bubble. This Asgard sibling duo was a dark horse that rose to prominence, directly to the top 3, squeezing out the mediocre performance from Dr. Voodoo. I think I'd be more comfortable betting on the evil woman. She and Thor are already popular contestants. Rocket was a little distressed. Strange's popularity was so low that he couldn't even be considered a seeded player. This wave of seeded players might really make him go bankrupt and have to drown himself to pay his debts. Don't worry, it's a surefire deal that won't lose money. Luke was full of confidence. With him playing in the second qualifying round, he would definitely make it through. The next match gradually entered a fierce and intense stage. The main point was that each participant should show their ability to cope with the surging mind maggots. There weren't many masters who could successfully pass the test. In the first 2 hours, the number of people who failed, surrendered, and withdrew was spread out. After waiting for 4 hours, most of the participants were holding on to their last hope. They extinguished the magic furnace one after another, crushed the tokens, and got out of the dream dimension. Those people were very rational and understood that risking their lives to fight for a position with little hope wasn't worthwhile. Of course, there were also a few more aggressive gamblers. They didn't realize their regrets until the mind maggots swallowed them up, ate their active thinking, and turned their full soul into an empty shell. At that time, it was too late. 5 hours passed, and less than half of the original 42 participants were left. It continued for 6 hours until the second hand on the clock jumped to the last bar. Token in the magic furnace suddenly shattered and turned into a transmission portal with magnetic pulling like power. It enveloped the exhausted or helpless participants and took them out of the dream dimension in an instant. It was over. 16 participants finally passed the test. Strange was one of them. "How much did you earn?" Luke didn't rush to congratulate, but looked at the dancing and yelling Rocket. "I can buy a brand new ship. I'm so rich. I love this battle." Rocket jumped on the table and twisted his body like a seizure victim. This thrilling match was undoubtedly a gamble's favorite, especially when they become winners. The pleasure it brought was simply unparalleled. Nobody else had paid attention to Strange. Many people didn't expect that he would be able to come out of the entry match and qualify for the next match. Rocket Raccoon's trust in him had been rewarded handsomely. "Do you want me to give you half?" This guy was very friendly and offered to share, although that fluffy little face was full of reluctance. "Forget it. I don't need it." Luke waved his hand. When he returned to Earth 1024, the credit currency jointly issued by the three empires of the galaxy was of little use. Besides, when the time came, he could find someone to squeeze money out of. Compared to getting something for nothing, Superman preferred to do it himself. 10 minutes later, Strange, who had finished his rest, came to the bar with no doors. This became their temporary base. Monaco, the old bartender, had no opinion but was happy to welcome him, as long as he had a drink and remembered to pay the bill. "Stay away from me." Before Strange entered, he was unanimously rejected by Luke and Rocket. In his soul, there were many undigested mind maggots. This caused his flesh to smell rotten like it hadn't been bathed in months and consumed canned herring daily. This made people want to avoid it. I finally won with difficulty. "You aren't going to congratulate me, but show me disgust." Strange was a little hurt. Actually, he couldn't wait to come over and share the joy. "We have seen your courage and means through the live broadcast." Luke covered his nose and pulled his seat farther away. "The next game is in 3 days. Can you recover by then?" For the sake of making money, Rocket's attitude towards Strange was much better than before. "Just barely." Strange wasn't so sure. The painful stomach perforation had begun to torment him due to the excessive spell casting in the dream dimension. Not to mention the beer that Rocket handed over. Even drinking a mouthful of water or moving a few times would cause sharp pain, like a knife, burning in his abdomen. "In the second game, just let me handle it." Luke smiled. When a gold king took up this silver match for him, would it still be overturned? The group of people stayed in the bar to chat, and before long, Loki and Thor also walked through a portal. Seeing Luke and others, the latter didn't take the initiative to come over but sat down with his sister at the bar. Hoes before bros. Rocket was indignant. He couldn't figure out why Thor was so obsessed with that nasty woman. Like Quill, his attention is completely drawn to the presence of a female creature. Luke didn't care about this little thing. Loki obviously had something to hide from Thor. Otherwise, why else would the Princess of Asgard participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle? I have a feeling that the plot will enter a violent phase, through a small incident, leading to greater trouble. Luke had some kind of intuition, perhaps an Allfather's keen sense of danger. But in this universe, only the Ancient One, Odin, could threaten me. I'm not some elementary school student from an island country or a human-shaped disaster generator that wherever I go, disaster follows. He didn't believe he would be so unlucky as to run into the opening of some big event. "Hey, that chick, isn't she the second favorite participant in the Sorcerer Supreme battle?" Luke was thinking about how to avoid more trouble when Rocket poked him on the shoulder. Looking along the other's line of sight, 2 long legs wrapped in thin black silk came into view. Continuing up, there were tight leather pants and a flat, exposed waist and abdomen. After that, there was the eye-catching rounded arc. "Magic, Ileana Rasputina." Luke raised an eyebrow and called out the name of the other party. Magic, who was standing at the door, seemed to have heard it. Her long hair slightly swung as she looked to this side. Wow, you see, she's coming over to me. Strange, who was also concerned, lowered his voice and said so. As one of the participants in the battle, he rightly thought that the other side was coming for him. Save it. What girl would talk to a guy who smells this bad? Rocket rolled his eyes, mercilessly bursting Strange's beautiful fantasy. And indeed, Magic walked by, subconsciously frowning slightly, avoiding the smelly Strange and going around to Luke's side. Can I buy you a drink? Magic smiled, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She was originally a mutant, Colossus's sister. At the age of 6, Belasco kidnapped her and brought her to Limbo, a strange space near the dimension of hell. Magic learned dark magic there and became a young witch. Like Selene, the Black Queen, she not only possessed great magical power, but also unlocked her mutant talents. She was able to perform group transmissions, but the accuracy needed to be improved. Moreover, she could turn into a demon. After wearing magic armor, horns, hooves, tails, and scales would grow, and at the same time, spell resistance and physical fitness would be greatly improved. In addition, Magic had an exclusive soul blade that had fatal effects on magical creatures. With her excellent talent and learning ability, she killed the monster who took herself to Limbo and ruled the area. Considering various factors, it was normal for Magic to become a popular player in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Who can refuse a beautiful lady's kindness? If possible, I'd like a martini. Luke leaned back in his seat. He vaguely smelled the scent of sulfur and magma. As he could guess, the other party just came from the border of hell. Okay. Magic turned away on her long legs and brought 2 glasses of alcohol to the table a few moments later. Are you a master? She asked. Sort of. Luke took a sip. The spicy taste of the martini went straight down his throat and lifted his spirits. You don't look like you're from Kama, Taj. You're strong, but you're not so old-fashioned and serious. Magic was leaning against the wall, showing beautiful curves. While speaking, she also reached out and squeezed Luke's arm, and her provocative attitude was self-evident. I'm a lordless master, Luke explained. He had been to Kama, Taj, also had been to the library and read the Book of the Vishanti. However, as long as the contract hadn't been signed, he wasn't considered a follower of Vishanti. A rare species. There aren't many lordless masters nowadays. Most of them are weak, and without a source of power, they can't even enter the halls of magic. Magic seemed more interested and took the initiative to lean over. The warm and soft, charming body was about to squeeze into Luke's arms. This scene almost made Strange's eyes glare out. With a hiss of cold air, he felt his abdomen hurt even more. In those days, Strange was also a prodigal son, with witty conversation skills and full of charm. But now, those energetic, beautiful young girls didn't even look at him. It was really embarrassing. What can I do for you? I don't think the Queen of Limbo would throw herself at me just after we met. Luke looked calm and unmoved. I think you're a good person to talk to. Magic licked her lips as if she had come across some delicious snack. Do you mean at the mental level or at the physical level? Luke was a little surprised. Was the atmosphere in Limbo so open? Within 20 minutes of the meeting, she began to think about in-depth communication. You can try the latter and experience the former first. After drinking that glass of wine, Magic pulled out a room card from nowhere and gently stuffed it into Luke's pocket. If you have time, might as well come to my room to discuss it. She blinked like a drifting cloud and disappeared as abruptly as she came. Teacher, I want to learn this. Strange was dumbfounded. Before he could understand what had happened, it was over. He didn't know how Superman did it, but it was much more effective than any magic. Sorry, I have to leave for a few hours. Luke pinched the room card, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he straightened his clothes and got up. No matter what Magic's purpose was, no matter whether there were traps or not, what he was best at was, shoot first, ask questions later. Walking out of the bar with no doors and driving into the urban area of New York. Looking at the enthusiastic Magic, Luke calmly responded and raised his vigilance. In view of this situation, he had many kinds of thoughts, such as beauty schemes, bait, and so on. Everything seems to be getting interesting. 40 minutes later, Luke got out of the taxi and followed Magic, who swayed her hips. In his view, the other party was the Queen of Limbo and was also a popular participant in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. She must have some ulterior motives to take the initiative to throw herself at him, being so passionate, straightforward, and provocative. There was no free lunch in the world, and there would be no good thing for a beautiful woman to come to his door for no reason. As a strong and healthy male creature, Luke was confident in his charm. However, he didn't redeem Dick Grayson's ladies' man skill card. How could he successfully get a youthful, lively, sexy, and charming female superhero within half an hour? This was a bit exaggerated. Superman was a walking female warlock pile driver, but wasn't a humanoid aphrodisiac that automatically emitted pheromones. The room is very big. The bed is also very big. Luke swiped his room card and walked into the luxurious suite where magic was located. This was the Hilton Hotel located in the center of New York. It seemed that the Queen of Limbo had a very prosperous life after returning to Earth. Then, do you want to try the bed, see if it's soft or not? Luke was looking at the crystal chandelier overhead, picking up the remote control and turning on the TV, which most people do in hotels. Although no one really wanted to watch TV or the news. But they always turned it on subconsciously, as if following a certain custom. However, when Luke finished this set of actions, he turned around. He found that Magic had removed her boots and leather pants, almost at an extraordinary speed. The first thing that caught his eye was the lovely girl with her gorgeous body stretched across the bed. Ah, not even going to chat about it first. Wasn't this bit too fast? If you feel hot, you should turn on the air conditioner in your room. Luke tried his best to make his speech look as straight as steel before figuring out what was coming. When I saw you, I found you very attractive. My inner impulse made me feel hot and dry. I don't even know your name yet. Magic's amber eyes stared straight at Luke. It seemed to pierce his soul through the handsome skin. You dare ask someone to a room when you don't even know his life, gender, or sexual orientation? Luke's face remained unchanged, but inwardly he cursed. I'm Stephen Strange's contractor, an ordinary master. He introduced himself. Strain. Oh, you mean the stinky guy who looks like he fell down the drain and just crawled out. To be honest, it's kind of amazing that he made it through the first match. Magic wasn't interested in other competitors and spoke casually. Then she put her eyes on Luke. Aren't you here to see me? Luke was a little surprised. He hadn't done anything yet. The other party was so active and direct. Before I stepped into the bar with no doors, the diviner at Limbo said that I would receive a surprise gift. Magic stretched out one foot to hook Luke's trouser legs. Her amber eyes were like a pool of spring water, gently flowing out. Now it seems she's absolutely right. Luke picked his eyebrows. Was this Marvel world's version of a Chinese Odyssey? The one who pulled out the sword was the destined hero of the world. He had never heard of such a setting. Sit closer. You smell good. Magic hooked her fingers like an evil female demon, releasing an alluring aura. Luke, who was prepared to fight while keeping calm, sat down on the bed. Before he could say anything, two white arms wrapped around his neck. Pa. The crystal chandelier that originally shone, instantly extinguished. The sugar coating is off, but where are the bullets? Until the last minute, Luke still didn't understand the situation. The Queen of Limbo was only greedy for his body, or maybe she had other plans. The scale of time, in people's subjective judgment, could be long or short. There was no accuracy. If you're waiting for buses and subways or the bell to ring and leave school, then a few short minutes can be very long, as if the second hand is ticking very slowly. A few hours become just a blink of an eye on holiday or a rave party and some other pleasant situations. For example, Luke, who ended the battle. For him, he didn't think the fierce battle would last long. But when the curtains were opened and the city was overlooked, the night was getting darker. So, you simply want to sleep with me? Luke casually put on his robe and stood in front of the huge French window. As the Queen of Limbo, a famous young witch who was proficient in dark magic and a new generation of mutants, Magic had excellent personal strength. She had a physical quality that was close to that of a demoness. In terms of flexibility and endurance, she was excellent among the opponents Luke had encountered before. I originally had something serious to say, but I forgot. Magic laid limply on the bed, her waist-length blonde hair spreading out, covering her beautiful curves. Mephisto, the old swindler, should be right next door. You can go there. Luke paused, then smiled. Next time, healthy activities like this can actually be postponed. He didn't expect that he virtually stood Mephisto up and made the other party wait for hours for no reason. Of course, he didn't expect Magic to directly have sex with him, which made Luke inexplicably feel as if he had sold his body. But what does Mephisto want with me? Luke took off his robe and went into the bathroom. No matter what universe he was in, he had never met this Lord of Hell and had no friendship with him. The old fraudster contacted all of the participants of the Sorcerer Supreme battle, one by one, privately. Magic replied breathlessly. It seems that Hell is making a big move. Luke's eyes flashed and his mouth tilted. Mephisto never dealt with the Sorcerer Supreme, often moving in secret and always acted as the villain hiding behind the scenes. It seemed that the Ancient One faked his illness and probably caught a big fish. Luke, leave a phone number. When we get an opportunity, let's make another appointment next time. Magic made no secret that she was satisfied with Luke in all aspects and thought it could develop in the long run. We will meet again soon, don't worry. Luke smiled, pushed the door and went out. He was no longer confined to a female warlock-exclusive pile driver, but female demons too. Magic was, in a way, a semi-demon. I feel like I'm going further and further down the wrong path and will never return. Luke shook his head, determined to resist the temptation of the outside world. He pushed open the door next door and saw an old man in a suit with a gloomy face. The other person was sitting on the single-person sofa, sipping wine and watching TV. The smell of sulfur, which was so strong that it was almost impossible to cover up, was all over the room. Masters with slightly sharper senses, or those with psychic abilities, were fully capable of detecting it. I had invited 14 guests, but unfortunately only 6 of them came. You are the 7th. Mephisto put down his glass and faintly said so. In fact, if I hadn't heard what was going on next door, I would have thought that you also rejected the invitation. Tusk, a rare, pure soul, it's no wonder that Magic could be enchanted and unable to stop herself. When Mephisto saw Luke, who pushed the door and came in, his dark eyes turned slightly, flooded with a glimmer of surprise. He didn't expect that Stephen Strange, the humblest of all the contestants, had a rare, pure soul. The pure here didn't mean that Luke was kind and warm-hearted, and his body shone with the light of the right path. Rather, he never asked any bank for loans and was a rare high-quality customer. In this day and age, a master who hadn't signed a contract with a dimensional demon guard was definitely a rare thing. I see. Luke's eyes showed a hint of understanding, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Therefore, Magic throwing herself at him could also be regarded as having other plans. When he learned to meditate in Taj, he had attracted the covetous eyes of many dimensional demons. Even the God of Chaos, Chthon, was willing to hand over the chaotic power of the 3 ancient forces to him. The only condition was to sign a contract with him and become his envoy in Earth 1024. This proved that Superdemon's extraordinary talent was so great that even the dimensional demon guards were impressed. With this in mind, it wasn't surprising that Magic was attracted to him. She wasn't greedy for his body, but greedy from his soul. We, the visitors from hell, always have a hard time resisting the temptations of pure souls. Mephisto looked at Luke differently, smiled, and said, "Would this young master, whose name is unknown, be interested in signing a personal safety insurance policy? I assure you that the service provided by Mephisto Insurance is absolutely attentive and satisfactory. If you buy this insurance, you'll be a VIP customer of the Hell World. Whether it's a physical disability, a serious illness, or a life at the brink of death. If you call my name, you will be answered immediately, and your safety is guaranteed. Until the last moment of your life." Mephisto looked like a Wall Street stockbroker, speaking with sincerity and confidence. He only mentioned the benefits Luke could get and completely ignored the risks he had to take. "Oh, Lord Mephisto, what is the price? Everything has a price to pay to reap a reward, doesn't it?" Luke wasn't afraid at all. Facing the famous Lord of Hell, he didn't panic. He faintly said, "I'm afraid that when my death comes, my soul will fall into your hands. There will never be peace, will there? Moreover, the devil's contract is notorious for its many traps. Maybe when I finish signing my name, I will die on the spot, and then my soul will return to you." This series of questions made Mephisto, who had a smile on his face, a little frustrated. Business is really bad. Damn the movies, damn the internet. Now, everyone knows the devil's ways. Those elite politicians, Celebrities in business circles are even better liars than the devil. The Lord of Hell cursed, sitting back in his original position. Luke's mouth was smiling. He wouldn't be fooled by Mephisto's depressed appearance and let his guard down. This old devil, who was notoriously cunning, wouldn't be so rude just because of a single failed deal. But then again, considering Superman's long layover, Luke signing a contract with Mephisto wasn't a bad idea. When this old devil found out that he may never be able to wait for the moment when the contract was fulfilled, his face would definitely be wonderful. Just like Constantine from the studio next door, the unscrupulous guy sold his soul with one hand to the devil, with the other hand to the angel and other weird entities. Then, no one was willing to back down. Instead, they continued to let Constantine get away with it. Let's get down to business, Lord Mephisto. Luke sat on the nearby single-person sofa. The Lord of Hell was looking for those Sorcerer Supreme battle participants, presumably to make big news. He didn't mind going inside at all, then backstab him and sell Mephisto out to the Ancient One. In fact, there's nothing else. Since you signed a contract with Stephen Strange, you must know that my favorite son, Blackheart, is participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, Mephisto slowly said. The second match is about to begin. And if I'm right, this one will be even more brutal. Of the 14 people who passed the test, only 2 belong to Kama Taj, Mordo and Strange. Dr. Voodoo Magic and the Princess of Asgard, they promised to form an alliance with demons and take the lead in eliminating the 2 masters from Kama Taj. Luke raised an eyebrow. Mephisto was really worthy of being an old veteran. No matter who the winner was, it's done by adding difficulties to the Ancient One first. That's why every Sorcerer Supreme had to beat up the old devil. Mephisto liked to do little tricks that might not pose much of a threat, but were very disgusting. You should know that I signed a contract with Stephen Strange. Luke held out his finger and knocked on the table. The contract of a combatant has no powerful effect that couldn't be violated. Mephisto smiled. The grimacing face squeezed out a few wrinkles. You aren't Strange's beloved family or sibling. There's no need to risk your life for his. What's more, I can still add money. I will definitely give you payment that would satisfy you. Luke pretended to be hesitant and was silent for a while. It wasn't surprising that the top participants would agree to Mephisto. Like Dr. Voodoo, he had a close brother. The other's soul fell into the hands of the old devil, and using this as a bargaining chip, it was easy to exchange it for the opponent's submission. Like magic, too, she was the ruler of Limbo. It was unwise to compete for the position of Sorcerer Supreme at the risk of offending the Lord of Hell. As for Loki, who knew what idea was in her little head, then what should I do? What kind of payment could you give? Luke's eyes flickered as he showed off his acting skills. I can teach you how to terminate a contract. Wait until the critical moment of the second match, then betray Strange and give him a fatal blow. Mephisto blinked with a cold and insidious tone in his voice. Payment. You just mention it. Wealth, status, power. There's nothing I can't give you. The old devil compelled people's hearts one after another, those dark eyes fixed on Luke. His words were very infectious, shaking people's minds. Really? Luke looked surprised. Then I want to be the Sorcerer Supreme. The smile that emerged from the corner of Mephisto's lips instantly solidified. That's not funny. Playing with the devil and playing with the Lord of Hell. The price to pay isn't a small one. The old devil's face sank like a stone in water, with anger in his eyes. The air in the room was like glue, becoming sticky and suffocating. The intense sulfur scent violently erupted, turning the surrounding area into hell. The hot magma, the horrible atmosphere could frighten people to death. It seems that Lord Mephisto can't bring out any bargaining chips to move me. Luke curled his lips, seemingly regretful. He stood up and patted his palms. The space was shattered like a mirror, reflecting a kaleidoscope-like overlapping scene. Then, do you know what would happen if you scheme on an All-Father and a Sorcerer Supreme? The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly. The sparks of magic jumped in his hands, forming a transmission portal. The Ancient One emerged from it with his wand in hand. His face flushed and full of energy, not looking injured in the least. Ha ha ha, Mephisto, long time no see, Sorcerer Supreme shouted in full vigor. His right hand, holding a wand crafted from steel, was an unbelievably hard wand that reflected a cold light. You, don't come near me. Mephisto was so shocked that he retreated to the wall. I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. Luke, with a compassionate look, glanced at the trembling old devil and softly said, "By the way, Master Ancient One, remember to focus on the attack. Don't be merciful just because he's old." Luke didn't return to Magic's room. Even if the night was long, and there was enough time to have another in-depth conversation to promote friendship. He stood in the hotel's corridor for a while and soon waited until Master Ancient One, who was carrying a wand, pushed the door and walked out. "Resolved," the sage-looking old man said indifferently. A wand made of stainless steel was shimmering with cold light, with bright red blood and a strong smell of sulfur. Before he left the room, Mephisto let out a miserable scream. Luke believed that the Sorcerer Supreme had done a good job blowing the old devil's head off. "Thanks to you, I was able to catch Mephisto this time." The Ancient One drew a circle with his hands, put his hands behind his back, and took the lead in entering the transmission portal. The old devil had always been very cunning. Every time he leaves hell and comes to Earth, his whereabouts are quite hidden. Moreover, he has evil knights and a large number of incarnations in the material world. The three sanctums have a hard time locating him. Although it was said, damaging only one of Mephisto's incarnations doesn't hurt him. However, he should not be able to interfere in the next Sorcerer Supreme battle. You and Stephen Strange can now finish the test with peace of mind. Luke smiled. Normal people knew that there was no good end to making a deal with the devil. He's not only hungry for their body, but also for their soul. He wanted to swallow the whole person to the bones before he gave up. This was the nature of the devil, greedy and ruthless. Unless a person had no choice, they would only look for him if they had lost their minds. Maybe this is a trap deliberately designed by Mephisto to test your reaction, Master Ancient One, and whether your time was really coming to an end. Luke's eyes flashed as he reminded him softly. The Lord of Hell came to the door for nothing. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Never treat Mephisto lightly. This guy could always make a splash. For example, moving hell to Las Vegas, opening Hotel Inferno, and harvesting souls with pleasure and desires, and putting Zarathos, the vengeful spirit in Ghost Rider, into the bodies of Captain Marvel and Thor, forming an invincible squadron, spirits of vengeance, and repeatedly rubbing Doctor Strange into the ground. Oh, I know the old devil's mind. Back in Taj, the Sorcerer Supreme instantly changed styles. There were absolutely no traces of having beaten Mephisto to a pulp. Instead, he looked as if he was panting, ashen face, walking with great effort, and seriously injured. Blackheart, Prince of Hell, is just bait thrown out to attract Taj's attention. The Ancient One spoke with difficulty as if he was about to die. "There's no need to pretend in front of me, is there?" Luke's mouth twitched. He thought that the Sorcerer Supreme was really into acting, so he had to pretend even when people weren't around. Really too dedicated. "No matter what Mephisto wants to do, I will keep an eye on him," the Ancient One said lightly. The two-dimensional demons who could make things happen the most were 1. Dormammu, and 2. Mephisto. They were both very troublesome. But after a while it would be fine. When Stephen Strange took over as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One could retire and get off work. The universe was so big, and he wanted to see it. Being confined to the Earth was too boring. "Since you're so optimistic about Strange, it's better to open more back doors for him." Luke pretended to cooperate with the Ancient One's act and helped him walk into the central hall. For example, reveal the content of the next match. Considering this Sorcerer Supreme battle, there were indeed a lot of strong contenders. Strange might lose the qualification and say goodbye to the battle if there was the slightest bad luck. The Ancient One glanced at the other as if he was annoyed. The great Sorcerer Supreme, did he look like the kind of person who didn't pay his debts, skipped work ahead of time, and engaged in underhanded moves? I mean, it's reasonable for someone as noble and open-minded as you to reveal some information to your successor, right? Luke cleared his throat and reluctantly said so. The Sorcerer Supreme's name was known in many dimensions. Who didn't know him? "Do you think I don't want to?" "If I could, I can't wait to directly decide on Strange and complete the handover on the same day." Entering the central hall and seeing no one was around, the Ancient One finally told the truth. "But the Sorcerer Supreme's candidate is not decided by Taj or me, but selected by the Vishanti themselves. We are just bystanders releasing news and waiting for the results." Luke raised an eyebrow but wasn't surprised. He just asked casually, and didn't expect that the Ancient One would really open the back door. But all superheroes must experience setbacks and growth. Strange's road to becoming the Sorcerer Supreme shouldn't be too smooth. By the way, Master Ancient One, what great things will happen in the foreseeable future? Luke chatted some more, and after talking about interesting stories about the universes for a while, he was ready to leave. Stepping into the transmission portal, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously. Loki's abnormal behavior, thinking he was the genuine Thor so far, but Asgard has been in the dark. All of these things made Luke feel wary. You know, Superman, if I say something about the future, then it will most likely not happen. The Ancient One's vicarious eyes faintly lit up with light. If you perceive something, then follow your own thoughts, don't doubt or waver. Luke's face remained unchanged as he nodded and stepped into the portal where the magic sparks were jumping and splashing. What was the Ancient One's answer suggesting? Is my guess correct? Or, it's getting more and more complicated. Luke stopped by Times Square, where the big screen was rolling with the images of the superheroes of the younger generation. The Avengers had already left the stage and hid behind the scenes. I hope I don't run into any big things like the Celestials or the Living Tribunal. Luke put his hands in his pockets and disappeared into the crowd. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the mind maggots remaining in Strange's soul were almost digested. The rotten stench on his body, which was disliked by people, finally dissipated. These days, Wang and Rocket were reluctant to have dinner with Strange, thinking it would affect their appetite. My magic-resistant heavy armor and the enchanted version of their AK-47 beast should come in handy. Strange was ambitious and wanted to show off his talents. Then he touched the increasingly sparse hair, and his heart grew a bit sad. To become stronger, to become the Sorcerer Supreme, to protect the Earth, and maintain peace, the price he had to pay was too heavy. Where's Superman? Looking around the room, not seeing Luke, Strange was a bit surprised. It seemed that the other party hadn't shown up for 3 days. He wouldn't be in any danger, would he? Don't you know? He and the second-ranked pretty girl have been staying in a hotel. He still hasn't left that room. Rocket Raccoon bristled, categorizing both Luke and Thor as hoes before bros kind of guys. Maybe those glistening long legs and warm, thick, and soft breasts were more important than teammates. Rocket Raccoon, who was single so far and hadn't met a suitable female, couldn't understand why humans were interested in those twittering, noisy, and annoying evil women. I think Groot is better. Rocket couldn't help but miss his tree. 3 days. His physical health is really good. Strange's eyes revealed a trace of envy. Although most of the masters in this world were muscular macho men with strong physiques, but continuous output for 3 days and 3 nights. This was no longer a question of physical fitness, but his kidney needed to be powerful too. Don't spread rumors, Rabbit. Luke's voice sounded abruptly. His tall figure stepped out of a transmission portal. I have a very pure relationship with the Queen of Limbo. Superman had a straight face. It expressed that he wasn't addicted to women and wasn't the type that couldn't help himself. Besides, the main purpose of my visit was to get information for Stephen. Luke patted Strange's shoulder and earnestly said, even if I sacrifice a little bit of my body, it's worth it. Next time you need to sacrifice your body, please just let me do it. Strange volunteered himself. You still keep up the high-intensity workout, from 100 push-ups to 500. Luke took a look at his opponent's gradually perilous hairline, masses of bulging muscles, and was very pleased. Stephen, only sissies like cute and sexy soft appearances. You should go to Master Mordo or Wang to compare notes. Strange had a strange expression. He felt that Luke's words had another meaning. Dong, dong, dong. The copper bell rang, interrupting everyone's small talk. The second qualifying match started. Strange and Luke walked side by side and went to the wide square together. That's Mordo, the Sorcerer Supreme's most trusted disciple. When Strange saw the dark-skinned and strong senior, a subtle emotion rose in his heart. He was brought to Taj by Mordo, and many basic knowledge and spells were taught by the other party. Personally, Strange admired the hardworking and talented senior. Without the hint from the Ancient One, he couldn't have come up with the idea of running for Sorcerer Supreme. Triple soul aura, yeah, he's already a legendary master. Luke lamented. Behind Mordo, there were 3 bright rings invisible to the naked eye. Those were his 3 contractors. One of them was said to be the great Master Merlin. With the blessings of powerful forces, Mordo broke through to the legendary rank and became the most competitive participant in this battle for supremacy. What is the second test? Luke looked away and asked softly. The first match was a test of courage and perseverance in the face of a constant stream of mind maggots. Strength. Strange grasped the token in his hand and absorbed the information. It's a total slaughter. 14 people. Be the first to eliminate 8 people, leaving 8 people.